Back on the battlefield in the wildlands, the Grand Heaven Master and the other powerful experts stood there with very serious expressions on their faces. Bai Xiaochun's mind was still reeling from the sight of that huge vine. However, the northern part of the Great Wall was too far away, so he hadn't been able to see how the vine defeated the Celestial. However, the Celestial's enraged voice had echoed out to fill the wildlands, and therefore, everyone back on the battlefield had gasped and looked over at the Gravekeeper. Bai Xiaochun had known before that the Gravekeeper was powerful, but to see it with his own eyes was a different thing. Now, he truly knew that the Gravekeeper's battle prowess was at an unimaginable level. That girl joined forces with the Celestial, but in the end, they were both injured and forced to flee. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard. He wished he could run over and grab onto the Gravekeeper's leg. After all, his identity had been revealed to everyone. After thinking about everything he had done in the wildlands, his heart began to pound with anxiety. His actions as Bai Hao had caused countless people to hate him, and now that they knew he was the notorious fugitive Bai Xiaochun, there would be no shortage of people who wanted to kill him even more than before. In fact, if they lined up and took turns, it would probably take over 100 years to get through them all. The only person who can save me is Great-Grandpa Gravekeeper. I have to think of a way to get him to pay attention to me. Muttering to himself, he took advantage of the fact that nobody was paying attention to him to start inching toward the Gravekeeper. Everyone else was still stunned from the shocking battle they had just witnessed. As for the Gravekeeper, he sighed and declined to pursue the Celestial. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he simply couldn't. If possible, he wished to avoid that level of conflict with the Celestial right now. The truth was that he actually didn't have very much time left. He had been very reluctant to use that divine ability of his which inflicted eternal injuries onto the world itself. There were now 5 gaping wounds up in the sky, and on the ground, there was a huge mountain, a river of blood, a golden cauldron, and a sun. All of them were eternal objects. And of course, the Gravekeeper knew that it was just as the Celestial had said. He couldn't use that divine ability again. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, which were closely connected to the 5 inner organs, were unique, but were also classified as a trump card even for the Gravekeeper. What a pity that I only managed to hit that bloodhair, he murmured to himself, and didn't manage to kill him completely. He looked much older than he had earlier, and his aura was clearly fading away in a way that could not be replenished. The Celestial had laid a trap for him, and he had turned that trap around into a deadly ambush, but in the end, neither of them had completely succeeded in their aims. The fact that the little girl had escaped wasn't very important to him, and in fact, he had let her go. He knew exactly where she came from, and it was actually a safety precaution to refrain from killing her. Besides, he had another goal in mind, and knew that he could get her to unwittingly help him. The main thing he cared about was the Celestial. Even as the Gravekeeper sighed and contemplated these things, the cold voice of a woman suddenly echoed out, breaking the silence. "You think you can get away, Bai Xiaochun?" It was none other than Mistress Red Dust, who had finally awoken from her reverie. When she looked over and saw Bai Xiaochun slinking away from her, she thought back to their encounter back in the labyrinth, and immediately grew angry. Her shout caused everyone else to come to their senses, and all of them turned to look over at Mistress Red Dust and Bai Xiaochun. A strange expression could be seen on the giant ghost king's face. A glimmer passed through the Grand Heaven Master's eyes, and he looked over at the Gravekeeper. As for the War Champion King and the 9 Serenities King, they both wore frowns on their faces. The only person who was smiling was the Spirit Advent King, and it seemed like a genuine, jovial smile. Chun Haosong and the other heavenly dukes had unsightly expressions on their faces. Back during the shocking battle which had just played out, they had not been able to spare any attention for Bai Xiaochun. But now that the fighting was over, they thought back to how he had been using the name Bai Hao, and how he had wreaked bloody havoc all through the wildlands. That caused gleams of ill intent to appear in their eyes. Terror gripped Bai Xiaochun's heart, and his expression flickered. Rushing backward a few paces, he cried out loudly, "Everybody calm down. I can explain." The demigods didn't move, nor did the heavenly dukes. However, the rage on Mistress Red Dust's face couldn't have been more dramatic. When she thought back to what he had done to her in the labyrinth, and how he was now her fiancé, it made her so angry that she couldn't hold back from racing directly toward him. "You owe me an explanation, by Xiaochun," she screamed. "Zimo, I saved your life. I'm your greatest benefactor." Anxiety mounting by the moment, he backed up even faster. Turning to the giant ghost king, he shouted, "Father-in-law, save me." His words caused even more strange expressions to appear on the faces of the demigods. The giant ghost king cleared his throat in embarrassment and pretended he hadn't heard. However, Mistress Red Dust's rage increased. "Shut up!" she shot back, accelerating as she headed toward Bai Xiaochun. Racked with nervousness, Bai Xiaochun turned and started running in the direction of the gravekeeper. "Master, save me!" When he said the word master, the Grand Heaven Master gasped, and the giant ghost king's jaw dropped. The expressions of the Nine Serenities King, War Champion King, and Spirit Advent King all flickered, and the hearts of Chun Haosong and the Heavenly Dukes began to pound. Even Mistress Red Dust was caught off guard, and lurched to a stop. Eyes wide, she watched Bai Xiaochun hurry over to the gravekeeper and then offer him formal greetings the way an apprentice would to a master. The gravekeeper wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Bai Xiaochun staring at him in melodramatic fashion, and couldn't help but shake his head. Waving his sleeve, he declined to say anything, and simply vanished, taking Bai Xiaochun along with him. The Grand Heaven Master and everyone else stared at the spot the gravekeeper had just disappeared from, their hearts shaking with shock. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had used the word master left them deeply and profoundly shocked. Chun Haosong suddenly felt profoundly nervous, and dispelled any thoughts of causing problems for Bai Xiaochun in the future. Although the gravekeeper hadn't admitted the truth with words, the fact that he had taken Bai Xiaochun away with him explained everything. Of course, the Grand Heaven Master had long since come to the realization that the gravekeeper had taken an interest in Bai Xiaochun. After a short moment of silence, he transmitted messages to the four heavenly kings. Out of respect for the Hell Emperor, they all agreed to keep the matter of Bai Xiaochun's identity a secret. The only news which would be allowed to spread was that the little girl had been impersonating Bai Xiaochun. His true identity would not be revealed. After making the agreement formal, everyone departed. The battle which had just been fought had been too sudden and too important. Troops needed to be deployed. After all, the fact that the Great Wall had fallen meant that big changes were coming. The last to leave were the giant Ghost King and Mistress Red Dust. Mixed emotions could be seen on the giant Ghost King's face as he turned to his stunned daughter. He sighed. "Moer, I didn't think things through carefully enough. About the marriage agreement, let's just cancel it, all right?" Mistress Red Dust stood there quietly, looking off into space. She didn't say anything. Her mind was filled with an image of Bai Xiaochun pulling her to safety in a moment of deadly crisis. Instead of just fleeing on his own, he had taken it upon himself to protect her. Eventually, everyone was gone, and silence filled the lands. However, the 5 wounds in the sky were still there, and the vast gulches which had been hewn in the lands during the course of the fighting remained. The evidence of the world-shaking battle was still there. Back in the underworld river restricted area, 2 figures stepped out of thin air onto the bank of the river. They were none other than the gravekeeper and Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was feeling as nervous as ever. He knew that the matter of his identity had been declared a secret, and at the moment, he was clasping hands in formal and very polite fashion to the gravekeeper. "Great-grandpa gravekeeper. It's not that I wanted to trick everyone. You understand, right, sir? I, Bai Xiaochun, am a very kind-hearted person. I don't like causing problems. I'm very well-behaved. I just want to get back to the river-defying sect. They're the ones who all want to kill me. I disguised myself to try to be able to get home safely. Proclamation of universal grace? Inspections commissioner? Shakedowns? I never meant to do any of those things. Sometimes in life, you just have to make some compromises." As he spoke, He kept his eye on the gravekeeper to try to assess his attitude. However, the more he went along, the more he really felt like he had the short end of the stick. He had just been going with the flow, which ended up forcing him to do a lot of things he didn't really want to do. No expression could be seen on the gravekeeper's face as he listened to Bai Xiaochun. Finally, he waved his hand, summoning a black command medallion that he tossed toward Bai Xiaochun. The Celestial used heaven-span seawater to create a barrier where the 4 sections of the Great Wall once stood. No one will be able to get through that barrier anytime soon. I am unable to leave the wildlands, so I can't escort you home. If you really want to get back to the river-defying sect, you'll need to go through the Deadmire. And the only way you'll get through it safely is with this command medallion. Surprised, Bai Xiaochun accepted the command medallion. As soon as it touched his skin, intense coldness rushed into him. Clearly, it was some sort of precious object. Bai Xiaochun had heard of the Deadmire before. There were even some people who called it the Emptymire, as it was a location between the Heavenspan region and the Wildlands that was completely empty of all life. There were only 4 areas where the Deadmire was accessible, all of which were near the Great Wall. With the command medallion he now possessed, he could enter it, and thus leave the Wildlands. Furthermore, it would actually speed up his journey back to the river-defying sect. After all, his original plan had been to cross the Great Wall, which would have eventually required that he travel back to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect by boat. The fact that the Gravekeeper was treating him so well was moving. Obviously, the command medallion was no fake. If the Gravekeeper wanted to get rid of him, he wouldn't have needed to resort to some trap to do it. Great-grandpa, you really are like my own great-grandfather. Well, I guess I'll take my leave now. With that, he prepared to leave. After all, the Wildlands was a dangerous place, and considering that everyone was currently a bit stunned by who Bai Xiaochun's master was, it seemed like the perfect time to get away. Of course, the Celestial's attitude gave him pause. But considering that he was a very unimportant person in the grand scheme of things, it seemed unlikely that important people like the Celestial would pay much attention to him. Besides, he hadn't done anything to offend the Celestial directly. If I just slip back quietly, it should be fine. Although he felt a bit hesitant. Now that his identity had been revealed, the Wildlands was definitely much more dangerous than the river-defying sect. However, just as he made his decision, the Gravekeeper suddenly started talking again. He stood there on the bank of the underworld river, his hands clasped behind his back as he said, "Do you remember how I answered you all those years ago when you asked for my name?" "Ha!" Bai Xiaochun said, stopping in place and looking back. "This world is basically a huge tomb, buried within which is a sovereign known as the Archlord. I am he who watches over his grave, the Gravekeeper." For some reason, the Gravekeeper looked older than ever as he spoke. Upon that sovereign's death, he closed the world gate and left instructions that only someone who cultivated his legacy all the way to the Mahayana realm, a celestial, could open that gate. Until then, no one is permitted to leave this world. He spoke softly, an ancient gleam in his eyes as though he were contemplating the past. "A tomb," Bai Xiaochun said with a soft gasp. Although he had learned a bit about the world in scattered bits throughout the years, this was his first time getting such a detailed explanation. The fact that the world he lived in was actually a tomb caused his eyes to widen, and his heart to race. "His descendants became the imperial clan," the Gravekeeper continued, "and that is the origin of the Archemperors, and also why this world's true name is the Archemperor Realm." The Gravekeeper wasn't looking at Bai Xiaochun, which made it seem like he was talking to himself as he contemplated ancient times. Were it not for certain unexpected events, this world should have long since seen an emperor who rose from the demigod realm to the Mahayana realm. Unfortunately, unexpected events did occur. A cultivator with spectacular talent created a new technique, a type of celestial magic. He forged his own path of cultivation, and eventually toppled the Arch-Emperor dynasty. Although the Gravekeeper was speaking very quietly at this point, Bai Xiaochun could tell that there was a touch of praise in his voice when he mentioned this certain cultivator. Obviously, that cultivator was so spectacular that he was deserving of praise by the Gravekeeper. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun knew exactly who he was. I was unable to interfere with the matter. In fact, there are many things that I can't interfere with. I'm just a gravekeeper after all. I watch over the sovereign's tomb, I tend to the cycle of reincarnation, and I defend the world gate. The first time I took any action at all was to ensure that the imperial clan wasn't exterminated, and that the Joss flame of the world continued to burn here in the wildlands. However, the price I paid for interfering was that my time of existence was cut in half. That cultivator I mentioned spent years trying to find me. When he did, he asked me to open the world gate. He was illegitimate, so naturally I refused, but I did tell him the proper method to achieve his goal. However, the Archlord's legacy was not suitable for him. He came to me over and over again, and tried many ways to convince me. But in the end, he finally came to the conclusion that the only way to leave this place would be to kill me. Presumably, you know who that cultivator is. He is Taoist Heavenspan, also known as the Celestial. At this point, the gravekeeper turned and looked at Bai Xiaochun. The gravekeeper's words already had Bai Xiaochun reeling in astonishment. And yet, that astonishment grew more intense when Bai Xiaochun saw the gravekeeper's face. Great-grandpa, you? The gravekeeper seemed even older than before, so much so that he looked like he had just climbed out of a grave. He was very different from before, and fairly radiated a sense of weakness. I'm very old. I've been around for far too long. I suspect that when that sovereign created me, he didn't expect for me to exist for this much time. My original fate was to perish along with the opening of the world gate. It seemed as if the gravekeeper didn't mind the fact that he was growing extremely old at all. I don't have much time left, so I decided to take action earlier. Unfortunately, not even calling upon forbidden magic was I able to kill him. Acting in the way I did reduced my time even further. In addition, the wounds caused by the forbidden magic have pushed the world closer to the brink of collapse. The gravekeeper shook his head, regret shining in his eyes. As of this point, Bai Xiaochun felt like he understood everything. The gravekeeper was not just regretful for having failed in killing the Celestial in the recent battle. He regretted not having done so earlier. Because of the various limitations he faced, he had allowed the Celestial to keep living and grow into what he was today. In fact, he had taken action today in the hopes of making up for some of those past mistakes. I knew from the beginning that I might fail to kill him, but I decided to try anyway. The truth was that, even before you came to the wildlands, I had already begun to make arrangements for what happens after I die. The gravekeeper sighed and looked over at Bai Xiaochun. The successor of the Hell Emperor? Bai Xiaochun asked hesitantly, his heart beginning to pound. The gravekeeper nodded, causing Bai Xiaochun's heart rate to increase even more. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, if he hadn't been able to put the puzzle pieces together, it would have meant he was a complete idiot. After all, it seemed obvious that the gravekeeper had noticed how outstanding he was, and that he wanted him to accept his legacy and become the next Hell Emperor. The mere thought of becoming the Hell Emperor got Bai Xiaochun profoundly excited. However, he cleared his throat and humbly said, Great-grandpa, the truth is that I'm not really that outstanding. However, I can say that I'm ready. Right. What does the successor of the Hell Emperor actually have to do? The gravekeeper looked deeply into Bai Xiaochun's eyes and said, he will enter the underworld river and deliver his soul to the underworld palace. He will guard the sovereign's tomb and watch over the cycle of reincarnation. He will defend the world gate and refuse to open it for anyone who is illegitimate. Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback. The last part of what the gravekeeper had just said seemed interesting, but there was something a bit unsettling about the first part. Great-grandpa, what do you mean by deliver his soul to the underworld palace? If his soul goes into the underworld river, doesn't that mean that he has to die? When he saw the gravekeeper nod in response, he gasped, and his face turned as white as a sheet. Great-grandpa, look, I'm really not very outstanding. I'm just a regular person. I get restless easily and have a lot of faults. If I'm in charge of the underworld river, bad things will probably happen. It's too big of a responsibility for a kid like me. Why don't you pick someone else? I'll see you later, Great-grandpa. He took a step back, but before he could do anything more, the gravekeeper's hand shot out toward him as if to grab him. Bai Xiaochun let out a yelp. I'm really not the best choice, great-grandpa. Wherever I go, I accidentally cause huge disasters. I don't want to cause a disaster for you. Pipe down. I'm not so much of an idiot that I would pick you to be my successor. As it turned out, what the gravekeeper had grabbed was not Bai Xiaochun, but his bag of holding. All of a sudden, Bai Hao's soul-hoarding pagoda flew out into the open and came to rest on the gravekeeper's palm. The person I've picked to be my successor isn't you, he said coolly. It's Bai Hao. Ha! Bai Xiaochun replied, visibly stunned. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only one to be stunned. Bai Hao sat there inside his soul-hoarding pagoda, his jaw hanging open and his mind spinning. The sudden dramatic turn of events was almost too much to take. During the dramatic battle, Bai Hao hadn't dared to come out into the open. Upon returning to the underworld river, he had cautiously peered out into the world, listening to the gravekeeper and even feeling excited that his master was about to become the Hell Emperor. Never could he have imagined that the gravekeeper would suddenly grab him, and then say that he was the one who was supposed to be the successor. Worried that Bai Xiaochun might misunderstand the situation, he anxiously said, Senior sir, you must have made a mistake. Off to the side, Bai Xiaochun looked on stunned. Actually, he wasn't displeased at all. In fact, there was only one thing he was thinking. My apprentice is going to be the next Hell Emperor? Heavens, is this really happening? If my apprentice becomes the next Hell Emperor, then nobody in the wildlands will ever dare to provoke me. He was feeling very excited about the whole thing. Obviously, nobody would ever dare to cause problems for him from now on. If they did, he could have his apprentice wave his hand and crush them. He was essentially going to become invincible. 9 Serenity's King? Grand Heaven Master? Chen Haosong? Who will dare to provoke me? Who will dare to glare at me? Profoundly pleased, he slapped his thigh, threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Wonderful, he said loudly. You have made an excellent choice, great-grandpa. This apprentice of mine is the perfect fit to be the Hell Emperor. In fact, nobody in all the wildlands is more suitable. Seeing that Bai Hao was about to jump in and say something, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand dismissively in the way that a master should. As your master, Bai Hao, I will represent you to accept the offer. It's set. A profound gleam could be seen in the gravekeeper's eyes as he looked at Bai Xiaochun and then Bai Hao. No one would ever have been able to guess the gravekeeper's plan ahead of time. The truth was that he had never considered Bai Xiaochun as a possible successor. Furthermore, Bai Hao was only one of several that he had been watching. For example, there was Zhou Yixing, and the soul of the Luochen clan chosen that Bai Xiaochun had killed. And there were others. He had many candidates, including the people on the Hell Emperor stele. However, the reason that Bai Hao had risen up from among all those candidates to become the official successor had less to do with the gravekeeper and more to do with Bai Xiaochun. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun was more important to the gravekeeper than any of the other people on the list of candidates. Naturally, the gravekeeper didn't want him to become the Hell Emperor. He had a more important mission in mind for Bai Xiaochun. It was for this reason that Bai Xiaochun happened to encounter Bai Hao when he was teleported into the wildlands. Back then, when Bai Xiaochun had made his departure, the gravekeeper had appeared, with a very profound look in his eyes. It was also for this reason that Bai Xiaochun ended up encountering Bai Hao's soul in the necromancer kettle. The gravekeeper wanted Bai Hao and Bai Xiaochun to meet, and to make that happen, he had interfered behind the scenes several times. Although Bai Xiaochun had been suspicious about certain things over the years, the clues had been too vague for him to come to any conclusions. Of course, not even the gravekeeper could have anticipated that Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao would become apprentice and master, would accomplish so many things, and would develop such deep feelings for each other. All the gravekeeper had done was ensure that they met. And if Bai Hao could gain Bai Xiaochun's approval, well then, he would become the chosen successor. If he was unable to do that, then the gravekeeper wouldn't have hesitated to discard him and pick another candidate. he would have then ensured that the next candidate encountered by Xiaochun and got to know him. And he would have continued to do that until he found a successor that Bai Xiaochun approved of. In fact, as far as he was concerned, Bai Xiaochun's approval was the only main requirement to become his successor. Of course, he didn't explain that to Bai Xiaochun. After looking closely at Bai Hao and Bai Xiaochun, he turned his attention to Bai Hao, to whom he spoke in a voice that seemed to echo out from ancient times. Bai Hao, are you willing to become my successor? Looking very nervous, Bai Hao looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Master! Bai Xiaochun was worried that the opportunity might pass. Besides, he really did feel that this was a wonderful thing for Bai Hao. Hurry up and agree, my little apprentice, he said. This is good fortune for you. Bai Hao hesitated for a moment, mixed emotions in his eyes as he looked at his master. The truth was that he didn't care too much about the supposed position of being the successor to the Hell Emperor. What he was more worried about was losing out on the happiness he felt by being able to accompany his master. His master was his only family, and the only person he truly liked. That relationship was the most important thing in his entire life. However, he also realized that his master had offended too many people in the wildlands. By becoming the Hell Emperor, he could make sure that no one ever dared to cause problems for his master. Having reached the conclusion that this was definitely the best way of looking at the matter, he gritted his teeth and looked back at the gravekeeper. Senior, I am willing to become your successor. However, sir, I can't view you as my master. For all eternity, I will only ever have one master. Both his voice and his eyes brimmed with determination. He was willing to become the next Hell Emperor so that he could protect his master, but that didn't mean that he could change his allegiances. Bai Xiaochun was shocked to hear Bai Hao's words, and his gaze turned even softer as he looked at his apprentice. However, he knew his apprentice well, and understood how importantly Bai Hao viewed their master-apprentice relationship. Although no expression could be seen on the gravekeeper's face, he was smiling inside. The truth was that despite what he knew about Bai Hao, he still wasn't absolutely convinced that he was the perfect person to be the next Hell Emperor. After all, it was a very important position. As such, he was still performing a few tests. However, Bai Hao's answer conformed perfectly with what the gravekeeper was looking for. There were no false feelings in them, and they caused the gravekeeper to be even more satisfied. Good, the gravekeeper said, nodding. Although Bai Hao had a lot of questions, the gravekeeper didn't give him an opportunity to ask them. He waved his hand, causing a streak of red light to fly out toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened as he reflexively reached out to catch a lock of blood-colored hair. As soon as it was out in the open, intense rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. The sky dimmed, and a whirlwind sprang up around Bai Xiaochun. It almost seemed like the hair was trying to escape his grasp, prompting him to quickly clasp his hand down to hold it. As he did, he was certain that he could sense something howling, and even detected a dramatic thrum of life force from inside of it. The gravekeeper's eyes sparkled. He waved his sleeve, and the howling ceased. An invisible seal had been placed on the lock of hair, making it impossible for it to flee, not even if it had more life force than it already did. All it could do was lay there meekly on Bai Xiaochun's palm. A mere brush with the life force inside the hair caused Bai Xiaochun's entire body to thrum. Of course, he recognized this hair. It was the very same blood hair which he had seen on the Celestial. The life force in that hair should push your undying bones to the peak. Think of it as a gift of good fortune from me to you. The gravekeeper then took Bai Hao with him as he stepped toward the underworld river. The water surged as they entered, and then they floated off into the distance until they were gone. The underworld river slowly faded away, revealing the dry riverbed. Everything in the area was completely quiet. Bai Xiaochun was alone on the dry riverbank, holding the blood-red hair, looking off in the direction his apprentice had just vanished in. Everything had happened so quickly. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't interested in becoming the Hell Emperor, he did hope that his apprentice would succeed at it. However, to have Bai Hao gone so suddenly had him feeling a bit lonely and disappointed. When the baby eagles grow up, they have to leave the nest eventually and soar in the sky. He sighed, reminding himself that at least he had become someone very important because of everything that had happened. There's nobody more powerful than me in the wildlands now. My Taoist partner is a deva, my father is a demigod, and my apprentice is the Hell Emperor. Not even the Grand Heaven Master could match up to me. When he thought about it in this way, his heart began to race with excitement. Happy for his apprentice, and excited about his new status, he looked down at the hair he held, and his heart yet again began to thump. A lock of the Celestial's hair. It was the only red hair on his head. I can only imagine how important a treasured item like this would be to the Celestial. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun glanced around subconsciously. The cultivators that had previously been stationed here to guard the Underworld River restricted area were nowhere to be seen, leaving him completely alone. Perhaps it was the doing of the Gravekeeper, or perhaps they left because of the shocking battle and the destruction of the Great Wall. The entire structure of the wildlands would be changing. At this point, he gritted his teeth. Fudge! What the hell am I afraid of? Great-Grandpa Gravekeeper gave this to me. It's mine now. Besides, according to what Great-Grandpa Gravekeeper said, if I absorb this life force, my undying bones will climb to the very peak. Even if this hair belonged to someone more powerful, I would still absorb it. After the tempering he had experienced in the wildlands, Bai Xiaochun had become somewhat more courageous than he had been in the past. Therefore, he found an area in the Underworld River restricted area that was suitable to hew out a temporary immortal's cave, and then went into seclusion to cultivate. Somewhere else in the wildlands, in what seemed like a different dimension, there was a huge black river that was none other than the Underworld River. It was as black as night, and yet, it was still possible to see a huge palace at the very end of the swirling river water. The palace was also black, and very sinister in appearance as it rose up over the river water. There was something consummately powerful about it, and there was a constant stream of souls which flew toward it, encircled it, and then vanished on their way to being reincarnated. This was none other than the Hell Emperor Palace. This place controlled reincarnation and determined matters of life and death. In one of the grand halls in that palace, 2 rows of statues could be seen lining the walls that looked like underworld generals. At the very end of the hall, beyond the statues, was a huge throne made of black bones. Suddenly, the Gravekeeper appeared, walking through the hall until he was at the throne, upon which he sat down. He was surrounded by a domineering aura, making him seem like a paragon or a god. He wore an imperial crown, as well as a black robe embroidered with an underworld dragon. With the wave of a sleeve, he caused Bai Hao to materialize right in front of him. He was clearly ill at ease. He looked around at the awe-inspiring hall with its profound aura of death, and then turned to look at the Gravekeeper, who sat there on his throne, face completely expressionless. Bai Hao quickly bowed his head and clasped hands in greeting. Bai Hao, the Gravekeeper said, his eyes shining brightly, and his voice echoing like heavenly thunder. The Gravekeeper seemed very different than he had when talking with Bai Xiaochun earlier. Right now, he absolutely seemed like the mighty Hell Emperor. Bai Hao could tell that, and a very serious expression overtook his face. Listen well, Bai Hao, the Gravekeeper continued, his voice thrumming with mysterious power that pierced into his soul body and resonated with his very soul. Because of this, the Gravekeeper would be able to see the tiniest fluctuations in Bai Hao's soul, and would know instantly whether or not he was lying or telling the truth. Bai Xiaochun is currently your master, and will be in the future. Although I took it upon myself to change your fate, all I did was place you at Bai Xiaochun's side. He was the one who took you as an apprentice. It was not my arrangement. It was simply your destiny. Furthermore, the reason you have become my successor is not because I approve of you, but rather, because your master Bai Xiaochun approves of you. Remember well, your mission is not to guard the Underworld River, nor is it to look over reincarnation. Instead, you are to help your master in caring for the Underworld River. You are to defend your master, and if you ever betray him, the Underworld River itself will ensure that you are killed in body and soul. As he spoke, The gravekeeper's voice grew louder and louder until it was a crashing boom that caused everything to shake violently, and even caused the water of the underworld river to vibrate. Countless souls began to tremble and shake, and then offer obeisance to the underworld palace. Bai Hao was shaken, but it was without the slightest hesitation that he said, "The word betray doesn't exist for Bai Hao." His words were spoken with the utmost solemnity and honesty. In his world, nothing was more important than his master Bai Xiaochun, who was his only family. In fact, he wasn't offended or worried at all by what the gravekeeper had said. In fact, it conformed perfectly with how he felt. And his answer could not have been more forthright. A flicker of praise passed through the gravekeeper's eyes. This had been his final test of the Bai Hao. The position of Hell Emperor was too important, and he had to ensure that he didn't make any mistakes. As of this point, he was convinced that Bai Xiaochun had made the right choice. "Next month, you will be the Hell Emperor." With that, he waved his finger at Bai Hao, sending his legacy and his divine abilities into him. Furthermore, outside of the underworld palace, countless magical symbols could be seen, flickering brightly until they transformed into a huge vortex. The spinning of that vortex indicated that the passing of the legacy had begun. As the Hell Emperor's legacy began to be passed on, Bai Xiaochun was in his Immortal's cave in the Underworld River restricted area, absorbing the life force from the Celestial's blood hair. The Undying Codex was divided into skin, muscle, tendons, bones, and blood. Bai Xiaochun had started from the foundation and worked all the way up to the 4th volume. And right now, he was in the powered bones level. After that came heavenly bones, and in the end, the true undying bones. The key to cultivating his undying technique was life force. Only by having access to enough life force could one achieve the meteoric rise that one sought. In the past, he had relied on his eternal parasol to absorb life force from the Wildlander Chosen. That was what had helped him to break through from the tempered bones level to powered bones. But now, with the life force that the Celestial had gone through countless trials and tribulations to cultivate into his blood hair, Bai Xiaochun was making shocking progress. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard, and he shook physically as his bones creaked and cracked. It was as if he were completely changing his skeleton, causing him to rise rapidly through the 4th volume of the Undying Codex. In fact, he immediately broke through to the heavenly bones level. He became like a black hole, absorbing all of the life force from the blood hair, and then using the Undying Codex techniques to send it rushing into his bones, utterly transforming them. Ru-yu-yu-umble. No one outside could hear any of the shocking sound, but Bai Xiaochun could hear it as clear as day. Furthermore, he could sense his heavenly bones rapidly absorbing the life force that continued to pour into them. His heavenly bones instantly went into the 3rd stratum, then the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 9th. It was skyrocketing. Another breakthrough. He was now in the 1st stratum of the undying bones, and yet had only absorbed a portion of the life force from the Celestial's blood hair. Now, that life force continued to propel him through the undying bones level. The final level of the undying bones required a massive amount of life force, more than all 3 of the previous levels put together. Furthermore, once he reached the peak, it meant that his fleshly body would be at an astonishingly high level. His fleshly body would be comparable to a deva. His skin, muscles, and bones would be at a level that would make them almost impossible to destroy. Later on would come the undying blood, which came with dramatic restorative powers. At that point, his fleshly body would be very close to the truly undying level. Then, he would be at the same level as the blood ancestor back in the river-defying sect. At that point, his cultivation of the Undying Codex would be complete. Right now, he relied on the blood hair of the Celestial to advance by leaps and bounds. His undying bones advanced from the 1st stratum to the 4th, and then continued. 5th stratum, 6th, 7th. The blood hair was slowly transforming into ash, and Bai Xiaochun was completely wrapped up in his cultivation. As such, he didn't even know how much time was passing. By the time he reached the 7th stratum of the undying bones, half a month had gone by. There was simply too much life force within that lock of blood hair, and as it poured into Bai Xiaochun, he continued to advance through the levels of the Undying Codex. In fact, it seemed possible that, by the time he reached the peak of the Undying Bones, there might still be life force left over, which he could then use as fuel for his future undying blood. Meanwhile, word was spreading through the lands about how the Celestial, along with an impostor Bai Xiaochun, had fought with the Hell Emperor. The news spread like wildfire, and was the subject of discussion among soul cultivators, necromancers, and savage tribes alike. It was a monumental event, and anyone who heard about it for the first time would gasp in response. Although not everyone in the Wildlands and the Archemperor dynasty knew who the Celestial was, many did. He was widely understood to be the emperor ruling in the Heavenspan River region, someone similar in status to the Archemperor dynasty, with a cultivation base that surpassed the demigod realm. He was the reason that, years ago, the Archemperor dynasty had relocated to the Wildlands. Despite how many years had passed since then, the two sides of the conflict had continued to fight. The endless sieges of the Great Wall had created seas of blood, as well as constant enmity. Although the conflict hadn't reached the point where no resolution was possible, it was nearly at that point. The common people of the Archemperor dynasty yearned to fight their way back into the Heavenspan River region and re-establish the glory of their dynasty. And now, the emperor of that Heavenspan River region had joined forces with a ghost to fight the Hell Emperor. It was truly a shocking matter. Even more astonishing was how the ghostess who had impersonated Bai Xiaochun ended up being seriously injured and fleeing. The Celestial was also hurt. It was a matter of great excitement to the Wildlanders, and caused their morale to soar. The fact that the 4 sections of the Great Wall had collapsed caused countless people in the Wildlands to be filled with the urge to charge forth in battle. In fact, many suggestions and proposals were made to that effect. But the Grand Heaven Master was a wise person, and knew that a world war like that would be very costly. Besides, upon making his escape, the Celestial had placed temporary defensive measure in the place of the collapsed Great Wall. Those defenses could not be broken through. However, that didn't hold the Grand Heaven Master back from taking advantage of the opportunity to begin preparing for war. It would be a war in which even the common people fought. Furthermore, it gave the Grand Heaven Master a further reason to continue the enforcement of the proclamation of universal grace. That made him more popular than ever among the people. In a rare turn of events, the 4 heavenly kings supported him. The truth was that the coming war would be vastly important. And one of the main things on the minds of the giant Ghost King and other demigods was that they knew very well who the current Hell Emperor was, but weren't sure about who the next one would be. Because of the support offered by the 4 heavenly kings, the entire Wildlands was shaken, and everyone thirsted to do battle. It was at around this time that a third bit of news began to make the rounds. It was hard to say where it started, but the nature of the news was even more shocking than the first 2. Whether it was in Archemperor City, the 4 kingly cities, or in the various clans and tribes, soon everyone was talking about it. The news pertained to Bai Xiaochun. Supposedly, he had another identity in the Wildlands, and although no one knew the exact details, they were sure that it was a position of incredible power and authority. If that ghostess who fought the exalted Hell Emperor was impersonating Bai Xiaochun, then, where has the real Bai Xiaochun been hiding all these years? Hey, that's right. Bai Xiaochun must have been in hiding somewhere here in the Wildlands. But who exactly is he disguised as? As this news spread, people began to speculate about the matter, and before long, people were saying that Bai Xiaochun was actually the former inspections commissioner of Archemperor City, the earthly necromancer Bai Hao. It was a shocking concept that shook the whole Wildlands. Heavenly Marquis clans, Heavenly Duke clans, and the countless other people who had formed grudges with Bai Xiaochun over the years, especially the direct bloodline successors and the chosen, almost couldn't believe what they were hearing. However, they were also elated. As far as they were concerned, whether Bai Hao really was Bai Xiaochun or not, it gave them the perfect chance to kill him. Even being an earthy necromancer wouldn't keep him safe. Ha ha ha. I knew that Bai Xiaochun was up to no good. He impersonated Bai Hao. How evil-minded and devious. It doesn't matter whether you're really Bai Hao Or by Xiaochun, I refuse to exist under the same sky as you. I'll never forget the humiliation of that aphrodisiac pill. Kill by Hao. The direct bloodline successors were particularly riled up, and immediately began searching high and low for Bai Xiaochun. The marquises such as Zhao Xiongling and Lu Yong were particularly excited, especially Zhao Xiongling. After he heard the news, he laughed so loud that it filled the entire Zhao clan mansion. As for the people who had developed close relationships with Bai Xiaochun over the years, they were simply stunned. That was especially true of many people in Giant Ghost City. The Spirit Advent King's daughter Sushan was completely flabbergasted. As for Zhou Yixing, he had long since gone into hiding, his heart filled with bitterness. He took Song Ke with him. When Song Ke heard the speculation that Bai Xiaochun was Bai Hao, he felt completely and utterly thunderstruck. However, many people noticed that neither the Grand Heaven Master, nor the 4 Heavenly Kings, nor the 10 Heavenly Dukes would say a single word about the matter of Bai Xiaochun. Before long, the Heavenly Marquises mysteriously stopped talking about the matter, and they even restricted their clan members from discussing it. Zhao Xiongling appeared to be frightened by something, and unhesitatingly went into secluded meditation. As these two wild situations regarding Bai Xiaochun's identity appeared, a fourth bit of news spread, news that surpassed everything else and shook the wildlands to the core. In fact, it was something that struck every wildlander deep in the soul. The Hell Emperor picked Bai Hao to be his successor. Bai Hao isn't Bai Xiaochun. He's the next Hell Emperor. This news was like an invisible slap to the face to countless individuals in the wildlands who had longed to kill Bai Hao. They felt the world spinning around them as they realized that they would never again be able to give voice to any thoughts about killing Bai Hao. Heavens! He's the next Hell Emperor. This means that no one in the wildlands will ever dare to offend him. Damn it! Why does it have to be this way? The Bai clan from Giant Ghost City wanted to kill him, but in the critical moment, the Giant Ghost King protected him. The Chosen of Arch-Emperor City wanted to kill him, but in the critical moment, the Grand Heaven Master saved him. Then he committed the grave offense of killing a heavenly marquis, and all of the aristocracy in the entire dynasty teamed up against him. But then, his status as an earthly necromancer saved him. Now, when his identity was brought into question, and everyone wanted to kill him, fudge! I can't believe he's going to be the next Hell Emperor. Everyone who had grudges with Bai Xiaochun harbored similar thoughts upon hearing the news. Whether it was Zhou Hong, Little Wolf God, Zhao Xiongling, or others, they were struck mute with fear, and could do little more than wail inwardly in grief. Furthermore, they couldn't stop from wondering what would happen now that someone like him, someone who had caused trouble wherever he went, now had such a position of authority. Bai Xiaochun had rocked the wildlands and established a legend. In fact, many people now viewed Bai Xiaochun as so fantastic that he was like a god. Of course, Zhou Yixing was beyond delighted. Song Ke breathed a sigh of relief, and was very glad that everyone had been wrong in their speculations. Clearly, it had been the right decision after all to follow Bai Hao. He was going to be the next Hell Emperor. Humph! Song Ke said arrogantly in his heart. How could Bai Xiaochun possibly be Bai Hao? He doesn't even qualify to polish his shoes. Only the Grand Heaven Master and the other most powerful figures were privy to the general truth of the matter. To them, the matter of the Hell Emperor's successor was no big surprise. The main thing they weren't sure about was whether the Hell Emperor would arrange for Bai Xiaochun to continue to use the identity of Bai Hao. After all, the name Bai Xiaochun was very sensitive, and therefore, having someone named Bai Hao as the next Hell Emperor would resolve many issues. As the news was still rocking the wildlands, roughly a month into Bai Xiaochun's session of secluded cultivation, the underworld river materialized in the sky above the wildlands. It took only a moment for everything to turn dark, and massive pressure to weigh down. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw the huge underworld river, churning and seething as countless souls inside turned in a specific direction and prostrated themselves in worship. They weren't the only souls to do so. All of the souls in the wildlands in general all did exactly the same thing. The direction they bowed in was none other than Arch-Emperor City. Numerous structures in Archemperor City had begun to shine with black light, including the heavenly Marquis Pagodas, the heavenly Duke Pagodas, and the Imperial Palace. The old dragon in the clouds above the city let out a massive roar, but didn't dare to fly up into the sky. The common people, the nobility, the aristocracy, the Grand Heaven Master, and even the Archemperor, all walked out into the open and looked up at the river. Gasps could be heard in the city, as well as in other locations in the wildlands. Everyone knew exactly what was happening. The Hell Emperor's legacy was being passed on to his successor. With the underworld river having taken over the sky, everything was cast into darkness. Neither sun nor moon were visible, although there was something like starlight that spilled down onto the lands below. Anyone who looked closely would see that the supposed starlight actually came from innumerable souls within the underworld river. Soul fire burned on them, which from a distance made them look like stars. It was something most people were seeing for the first time in their lives. It was with bated breath that everyone stared up at the huge river. They felt pressure that seemed to come from within their bones or their souls, a pressure that resulted in feelings of reverence. Soul cultivators and savages alike, regardless of the level of their cultivation bases, including even the Grand Heaven Master and other powerful experts like him, all felt their hearts pounding with awe. It was something instinctual, something branded into their blood, something that even the wild beasts in the wildlands possessed. It was hard to say who did it first, but soon, endless crowds of people were dropping to their knees in worship. Everywhere in the wildlands, people bowed in the direction of Archemperor City. Common people and aristocrats alike, the Grand Heaven Master and the 4 heavenly kings, all bent over in worship. All living things offered obeisance. It was a show of respect to the underworld river, and an expression of reverence for the Hell Emperor. Bai Xiaochun didn't participate because he was still in secluded meditation. And there was one other person who refrained from offering worship. The Archemperor. Despite being a mere figurehead in the modern age, he was still the Archemperor, and he was the only person who qualified to continue to look up somberly into the sky. Gradually, a figure appeared within the seething, howling underworld river up in the sky. It was the Gravekeeper, and this was the first time he had ever shown his face to the throngs of living beings in the wildlands. He didn't look at all like he had when dealing with Bai Xiaochun. He wore a black robe, but this one was decorated with swirling underworld dragons. It made him seem like a supreme and venerable being, an effect which was enhanced by the imperial crown he wore. He truly seemed like an emperor, the type who could shake all of the wildlands. The people in the wildlands were all deeply shaken by the sight of the Gravekeeper. Gasps could be heard, and many eyes began to shine with passion and veneration. The truth was that, to these people, the Hell Emperor was in some ways more important than the Archemperor. After all, the position of Archemperor was hereditary and passed down from generation to generation. But up till now, there had only been a single Hell Emperor in heaven and earth. To the people of the Archemperor dynasty, the Hell Emperor was like a divine figure, a god to whom they prayed. Hell Emperor! Hell Emperor! Hell Emperor! The sound of their voices joined together, rolling out across the wildlands and causing everything to tremble. Their god was present, causing everyone to be deeply moved. As the thunderous sound of their voices filled all creation, the Gravekeeper waved his right hand, causing a silence to fall. At that point, the underworld river seethed, and a second figure came into view. He was young and handsome, with fair skin, wearing a long black robe, and emanating an energy that seemed capable of suppressing the boundless light of the soul fire. As he stood in front of the Gravekeeper, there was nothing about him that seemed out of place. In fact, it almost seemed like he belonged there. The instant he came into view, countless people in the wildlands gasped in shock, and there were many who couldn't hold back from blurting out their thoughts. Bai Hao! Earthly necromancer Bai Hao! So the rumors were true. Bai Hao is going to be the next Hell Emperor. Zhou Hong, Little Wolf God, and the other chosen were all shaking visibly, their hearts filled with bitterness. If they had such a reaction, there was little need to mention the others who had had conflicts with Bai Xiaochun. Thankfully, most people had been prepared for this outcome, otherwise there would have been many more people who lost their composure. However, the Grand Heaven Master and the four heavenly kings, those who were more familiar with Bai Xiaochun than the average person, were actually stunned by what they were seeing. That's not Bai Xiaochun. That's the soul slave who always kept him company. The Grand Heaven Master was the first one to understand the truth. It was for the sake of this by how that Bai Xiaochun had killed a heavenly marquis. That was how the Grand Heaven Master had come to learn that Bai Hao was Bai Xiaochun's apprentice. His apprentice is going to be the Hell Emperor. Even the powerful Grand Heaven Master was shaken by the development. The four heavenly kings had similar reactions, especially the giant Ghost King. They had seen Bai Xiaochun close up. That, coupled with their powerful cultivation bases, ensured that they detected the differences between Bai Hao and Bai Xiaochun. Although such differences might not be visible with the naked eye, they were as plain as day to the acute divine sense of the demigods. They're not the same person, the giant Ghost King thought with a gasp. This turn of events was something he could never have predicted. He had assumed that Bai Xiaochun would be the one to succeed the Hell Emperor. He was also aware of who Bai Hao was, and therefore was just as stunned as the Grand Heaven Master. Chun Haosong and the other top most powerful experts were also incredibly perceptive, and were thus able to come to the conclusion that Bai Hao and Bai Xiaochun were not the same person. As for Zhou Yixing, he knew Bai Xiaochun better than anyone in the wildlands. Although his cultivation base wasn't sufficient to perceive the truth, there were other ways for him to tell. That's my lord's apprentice Bai Hao. Zhou Yixing was stunned. In contrast, Song Ke didn't notice any differences at all, and remained as excited as he had been before. Of the people who had witnessed that spectacular battle recently, some did not notice the clues, and had mixed feelings as a result. Others did notice the clues, and were shocked. Regardless, not a single person wasn't shaken in some way as they looked at those two figures high up in the sky. At the same time, the Hell Emperor's stele in the middle of Archemperor City slowly faded away into nothing. It was in that exact same moment that, back in the Underworld River restricted area, in Bai Xiaochun's temporary Immortal's cave, a tremor ran through him, and intense rumbling sounds filled his body as the Celestial's blood hair transformed into ash. Indescribable levels of life force coursed through him, pushing his undying bones all the way to the very peak. When that happened, his eyes opened. He currently felt power swirling within him, the likes of which defied imagination, and it was ready to explode out into the open at any moment. When it did, he could topple mountains and drain seas. The great circle of the undying bones. His eyes began to shine like heavenly bodies, illuminating the entire Immortal's cave. The chi and blood inside of him was powerful to an indescribable degree. Furthermore, he yet again felt as though a mountain were crushing down onto him from above, which was none other than the fourth of the 5 shackles inside of him. He couldn't break through that shackle right now. He would need to wait until he became a deva. At that time, he would finally be able to cultivate the last level of the Undying Codex. Undying blood. I finally mastered the undying bones. He laughed heartily, but before he had a chance to feel very pleased with himself, he sensed that the passing of the Hell Emperor's legacy was occurring up in the sky. Stunned, he blurred into motion, appearing outside of his Immortal's cave to see the Gravekeeper up above, as well as his apprentice, Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide with anticipation and well wishes. High up in the Underworld River restricted area, Bai Hao suddenly sensed that Bai Xiaochun was looking at him. Shivering, he turned his head to look at Bai Xiaochun down in the wildlands, and his eyes shone with respect and deep emotion. Furthermore, there were many people who noticed that and were quite taken aback. It was at this point that the Gravekeeper reached up, took off his imperial crown, and then tossed it over to Bai Hao. When it landed on Bai Hao's head, he had no choice but to look away from Bai Xiaochun. As the crown settled down, Bai Hao shivered, and his energy suddenly skyrocketed. Intense pressure weighed down, pressure that surpassed that of devas or even demigods. Intense rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and the underworld river churned madly, as though the source of that river were being changed. Instead of coming from the gravekeeper, it came from Bai Hao. At the same time, 9 underworld dragons appeared on Bai Hao's black robe, all of them howling as Bai Hao's energy continued to rise. As for the gravekeeper, as soon as he took the crown off, his robe turned into an ordinary black garment. His aura suddenly seemed vastly weaker than before, and he looked like an old man rotting away into death. Smiling, he looked at Bai Hao, who in turn looked out over the wildlands and then spoke 4 words. "I am the Hell Emperor." After speaking the words, he added a line in his heart. "And I shall protect my master." Shocking rumbling sounds echoed out as if to bear witness to his words. At the same time, the countless souls in the underworld river all bowed to him, their eyes shining with passion as they cried out in piercing voices. "Greetings, Hell Emperor." The living beings who could hear the sound were all shaken. And then, one by one, they joined in, until their voices caused all heaven and earth to tremble. "Greetings, Hell Emperor." Everyone from the Grand Heaven Master to the 4 heavenly kings all clasped hands and bowed in Bai Hao's direction. They knew that for many years to come, this person would be the Wildlands Hell Emperor. Zhou Yixing's heart trembled as he bowed, and Song Ke was filled with excitement. Although Song Ke was still loyal to the river-defying sect, the fact that he was the pet of the Hell Emperor meant that from now on, no one in the Wildlands would ever dare to provoke him. Even the Arch-Emperor and the Gravekeeper now bowed their heads respectfully to Bai Hao. Not only was it a show of respect to the reigning Hell Emperor, it was a long-standing tradition within the Arch-Emperor dynasty. Soul cultivators and wild beasts alike, all living things, did the same thing, with the exception of one person. One person didn't bow. He stood there looking up with a smile on his face. Bai Xiaochun. He was the only person in all of the Wildlands who didn't offer formal greetings. After all, despite the fact that Bai Hao was now the Hell Emperor, he was still Bai Xiaochun's apprentice. Of course, Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been more pleased for his apprentice. And in terms of his own life, it really felt like he had reached another major milestone. "My Taoist partner is a deva. My father-in-law is a demigod. And my apprentice is the Hell Emperor." A wonderful feeling of smug contentment filled his heart. It was almost like he was the secret overlord of the Wildlands. "What a pity that hardly anyone knows Bai Hao is my apprentice." He sighed regretfully, although he didn't know about how the Grand Heaven Master had recently issued orders to quell the talk about him. He did know that very few people were aware that he had actually been impersonating Bai Hao. Even as he stood there sighing, Bai Hao, the Gravekeeper, and the underworld river all faded away, and the sky returned to normal. Although the ceremony of succession had been short, it was profoundly significant. Furthermore, it was easy to imagine how, from this day on, stories about Bai Hao would abound. As time went on, his position as the Hell Emperor would ensure that everyone in the Wildlands revered and respected him. After watching his apprentice fade away, Bai Xiaochun sighed and then looked down at the transmission jade slip he had in his hand. That jade slip had vibrated numerous times during his session of cultivation, but he hadn't had time to pay much attention to it. But now, he was in the great circle of the undying bones, and his apprentice had become the Hell Emperor. Therefore, he now had time to take it out for inspection. The instant he looked closer, his jaw dropped. Almost all of the messages were from Zhou Yixing, and provided all of the details of what had happened while he was in seclusion. After perusing the messages, Bai Xiaochun came to the realization that his identity had not been revealed. "I can't believe people don't know," he thought, his eyes widening. He immediately drew the conclusion that it was the work of the Gravekeeper. Either that, or the Grand Heaven Master had taken steps to make sure that the public didn't realize who he was. When he saw what Zhou Yixing had said about how some people had guessed that he was Bai Hao, but that the rumor had not gone very far, he realized the truth. It was all a protection for him. After all, he had done many momentous things in the Wildlands, things that could be detrimental to him after returning to the Heavenspan River region. If word got back there about who he was, it could make things difficult. On the one hand, it was a bit disappointing to have done so many amazing things but not be able to brag about them. On the other hand, the people who really needed to know did know. The upper echelons in the Wildlands all knew his true identity, and also knew who his apprentice was. As long as the important people know, I guess that's enough. If I have the chance, I'm gonna go visit the Grand Heaven Master. This time he'll be the one offering greetings to me. And as for that 9 Serenities King, I'll have to make sure my apprentice teaches him a lesson sooner or later. Otherwise, how could I possibly remain safe in the wildlands? At this point, his heart began to pound a bit harder. When all was said and done, he was still tied to the river-defying sect. Although there were some people in the wildlands that he would miss dearly, there were even more people in the river-defying sect. Whether it was Li Qingho, Ho Xiaomei, Song Junwan, Big Fatty Zhang, all of them were faces that popped up in his thoughts constantly. I've been away for a long time, he thought, sighing. Actually, the more he thought about it, it wasn't the Heavenspan River region in general that he cared about, it was the river-defying sect. Whatever. I guess I should just get back to the river-defying sect. If I end up missing the wildlands too much, I can always just figure out a way to bring the river-defying sect back here. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he patted his bag of holding to produce the command medallion the Gravekeeper had given him, which would allow him passage through the Deadmire. There are still a few things I have to take care of before leaving. And now that I think about it, it wouldn't be good to use my apprentice's face to do them. It was a bit frightening to think about going back to his true appearance. However, considering his high status, he decided that the time had come. Flicking his sleeve, he took off his mask. As of this moment, his true face was visible for all to see. Zhou Yixing has been my follower for years now. Since I'm leaving, I'll need to make sure he's taken care of. And then there's Song Quebec. Since I'm his uncle, I have no choice but to take him with me. And what about the Giant Ghost King? He wanted to go say his goodbyes to the Giant Ghost King, but the thought of Mistress Red Dust made his head swell with frustration. After some thought about the matter, he sighed. Whatever. I'm gonna see my sweetie again later anyway. I brought a reign of terror to the wildlands that lasted for many years. Now it's time to leave, and there's no need to make it a solemn occasion. Shaking his head, he clasped his hands behind his back and contemplated how it actually made him a lot more mysterious to vanish without a trace. Enjoying his ability to revel in his success, he sent a message to Zhou Yixing, telling him to come to the Underworld River restricted area. Zhou Yixing was currently holed up in Giant Ghost City, and when he got the message, his jaw dropped, and his heart began to race. He was suddenly struck with the premonition that Bai Xiaochun was going to leave. Obviously, now that Bai Xiaochun's apprentice had become the Hell Emperor, he was going to go home. And the fact that he was asking Zhou Yixing to come see him beforehand was very telling. Zhou Yixing's excitement began to build. He felt more than ever that his decision all those years ago had definitely been the best decision he had ever made. Filled with anticipation, he tossed Song Ke into his bag of holding and then hurried off in the direction of the Underworld River restricted area. While Bai Xiaochun waited for Zhou Yixing, he sat down on the bank of the river and thought back to everything he had done in the wildlands. Then started reminiscing about the river-defying sect, and before long, he felt his heart tugging him in the direction of home. Eventually, it was midnight, and vast quantities of mist appeared, as well as an intense aura. The Underworld River once again became visible, seething and churning right there in front of Bai Xiaochun. For the first time, Bai Xiaochun actually felt some connection to the Underworld River water. He could just barely sense the aura of his disciple, which then began to grow stronger and stronger. A moment later, Bai Hao materialized right in front of him. He wore an imperial crown and imperial robes, but in every other way, looked just like he always had. An emotional look could be seen in his eyes, as well as a gleam of respect. As soon as he appeared in front of Bai Xiaochun, he clasped hands and bowed. Master! Bai Xiaochun could see that his apprentice's feelings toward him had not changed just because he had become the Hell Emperor. He wasn't surprised at all that his apprentice had shown up, and in fact would have been surprised if he didn't. What does it feel like to be the Hell Emperor? He asked, smiling broadly. I have a lot to learn from Senior Gravekeeper, Bai Hao replied softly. It was clear in his eyes that he already missed Bai Xiaochun. I'm still not able to unleash the divine abilities of the underworld river yet, and, before he could say anything else, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand dismissively and interrupted. Make sure to treat great-grandpa Gravekeeper with the same respect you treat me. Pay good attention to what he teaches you, that way you can learn to be a good Hell Emperor. Unfortunately, Master has to leave. Otherwise, I would pass on some more of my special divine abilities to you. He sighed, already realizing how much he missed his apprentice. Bai Hao stood there silently for a moment, his mind filled with all sorts of memories of the things he and his master had done. However, he knew that his master was from the Heavenspan River region, and that getting back home to his sect had been his goal all along. Master, he said in a serious tone, you need to be careful on your way back. The Heavenspan River region is a very different place. I'll do my best to master the underworld river divine abilities, and before long, I'll be able to send my mind anywhere in the world. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily. The two of them chatted a bit more. Obviously, the moment of departure was coming. Bai Xiaochun spent most of the time exhorting Bai Hao to become a good Hell Emperor. As for Bai Hao, he was obviously worried that the trip back to the Heavenspan River region wasn't going to be safe, and offered a lot of advice about what to do. It was just like old times when they would work on various problems and issues together. After a bit of time passed, Bai Hao suddenly said, Master, remember Zhao Xiongling and Lu Yong? And that Chun Haosong? They treated you disrespectfully on multiple occasions. I'll definitely make sure they regret that. And as for Sect Mother Su Shan, and Sect Mother Chun Manyao, and Sect Mother Zhou Zimo, I'll watch out for them for you. If anybody dares to harbor any evil intentions, I'll take action immediately. Apprentice will also take good care of the giant Ghost King. About those chosen like Zhou Hong, well, they provoked you over and over, Master. Don't worry, I won't let them get away with what they did. Bai Hao had clearly paid very close attention to everyone who had either caused problems for his master, or who had treated him with kindness. Most other masters in the world would remind their apprentices of the old saying, a great man does not bear petty grudges. But Bai Xiaochun was actually very pleased by what he was hearing, and his eyes gleamed with approval. Excellent. Don't let any of those people off the hook easily. And don't forget that Kajer, the Nine Serenities King. Make sure to find an opportunity to give him a good thrashing. Master and apprentice went on to have a long discussion about how to teach all of these people a lesson. In the end, Bai Xiaochun was very pleased, and couldn't help but marvel at how well his apprentice understood him. Oh right, Master, I almost forgot. With the power of the underworld river that I have at my disposal, and with the advice of Senior Gravekeeper, I've already created the formulas for 20 and 21 colored flame. Although he spoke the words casually, the truth was that one of the reasons he hadn't mastered the underworld river divine abilities yet was that he had been spending so much time using the underworld river power to work on those flame formulas. He had produced both formulas in only a month. Unfortunately, it seems that 21 colored flame is the limit. I'm not sure why, and I think you won't be able to tell for sure until after you actually conjure that flame. As for 22 colored flame, even Senior Gravekeeper didn't have anything to say about it. 22 colored flame is just too difficult for me right now. Hopefully you can give me some more time to work on it. Bai Hao made a grasping gesture, and a jade slip materialized out of thin air. Bai Xiaochun was shaken. Considering how high his skill in flame conjuring already was, he knew that things got more difficult as they went along. The fact that Bai Hao had been able to create these two formulas in such a short time meant that he must have expended significant effort. A warm look could be seen in his eyes as he accepted the jade slip and then looked at his apprentice. How thoughtful of you, Haoer, he said softly. Bai Hao was very pleased with these words. Although he had become the Hell Emperor, in his heart, everything was just like before. A kind word of approval from Bai Xiaochun was enough to make him very happy. Master, it's still early. Since nobody understands 20 colored flame better than me right now, let's take advantage of this opportunity to conjure it together. What do you say? After a moment of thought, Bai Xiaochun nodded. Right there on the banks of the underworld river, Master and apprentice worked on their last flame conjuring together. Everything went very smoothly, After all, they had been thinking about this type of flame for a very long time. And now that Bai Hao commanded the underworld river, he had plenty of souls at his disposal. In only a few days' time, Bai Xiaochun successfully conjured a 20-colored flame, which caused bright light to fill the sky and the lands to shake. 20-colored flame was the highest level for earthly necromancers. In the current Archemperor dynasty, there was only one other necromancer who could conjure it. With Bai Xiaochun able to do so, there were now two. If he pushed past this level and conjured a 21-colored flame, then he would become a legendary, never-before-seen heavenly necromancer. According to the legends, if one could use a 21-colored flame to perform a spirit enhancement on a nascent soul, one could immediately break through to the Deva realm. Of course, it was just a legend. No one had done it successfully. Filled with excitement, Bai Xiaochun went on to work on a 21-colored flame. However, 21-colored flame was very difficult. Even with the formula and Bai Hao's help, Bai Xiaochun could do nothing more than start to get familiar with the process. Success was not something that could be had in a few short days. In order to make sure that his master could continue to work on flame conjuring after leaving the wildlands, Bai Hao hid the fact that he was gritting his teeth from effort, and finally called upon the underworld river divine abilities he knew. He summoned a mind-boggling number of souls from inside, which he gave to Bai Xiaochun to use in flame conjuring. Even Bai Xiaochun gasped at the number of souls. As long as he didn't fail too many times, he definitely had enough to eventually conjure a 21-colored flame. It was at just about this time that Zhou Yixing finally showed up. Bai Xiaochun sensed Zhou Yixing almost as soon as he stepped into the underworld river restricted area. As for Zhou Yixing, he immediately caught sight of both Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao. In that instant, Zhou Yixing's heart leapt. He knew exactly who Bai Hao was. He was a figure of unparalleled power and importance in the wildlands. So, Bai Hao really is the Hell Emperor. And Milord really is his master. Although he had speculated all of these things before, to see it confirmed with his own eyes caused his heart to tremble with shock. Normally speaking, he would never be able to even enter the presence of someone as important as the Hell Emperor. Trembling, he hurried forward toward the two. However, he didn't forget the relationship between Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao. The first person he offered formal greetings to was Bai Xiaochun, and after that, Bai Hao. Yixing offers greetings, my lord. Greetings, exalted Hell Emperor. He ducked his head nervously, unable to conceal his excitement. Zhou Yixing's respectful and excited attitude was quite pleasing to Bai Xiaochun. Although he couldn't go and tell everyone how important he was now, to be so adored by people close to him was good enough. "What about my Kair?" he asked. "Did you bring him along too?" Of course. He couldn't wait to see how Song Kai would react upon finding out who he was. As for Bai Hao, a strange expression could be seen on his face. However, he understood his master well, and cooperated in full, allowing the impressive aura of the Hell Emperor to erupt out in full force. Zhou Yixing gasped, his respect deepening as he quickly pulled Song Kai out of his bag of holding. Song Kai had only been in the bag of holding for a few days, so when he came out, he wasn't gasping for breath like he often had in the past. He had grown used to spending time inside bags of holding, and actually liked it to some degree. Besides, considering all of the cultivation resources he had benefited from, all traces of his previous ordeal were gone, and his cultivation base had even made progress. He was now very close to the mid-nascent soul stage. As soon as he was out in the open, he plastered an expression of respect onto his face, laying eyes, not on Bai Xiaochun, but Bai Hao. He was aware of the fact that Bai Hao had become the Hell Emperor, and it filled his heart with excitement. However, it was at this point that he noticed a familiar face next to Bai Hao. His eyes widened, and he even wondered if he was seeing things. When he looked closer, he began to tremble, and then slowly reached out and pointed at Bai Xiaochun. Zhou Yixing remained off to the side in silent introspection, not daring to interfere with this reunion. As for Bai Hao, his expression grew more awkward. However, he knew that Bai Xiaochun was obviously relishing this moment, and therefore, he held back from saying anything. "You!" Song Kai breathed. He really had not expected to see Bai Xiaochun here. It was so unexpected that it threw his mind into chaos. In fact, because of that, he didn't notice at all how Zhou Yixing and Bai Hao were reacting. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, smiled, and said, "Hi, Kair." Inside, he was feeling incomparably wonderful. As soon as Song Ke heard himself being called Kair, he was pushed to the point of exploding. However, after everything he had experienced in the wildlands, he felt as if he had grown up quite a bit. Therefore, he suppressed his displeasure and, brimming with confidence, he yelled, "How dare you show up here in the Hell Emperor's presence?" After all, he and Bai Xiaochun were both fellow disciples of the river-defying sect. Although he was not very happy to see him, and in fact didn't even speak his name, he at least decided to vaguely point out that Bai Hao was the Hell Emperor. I gave him his chance, he thought. If he's smart, he'll flee immediately, or at least figure out a way to resolve the situation. If not, then he'll be dead, and it won't be my fault. With that, he simply stared at Bai Xiaochun, inwardly shaking his head at how the two of them now existed on totally different levels. The fact that he had come to be the Hell Emperor's pet gave him a status that Bai Xiaochun couldn't even compare to. In fact, it was highly likely that he would soon have the chance to crush Bai Xiaochun underfoot, just like he'd always wanted to. "It's just fate," he said to himself. "Bai Xiaochun, Bai Xiaochun. You're just unlucky. You never managed to be anything more than a fugitive in the wildlands, with everyone running around trying to kill you. As for me, I managed to become the pet of the Hell Emperor. Considering my important position, I'm more powerful than you can even imagine." A look of pity appeared in Song Ke's eyes as he looked down his nose at Bai Xiaochun. Then he sighed inwardly. Considering their past, he knew that if he could manage to save Bai Xiaochun, he probably should. After all, they were both from the river-defying sect. It was roughly at this point that, all of a sudden, he began to wonder why it was that Bai Xiaochun was right here in Bai Hao's presence, and that there didn't seem to be any conflicts or tension. Just when he was about to ponder the subject, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat. By this point, Bai Xiaochun could tell based on what he knew about Song Ke that he wasn't going to try to do anything villainous. Considering that, his impression of Song Ke improved. Furthermore, considering that they were at a critical moment, and that he was Song Ke's uncle, he suddenly felt a bit protective. Whatever, he thought. I guess I can do without his respect. Feeling very much like he was acting in the best interests of his nephew, he glanced at Bai Hao and then pointed at Zhou Yixing. "Hao, this Zhou Yixing has been my follower for years. He was always there to support me, and did many things for me. Since I'm leaving, I hope that you can accept him as a follower." When Zhou Yixing heard that, it was like music to his ears. His heart trembled with joy, and he felt like he had been struck with the greatest luck in the world. Profound gratitude welled up in his heart, to the point where his knees began to shake. "My lord, many thanks, my lord." He was a true wildlander necromancer, and therefore, felt complete adoration and fervor for the Hell Emperor, more so than Bai Xiaochun would ever be able to comprehend. Therefore, when he heard Bai Xiaochun's words, he simply couldn't remain calm. He knew that if he worked for the Hell Emperor, he would essentially be like an emissary in the world of the living. It was an extremely high honor that would put him very close to the level of the 4 heavenly kings. In fact, from now on, his clan would never again dare to treat him as the crown prince of the clan. That title wouldn't befit someone of his standing. He would be the person his clan relied on, both patriarchs and ordinary clan members alike. Everyone would treat him with the utmost respect. As Zhou Yixing went wild with joy, Song Ke stared with eyes as wide as saucers. In that moment, his confidence and arrogance all faltered, and he suddenly felt like he might collapse mentally. A sensation of disbelief rose up in his heart, and he actually began to wonder if he was hallucinating. "Did you just call the Hell Emperor Hao?" he asked, then turned from Bai Xiaochun to look at Zhou Yixing. "And did you just call him my lord? Is this some sort of mistake? This seems off." He drifted off into speechlessness, grabbing his head in his hands to stop it from spinning. He was feeling so profoundly and utterly shaken that he could hardly take it. Startled, and a bit worried, Bai Xiaochun realized that this was clearly a huge blow to Song Ke, and quickly tried to come up with a way to explain the situation. Despite how excited Zhou Yixing was, Song Kei's words caused a strange expression to appear on his face. Sighing inwardly, he suddenly felt very sorry for Song Kei. Bai Hao felt the same. However, he smiled wryly, turned to Bai Xiaochun, and offered formal greetings with clasped hands. Orders received, master. When it came to who was his emissary in the world of the living, if anyone else had provided the suggestion, Bai Hao would have put a lot of thought into the matter. But since Bai Xiaochun had suggested it be Zhou Yixing, he didn't bother to worry about it. Furthermore, he accepted the instructions from Bai Xiaochun in the same way that he always had in the past. And his response struck Song Kei like zillions of lightning bolts. Did you just call him master? Song Kei wasn't even aware that he was talking. He stood there, staring blankly at Bai Hao, shaking physically and almost forgetting to breathe. No, this has to be a mistake. The world seemed to be spinning around him, as though he had broken through some barrier of incredulity that he hadn't even realized existed. He didn't want to think too deeply about how these three people were connected, but he simply couldn't control his own train of thought. Bai Hao was the only person who Zhou Yixing would call milord, and the fact that Bai Hao had called Bai Xiaochun master made everything even more clear. Bai Xiaochun was Bai Hao's master, and was Zhou Yixing's lord. Song Kei felt like his mind was filled with crashing bolts of lightning, leaving him standing there with a blank look on his face. As for Bai Xiaochun, he couldn't let that happen, so he hurried forward to explain. Calm down, Kei. Let me explain. You. Song Kei pointed at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes turning red. Before Bai Xiaochun could offer any sort of explanation, Song Kei shouted, Bai Xiaochun, tell me the truth. Were you impersonating Bai Hao before? Song Kei was teetering on the verge of madness as the question of Bai Hao's identity pounded at his mind. If it was true that Bai Hao was Bai Xiaochun, and that he had become Bai Xiaochun's pet, and had even stretched his head out to have his hair tousled more deeply by him, then Song Kei's world would surely collapse. Absolutely not, Bai Xiaochun said without a moment of hesitation, shaking his head vigorously. Worried that Song Kei wouldn't believe him, he pointed back at Bai Hao and Zhou Yixing. I'm serious. Ask them. I wasn't impersonating Bai Hao at all. And this is my first time seeing you here in the wildlands. I'm not joking. It's the truth. As he spoke, he didn't blink even a single time, making his words seem very sincere. Panting, Song Kei glared at Bai Xiaochun for a moment, and then turned to look at Bai Hao. Bai Hao blinked a few times. He knew that Bai Xiaochun was Song Kei's uncle, and therefore didn't dare to tell him the truth. He quickly nodded, which caused Song Kei to relax a bit. However, he still wasn't completely convinced, and looked to Zhou Yixing for further confirmation. Zhou Yixing was actually feeling quite stunned himself, although not as much as Song Quebec. Bai Hao's words of orders received were still ringing loudly in his mind. Neither Bai Hao nor Bai Xiaochun had thought very much about that. It was the way Bai Hao usually spoke. But when Zhou Yixing heard it, it filled his heart with pounding waves of shock that threatened to overwhelm him. In fact, he almost wondered if he had been hearing things. Bai Hao was the Hell Emperor. As far as Zhou Yixing was concerned, even if he did accept directions from Bai Xiaochun, there was no need for him to say anything more than, all right, or something like that. Maybe he could even just nod. Never could Zhou Yixing have imagined that Bai Hao would outright say that he would follow orders. In fact, just about anyone in the wildlands who heard that would be stunned. It immediately led Zhou Yixing to the realization that the true overlord of the wildlands was Bai Xiaochun. Zhou Yixing simply couldn't get control of himself at the moment. Therefore, when Song Kei looked over at him and realized that he wasn't saying anything, his heart suddenly began to pound, and he started shaking again. White steam even began to rise from the top of his head. Bai Xiaochun's nervousness mounted. Worried that Song Kei had been offended too deeply and couldn't handle the truth, he glared over at Zhou Yixing. What are you doing, Zhou Yixing? He shouted. I said that I wasn't impersonating Bai Hao, and this is my first time seeing Song Kei in the wildlands. Back me up here. Bai Xiaochun's shout tore Zhou Yixing out of his reverie. He immediately began to nod, and in fact, worried that Song Kei wouldn't believe him, He thumped himself on the chest and loudly said, "I, Zhou hereby swear that my lord never once impersonated by Hao." When Song Ke heard Zhou Yixing's words echoing back and forth, he relaxed some more. His mind was in chaos, and he could hardly think straight. Therefore, the evidence provided by Hao and Zhou Yixing was like a branch extended to a drowning man. He didn't even want to think about the matter too closely. Bai Xiaochun was very relieved to see Song Ke finally calming down a bit. "Ah, Ke-er," he said. "There's no need to get so excited. It's just fate that the two of us have met here in the wildlands. You've grown up quite a bit, Ke-er. Getting worked up like this really isn't good for you. Look, you even have steam coming off the top of your head." Without even thinking about it, he reached out to brush Song Ke's head free of steam. It was exactly the way he had reached out to tousle Song Ke's hair in the past. And Song Ke even reflexively stretched his head forward to meet Bai Xiaochun's hand. However, in that instant, both of them froze. Bai Xiaochun's heart immediately began to pound wildly, and he pulled his hand back. And Song Ke instantly let out a howl that could shake heaven and earth. This feeling, "It's you, Bai Xiaochun. You tricked me. It was you all along." By this point, Song Ke was fully convinced that everything had been an act for his sake. The speed and familiarity with which Bai Xiaochun reached out toward his head had revealed the truth. And the idea of himself being Bai Xiaochun's pet, and that he had reflexively stuck his head out to have his hair tousled, caused masses of white steam to explode from the top of his head. Mind reeling, he let out a howl and then passed out. Stunned, Bai Xiaochun hurried over, pried open his mouth, and shoved a medicinal pill inside. Then he looked over helplessly at Bai Hao and Zhou Yixing. Bai Xiaochun already felt a headache coming on. "It's not my fault. You two helped me figure out what to do." Master, I've already been here for quite a while. I'm pretty sure Senior Gravekeeper is waiting for me. See you later." Bai Hao simply couldn't take any more, and had convinced himself that he had already followed his master's orders. A strange look appeared on his face as he flew toward the underworld river. Zhou Yixing quickly clasped hands to Bai Xiaochun and then followed Bai Hao. The instant he reached the underworld river, both he and Bai Hao began to fade away. As they did, Bai Xiaochun's voice echoed behind them. "Haoer, remember to help me track down the other cultivators who were teleported out into the wildlands." Bai Hao voiced his assent in the moment before vanishing. After watching the two of them rush off, Bai Xiaochun looked back down at the unconscious Song Quebec tousling his hair. He sighed. "Ah, whatever. The child just got too worked up and passed out. That's all. In any case, it's not the first time. Once he wakes up, he'll be fine." After setting up some defensive spell formations around Song Ke, he went back into his immortal's cave and sat down cross-legged. He just needs some time to recover. Now that I have 20-colored flame, it's time to push my cultivation base to the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Without any hesitation, he produced his turtle walk and then sent his nascent soul into it. Then he produced his 20-colored flame, which he looked at for a moment, eyes shining with anticipation. As soon as the flame touched the wok, dazzling golden light shone out, enveloping his nascent soul. Then, a shocking energy of heaven and earth began to pulse. Rumbling sounds could be heard, but quickly passed. At the same time, the golden light faded away, revealing a shining, crystalline nascent soul. The nascent soul looked like Bai Xiaochun in every respect, and pulsed with Heaven Dao fluctuations. This was the great circle of the Heaven Dao nascent soul stage. It was a state of power that could not be compared to anything else in heaven and earth. The air rippled and distorted around the nascent soul as a 10th golden design appeared. Each and every one of the designs on its surface pulsed with shocking magical fluctuations. Furthermore, it was possible to imagine what would happen after the 21-fold spirit enhancement was performed. Those golden designs would merge into a single, violet design. In that moment, something legendary and unheard of would occur. He would become the perfect Deva. The legends say that a 21-fold spirit enhancement on your nascent soul will break you through to the Deva realm. Whether it's true or not, I'm going to try. Eyes flickering with anticipation, he continued, "Once Kair wakes up, we'll leave the wildlands. And since there's no great wall to go through, we'll have to traverse the Deadmire. After that, I need to get familiar with the formula for 21 colored flame and find an opportunity to become a deva." At this point, Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been more filled with excited anticipation. "I'm so close to being a deva." The idea of becoming a deva somehow made the world a more perfect place for Bai Xiaochun. That was especially true when he thought about the fact that the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, a majestic river source sect, only had 5 devas. Any one of those 5 devas could be considered supremely important. They're all almighty figures who live on the blue rainbow. The more he thought about it, the more exciting it seemed. Then he thought back to his time at the Great Wall, and how the Deva Chinhutian had so brazenly screwed him over. "Just wait until I'm back. It won't be long before I'm a deva. And then, it's been decades, but it's still not too late to get my revenge." Chinhutian. Bai Xiaochun felt extraordinary. His time in the wildlands had propelled him toward the very peak of life. As of this moment, it would be very difficult to find very many chosen in heaven and earth who could match up to him. What a lonely feeling! Clasping his hands behind his back, he shook his head and savored the wonderful sensation. Then he swaggered out of his immortal's cave and walked over to the unconscious Song Quebec. Just looking at Song K caused his head to ache. After a bit of thought, he waved his finger, sending a stream of spiritual energy into him. Song K shivered and slowly opened his eyes. At first, his expression was blank, but when he saw Bai Xiaochun, he began to tremble. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his mind began to spin as he recalled everything that had occurred before he had passed out. Bai Xiaochun quickly said, "Let me explain, Kair. However, before he could say anything more, Song K shouted, You! The thought of him having become Bai Xiaochun's pet was the most horrific thing to ever happen in his life. The anger and resentment he felt because of it had him teetering on the verge of completely exploding. Bai Xiaochun's headache worsened. Seeing that Song K was about to erupt, he scrambled to come up with a plan for what to do. Suddenly, his expression flickered. Instead of looking like he was trying to provide an explanation, he seemed somber, even sorrowful. Before Song K could say anything, he spoke with such enormous volume that Song K's madness was stifled. "Song K, I know you refuse to accept this, but why won't you accept it? It's true that I, Bai Xiaochun, have reached incredible heights in the Bloodstream sect, the River-Defying sect, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, the Great Wall, and here in the Wildlands. But you've only seen me in my best moments. Do you know how I got to those moments? I'll tell you. Fudge. The only reason I reached such heights was by sacrifice." This sudden outburst by Bai Xiaochun caught Song K completely off guard. He had never seen Bai Xiaochun acting like this before. "In the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, you people all abandoned me. I had only my own skill and ability to rely on. I started an inn and even got you promoted to the Rainbow District. I didn't owe you anything back then. At the Great Wall, it was my skill with medicinal pills that saw me reach the rank of Major General. Do you think the Deva there was a complete idiot? Do you think the sect is full of fools? Do you think they just randomly allowed me to become a Major General? No. I earned that rank with my success." He swished his sleeve to emphasize his words, and his voice thrummed with intense decisiveness. Despite the fact that Song K was hovering on the verge of madness, he couldn't help but be shaken by Xiaochun's words. "You saw for yourself how many people in the Wildlands want to kill me, right? Do you know how many deadly crises I faced? All of the nobility and aristocracy hate me down to their marrow. I even risked exposing myself to save you. So what if I tousled your hair? What's so wrong with that? I'm not allowed to touch your head or something? I don't qualify? Not only am I your uncle, I have a demigod for a father-in-law. I'm the master of the Hell Emperor. I'm the overlord of the Wildlands. You want to talk status? I'm on the same level as the Celestial. Who out there dares to talk to me about qualifications?" By this point, he was shouting. Song K's face was devoid of blood, and his humiliation and rage were collapsing. Bai Xiaochun's tirade caused him to edge backward, his eyes bloodshot, but his heart pounding as if with thunder. He had to admit that everything Bai Xiaochun had just said was true. Bai Xiaochun didn't owe him anything, and yet had blessed him with good fortune. He had even saved him on multiple occasions. In fact, if it weren't for Bai Xiaochun, Song Ke would either be dead, or at the very least wallowing in abject misery. His refusal to accept the truth came mostly from his own pride. And the fact that he didn't like Bai Xiaochun was because of his own inability to measure up to him. As for the last thing Bai Xiaochun had just said, about qualifications, there was literally nothing Song Ke could say by way of retort. All he could do there was stand there, his chest heaving. When Bai Xiaochun saw that Song Ke had been cowed, he breathed an inward sigh of relief. He really had had no other choice than to say what he had. And the fact that it had worked had him feeling quite pleased with himself. However, he kept that somber expression on his face. You don't have to like me, Song Ke. In fact, just think of me as a mountain that you will overturn one day in the future. Bai Xiaochun will be waiting for you, but before you acquire the proper qualifications, you will behave. With that, he waved his sleeve dramatically. His voice resonated in profoundly domineering fashion, and in fact, he even secretly threw in a bit of energy from the undying emperor's fist. That, coupled with the actual words he had spoken, made him seem like a powerful king or emperor, the type who everyone would respect. His devastating verbal attacks slammed into Song Ke's mind, causing him to back up a few more paces. Trembling, he looked at Bai Xiaochun and suddenly realized that there was a bit of respect rising up in his heart. I'm going to be leaving the wildlands and going back to the river-defying sect, Bai Xiaochun continued. So, Song Ke, do you want to come with me? If not, I won't force you. Snorting coldly, he looked away from Song Ke and began to float slowly up into the air as he waited for a response. Everything I said should work, he thought. AI, what a headache. Oh, Junwan, how truly I care for this nephew of ours. Blinking a few times, he rubbed the bridge of his nose and sighed. As for Song Ke, he stood there on the bank of the underworld river, mixed emotions playing out in his eyes. Finally, he sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, they shone with determination. Sooner or later, I'm going to surpass him. The truth was, even he didn't believe that. However, he was used to saying such things, and it would feel too strange to not say them. Snorting coldly, Song Ke flew up into the air after Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun saw that, he breathed another inward sigh of relief. The truth was that he felt bad about the mistake he had made in reaching out to touch Song Ke's head. Well, I didn't ask him to stick his head out toward me. He did that on his own. Of course, he didn't say that out loud. If he did, Song Ke would likely explode, and he had just worked hard to calm him down. AI. He flies off the handle too easily. Shaking his head, he began to fly off into the distance, Song Ke in tow. The two of them flew along silently for some time, heading toward the location where the eastern and northern sections of the Great Wall had once met. That was the location where they would head back to the river-defying sect. Their pathway home led through the Deadmire. Based on the speed they were capable of, it would only take a few months for them to reach it. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. They didn't see any cities, only rugged and crumbling mountains and sprawling jungles. There were few soul cultivators, and only the occasional tribe of savage giants. Bai Xiaochun was already beginning to sigh at how quietly he was making his departure. It was almost as if no one cared about him. Ah, whatever. Keeping a low profile is always the best thing to do. Sighing again, he looked off at a distant mountain range. According to the map he had, after passing through those mountains, they would be on the very border of the wildlands. However, even as he was preparing to lead Song Ke in that direction, he stopped in place. Song Ke, whose expression had been very grim during the last 2 months, suddenly looked off in a certain direction, his pupils constricting. At this point, the two of them realized that, standing right there at the peak of one of the nearby mountains, was a woman. She had long hair and a red robe, and was as beautiful and elegant as an immortal. She was none other than Mistress Red Dust, Zhou Zimo. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw Mistress Red Dust, his heart began to pound, and he scowled. Of all the people he feared in the wildlands, Mistress Red Dust was at the top of the list. Furthermore, thanks to the giant Ghost King playing matchmaker between the two of them, things were even more complicated. At first, he had found the whole thing to be a bit exciting. But after everything that happened with Gongsun Wan'er, and afterward, matters with Mistress Red Dust came to be a big headache. He wasn't even sure how he should act around her. On the one hand, he felt like he should attack her. It wasn't as if she were a match for him in combat. But on the other hand, he felt like he couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. I'm trying to leave, and Zhou Zimo is actually blocking my path. His initial reaction was to just flee. In fact, as soon as that idea popped into his head, he found it impossible to get rid of. Kair, this person isn't up to any good. She's probably here to try to capture you. Let's skirt around her. With that, he turned and headed off in a different direction. Inside, Song Ke was sneering in ridicule. After all, he knew about some of the things that had gone on between Mistress Red Dust and Bai Xiaochun. However, he didn't say anything and even slowed down a bit. He didn't want to get involved. Mistress Red Dust stood atop the mountain, looking coldly at Bai Xiaochun, complex emotions in her eyes. She wasn't any more certain of how to view things between herself and Bai Xiaochun than he was. Everything that had gone on had her feeling very confused. She also knew that she shouldn't have come here, and yet here she was. Then, she saw him looking at her with a scowl, and an indescribable fire began to burn inside of her. Moments later, she realized that he wasn't even going to come talk with her. Instead, he turned and headed in a different direction. Her anger erupted. "Bai Xiaochun!" she screamed, her voice echoing like a clap of thunder. In response, Bai Xiaochun shivered and picked up speed. As for Song Ke, he backed up. Mistress Red Dust became a beam of red light that shot off of the mountain toward Bai Xiaochun, indescribable rage filling her as she whistled through the air. Then she waved her right index finger in Bai Xiaochun's direction, causing the sky to turn red as her will filled the area, locking everything down. Bai Xiaochun frowned, but didn't slow down in the slightest. The air around him shattered as the power of a deva descended. And yet, it could do nothing to hinder him. In the past, it would have required him to rely on some divine abilities to get away. But now, he was in the great circle of the nascent soul stage, and was fully capable of fighting someone in the early Deva realm. In fact, he could even fight someone in the mid-Deva realm if he used his most powerful divine abilities. As soon as Bai Xiaochun blasted through the barrier of Deva power, Mistress Red Dust's eyes shone with cold light, and she performed an incantation gesture, causing the power of her Red Dust Violet Road technique to appear. It was a consummate divine ability, a giant ghost secret magic that she had previously used to seal Gongsun Wan'er. Instantly, a miniature version of Giant Ghost City appeared around Bai Xiaochun, stifling his aura and preparing to seal him. Bai Xiaochun's face fell. He knew that this magical technique was a trump card of Mistress Red Dust's, and that it required a significant wastage of longevity. It was a hexing magic that most ordinary devas would never have access to. "Are you crazy or something, Zhou Zimo?" he shouted angrily. In response, Mistress Red Dust picked up speed. As she closed in, her hand flashed with an incantation gesture, causing the sealing powers of Red Dust Violet Road to grow stronger. Rumbling sounds could be heard as an immense gravitational force sprang up around him. The truth was that he had no desire at all to tangle with Mistress Red Dust. "Just what do you think you're going to accomplish, Zhou Zimo? Do you really think I'm scared of you or something?" Even as the gravitational force gripped him, he spun in place and began to grow larger. At the same time, countless rocks began to fly in his direction as he transformed into a stone golem. It was none other than the living mountain incantation. He launched into motion, his fleshly body power bursting out. This was the great circle of the undying bones, which surpassed the nascent soul stage, and was similar to a deva. As soon as he attacked the Red Dust Violet Road illusion, it shattered, completely decimated by his fleshly body power. You owe me an explanation, Bai Xiaochun, Zhou Zimo yelled. Not pausing for even a moment, she performed an incantation gesture and spat out a mouthful of blood, which transformed into 10 blood-colored spears. Then, the 10 spears became streaks of red light that swirled through the air at top speed toward Bai Xiaochun. Seeing the dangerous situation caused Bai Xiaochun to sigh, he waved his hands out in front of him, causing the stones surrounding him to explode outward, and then speed to meet the 10 blood-red spears. The instant they met, a boom echoed out, and the spears were sent spinning off to the side. Bai Xiaochun was now in the open, and instead of fleeing, he blurred into motion, shooting directly toward Mistress Red Dust, hand clenched in a fist. Can you just not flip out? He yelled as his fist strike landed. A boom rang out as Mistress Red Dust was shoved backward several paces. When she came to a stop, her expression looked more complex than ever. Bai Xiaochun's progress was shocking. Although she had not attacked with full force right now, it was obvious that Bai Xiaochun hadn't either. The complexity of her emotions deepened as she apparently remembered something important. Phoenix-like eyes radiating rage, she looked at him and coldly said, I'm not flipping out. We're engaged. Remember? My father arranged it. Maybe you can just up and leave, but what do I do then? And what does my father do? Look at you. I didn't even say a single word to you, and you upped and ran? Are you even a man? Bai Xiaochun? Bai Xiaochun's headache grew more intense as he rushed to offer an explanation. Listen, Zimo. You're a beautiful, outstanding girl. You can definitely find another Taoist partner better than me. And as for my old pal Giant Ghost, this was all just a misunderstanding. The old man will definitely understand. Look, I wasn't running away from you. I'm just in a hurry to get home. Oh, and yeah, I'm definitely a man. Before he could say anything else, Mistress Red Dust exploded again. Bai Xiaochun, do you really not get it? Or are just pretending to be thick? Well, everybody in the Archemperor dynasty thinks that my Taoist partner is your apprentice, Bai Hao. And that means they think I'm an empress. Everybody's watching me. What do you want me to do? Marry your apprentice? Mistress Red Dust was very angry, and therefore, her shouting echoed out very loudly in all directions. Some distance away, Song Ke had been watching the two of them fight. Although he had been aware that Bai Xiaochun was strong, to see it with his own eyes left him shaken. And then he heard what Mistress Red Dust just said, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He even started to get a bit excited. Bai Xiaochun, Bai Xiaochun. You've had this coming for a long time. With that, he simply stood there watching the fireworks. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was standing there, feeling a bit taken aback. The truth was that he hadn't put much thought into the matter that Mistress Red Dust had just brought up, and everything she had just said made sense, leaving him feeling more than a bit awkward. Zimo, As soon as the words left his mouth, Mistress Red Dust flicked her sleeve, gritted her teeth and said, You either stay here in the wildlands and take my hand in marriage, or you give me a damn good explanation. Feeling very much in the wrong, and very embarrassed, Bai Xiaochun promptly tried to calm her down. Zimo, just calm down. I swear that I'll come back. Really? Don't worry. I'll definitely return. Worried that she might not believe him, he thumped himself loudly on the chest to emphasize his words. However, both his wording and his gesture seemed a bit too exaggerated. Mistress Red Dust immediately realized that he was just putting on a show, and it caused the rage in her heart to slip out of control. Bai Xiaochun, she said through gritted teeth. Then she burst into motion, unleashing all of the power she could muster to attack him. The will of a deva spread out into the area, causing Song Ke to gasp and back up further. Bai Xiaochun let out a yelp as he retreated. On any other occasion he would fight back, but right now he actually felt very guilty, and simply couldn't retaliate. All he could do was dodge left and right and throw out some more explanations. Zimo, you need to listen to me. I'll come back, really? You have to trust me. No amount of explanation on the part of Bai Xiaochun could resolve the situation. Mistress Red Dust refused to believe anything he said. As she attacked and he evaded, They got closer and closer to the distant mountains. Song Ke watched them go, his heart quivering in both fear and excitement. To see Bai Xiaochun in a predicament like this significantly reduced some of the frustration and humiliation that had been festering there. Although he was interested in getting closer to see what exactly was happening, Mistress Red Dust was on a rampage, and she was a deva. Song Ke knew that his own cultivation base wasn't high enough to get close safely. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he decided to stay put. Before long, Bai Xiaochun and Mistress Red Dust vanished into the mountains. That particular stretch of mountains was covered with a lush jungle. Currently, booms rang out in the jungle, as well as flashes of bright red light, as Bai Xiaochun fled pell-mell. Each and every beam of red light that Mistress Red Dust launched was powerful enough to severely injure an ordinary cultivator in the great circle of the nascent soul stage. But Bai Xiaochun had immense fleshly body power. Therefore, the attacks that hit him didn't do very much other than destroy portions of his clothes. Before long, he was looking very bedraggled. "Don't be like this, Zimo," he cried anxiously. Seeing that nothing she did was having any effect, she snorted coldly and then spat out some more magical blood, summoning a host of spears that she sent flying in his direction. As the spears flew through the air, they interlocked, creating something like a net of blood. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun fled at top speed. The danger had suppressed the guilt that he felt, and his anger was starting to burn. It was at this point that Mistress Red Dust performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the numerous blood spears to accelerate rapidly toward him. Enraged, Bai Xiaochun unleashed a fist strike with his right hand, causing a tempest to spring out and destroy more than half of the spears. However, a portion made it through and slammed into him. Shaking physically, he fell back several paces. Although he wasn't seriously injured, his clothing couldn't stand up to the force, and was mostly destroyed. Some of the blood spears even stabbed into his bag of holding. A boom could be heard as his bag of holding was torn open, allowing countless objects to spill out from inside. There was multicolored flame, countless soul-hoarding pagodas, and boxes of soul medicine, plus a variety of medicinal pill bottles, pill furnaces, medicinal pills, command medallions, and hosts of other magical items. All in all, there were tens of thousands of items. "This is ridiculous," Zhou Zimo. Waving his sleeve angrily, he began to pull back all the items that had fallen out of his bag of holding. Mistress Red Dust seemed to be on the verge of running out of breath. She knew that she had gone a bit too far, but was too thin-skinned. But to hear Bai Xiaochun insult her the way he had, and the thought of all the bitterness of her recent days, made it impossible for her to calm down. "Is all that crappy stuff important to you?" Snorting coldly, she waved her sleeve at some of the miscellaneous items that he hadn't collected up yet. Instantly, some of the weaker medicinal pills exploded. "My medicinal pills!" he shouted angrily, gritting his teeth. Why you?" Seeing him reacting in this way was exactly what Mistress Red Dust wanted. Without paying much attention, she reached out and grabbed a random pink medicinal pill. Considering she had no skill in the Tao of medicine, she had no idea what kind of pill it was. However, Bai Xiaochun recognized it immediately, and it caused his eyes to go wide. Gasping and having no time to worry about the medicinal pills which had just been destroyed, he immediately shouted out, his voice rising a few octaves past normal. "Zimo, you need to be very, very careful. Do not crush that pill. If you do, something really bad could happen." Tears threatened to leak out of Bai Xiaochun's eyes. After all, the pill that Mistress Red Dust had picked up was none other than an aphrodisiac pill. Bai Xiaochun had drawn deeply on his stockpile of aphrodisiac pill during his time in the wildlands, and didn't have very many left. And yet, somehow Mistress Red Dust had managed to grab one of them. It was a very weak pill. The slightest pressure would cause it to explode, sending a pink mist out that would affect anything it touched. It was a fact Bai Xiaochun was very well aware of. Based on his experiences in the prisons of the wildlands, he knew that virtually no one could resist that power. Instantly, his heart began to pound. Mistress Red Dust was taken aback by his reaction and his words. Looking down, she saw what appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary medicinal pill. The moment Mistress Red Dust looked down, Bai Xiaochun anxiously opened his third eye. When the power of his heaven-span Dharma eye erupted out, he immediately used it to wrest control of Mistress Red Dust's movements. Without the slightest hesitation, he shot forward, using all of the power of his cultivation base and fleshly body. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Mistress Red Dust, reaching out to grab the aphrodisiac pill. However, a gleam passed through Mistress Red Dust's eyes as she slipped out of the control of his heaven-span Dharma eye. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun was trying to grab the pill, Mistress Red Dust immediately began to draw her hand back. However, it was in that moment that their two hands collided. "No!" Bai Xiaochun screamed. He had been too late to retract his own hand, and when he saw it slam into Mistress Red Dust's, his eyes went wide, and his mind began to spin. As for the aphrodisiac pill, it burst open. "I'm finished. Kaput!" He wailed inwardly as he lurched backward. However, no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't avoid the pink mist which spread out to envelop both he and Mistress Red Dust. Bitterness filled his heart, but no amount of screaming could do anything about what was happening. In fact, a moment later, he began to pant. As for Mistress Red Dust, her face fell. She wasn't sure what medicinal pill she had been holding, and did everything she could to avoid breathing in the pink mist. However, there was some strange property to the mist that allowed it to be absorbed through the skin. Almost immediately, a flush covered her face. She began to pant, and her eyes opened wide, revealing an expression of terror as she suddenly thought back to the things Bai Xiaochun had done at the Great Wall. "What pill was that?" she shrieked, immediately backing away. However, as she moved, she began to tremble. She had been at the epicenter of the pill explosion, and the mist had instantly been absorbed through the palm of her hand. She suddenly staggered in place as the mist continued to spread out, enveloping her, causing her mind to spin. At the same time, an uncontrollable heat rose up within her. Bai Xiaochun was also in the mist, breathing heavily, struggling against its effects. His bag of holding did not contain an antidote to the aphrodisiac pill, but he did have some broad-spectrum neutralization pills. Unfortunately, his bag of holding had exploded, and he hadn't had the time to gather everything back. Flying toward the edge of the mist, he began to search frantically for the specific medicinal pills. Unfortunately, the aphrodisiac pill was simply too powerful. A wave of dizziness hit him, along with a powerful heat inside his body. He was halfway out of the mist by now, and could see a neutralization pill over in the nearby bushes. However, that was when a hand reached out and grabbed his tattered clothing. Moments before, that hand had been as white as jade, but now it was flush from heat. Even as Bai Xiaochun screamed, the hand dragged him back into the mist. "No! AI! Don't rip my clothes off. This is my first time. Be more gentle. It hurts." Hair-raising screams escaped Bai Xiaochun's lips, as though he were experiencing the most dangerous of crises. Time passed. The pink mist lasted for a few hours. When it finally began to dissipate, the first person to become visible was Mistress Red Dust. Her face was flushed, and a slight frown could be seen on her face. She seemed out of sorts, with mixed emotions in her eyes. After a moment, she looked over her shoulder at the fading pink mist, and then stamped her foot. That prompted a slight hiss of what might have been pain to escape her lips. Then, looking a bit shy, she turned into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. An incense stick's worth of time passed, whereupon the mist faded completely away, revealing a scene of complete chaos. Bai Xiaochun lay propped up against the trunk of a tree, staring listlessly into the sky, his face occasionally twitching. "So rough," he murmured, wishing he could cry, but finding no tears to do so. A moment passed, and he began to gather his clothing. "She definitely did that on purpose. Well, that's what I get for being so outstanding. I can't believe I actually awakened the beast within her. She even went so far as to use an aphrodisiac pill against me. At this point within his bitterness, he finally began to feel a bit pleased with himself. Then he thought about the enchanting scene which had just played out, and his heart actually began to beat a bit faster. Ah, whatever. I guess that will have to count as the explanation Joe Zimo asked for. Sighing, he began to collect all of his scattered items from the jungle around him. Then he got a new robe from his bag of holding, and made his way off. Those aphrodisiac pills are really too dangerous. This was his first time experiencing the aphrodisiac pill which he himself had created. Normally, he gave the pill to others to consume, but having done so himself now, he finally understood how terrifying it was. At the same time, his admiration for Zhou Yixing grew. I guess Yixing is more formidable than me in this area. Despite consuming multiple pills back then, he still kept himself under control when I put that pig beast in front of him. After flying out of the jungle, he tracked down Song Ke, who had been waiting nearby. When Song Ke saw the flush on his face, and the wry expression he wore, he wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Of course, he knew it must have had something to do with Mistress Red Dust. And based on the way Bai Xiaochun looked, it didn't seem likely that anything good had happened to him. And thus it was that Bai Xiaochun and Song Ke flew through the mountains, drawing ever closer to the Deadmire. Another half a month went by, and they were in a very remote locale. Although they saw the occasional soul cultivator, the mere cultivation-based fluctuations rolling off of them caused any such people to immediately flee. There were only a few savage tribes, who immediately dropped down to offer obeisance when they saw Bai Xiaochun and Song Ke flying through the air. These remote border regions were actually where most savages' tribes originated. Song Ke even saw a few tribes that were clearly matriarchal in nature. The women of the tribe were extraordinarily ferocious and mighty, and also physically large. It was Song Ke's first time being in such a place and seeing things like this, and his gaze often lingered on the stunning things he was seeing. As for the savages, they viewed Bai Xiaochun and Song Ke almost like gods. Before long, Song Ke realized that Bai Xiaochun seemed to be lost in a daze most of the time. In his curiosity, he couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Obviously, only Bai Xiaochun had returned from the fight with Mistress Red Dust. Don't tell me he actually killed her? The mere thought struck him with fear, but he didn't dare to ask any further questions. The only thing he could do was be more on guard in case there were repercussions. And thus they proceeded onward, Bai Xiaochun in a daze, and Song Ke on full alert. At one point when they were roughly 4 or 5 days away from the Deadmire, Bai Xiaochun suddenly stopped in place. Then, his blank expression turned into a curious one as he looked off toward a savage tribe located at the foot of a nearby mountain. It was a small, matriarchal tribe. Whether it came to the warriors in the tribe or the other important people, they were all women. The men seemed weak, and were apparently kept only for reproductive purposes. The tribe wasn't very populous either. There were less than 100 members, 90% of whom were women. The men all seemed gaunt and weak. Although they were big-boned like most savages, they seemed listless and exhausted. Most of them were gathered in one location in the tribal lands, where they lay quietly, occasionally chatting with each other. Some distance away from them was a stack of hay bales. Leaning up against them was a man who was clearly not a savage. He looked more like a soul cultivator. However, he was clad in a grass skirt, and was incredibly weak, little more than skin and bones. He clearly hadn't bathed in some time, and lay there staring at the sky with listless eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. As soon as Bai Xiaochun caught sight of him, his jaw dropped. Kair? Does something seem familiar about his aura? Surprised, Song Ke sent his divine sense out to check, after which his eyes went wide. Master God Diviner! Song Ke gasped in incredulity. Although Bai Xiaochun had asked Bai Hao to help track down the other heavenspan cultivators who had been teleported into the wildlands, the truth was that Bai Hao had only just succeeded as the Hell Emperor and could not fully wield the powers of the underworld river. Tracking down all those cultivators was not something he could easily do in a short time. It really is Master God Diviner, Bai Xiaochun said, smiling. He immediately flew over to the tribe, followed closely by Song Quebec. Within moments, they were in the air over the tribe. Of course, the savages were immediately thrown into a frenzy. They all scrambled to offer obeisance as if to gods, including the many burly and rather ugly females. It was an interesting and unique tribe, but it didn't take long for Bai Xiaochun to identify one female savage as the leader. Based on the fluctuations rolling off of her, she was comparable to the core formation stage. When Master God Diviner's previously listless eyes came to rest on Bai Xiaochun and Song Ke, a tremor ran through him, and his eyes widened. Seemingly worried that he might be hallucinating or dreaming, he rubbed his eyes, then looked back. At that point, he leapt to his feet. Song Ke, Bai Xiaochun. His voice quavered, and he was clearly too excited to control himself. Tears began to stream down his cheeks as he cried out in a hoarse voice. Save me! Save me! The savages were shocked, and Bai Xiaochun was delighted. Waving his hand, he caused Master God Diviner to fly up into the air. As for the savages, they trembled in reverence, and didn't dare to do anything to hinder him. You're finally here. I almost went crazy. Heavens, is this really happening? I divined some time ago that people would come to rescue me. I've been waiting for years and years. I thought I wouldn't be able to hold out until you got here. More tears of excitement welled up in Master God Diviner's eyes as he chattered on. Close up, it was possible to see how terrifyingly gaunt he had become, to the point where bones were visible everywhere beneath his skin. Bai Xiaochun was deeply shaken by the condition Master God Diviner was in. As for Song Ke, considering that he and Master God Diviner were both from the bloodstream division, his face turned particularly grim. Then he turned toward the savages, and seemed about to take action, when Master God Diviner hurriedly got in his way. Let them be. Many of them are my own blood. Years ago, when Master God Diviner had been teleported into the wildlands, he had been so severely injured that his cultivation base had dropped to the chi condensation level. Then this matriarchal tribe captured him, and the leader laid a restrictive spell onto him, making it impossible for his cultivation base to recover. Furthermore, because he was a cultivator, they viewed him with great importance and made him a reproductive slave of the tribe. He had worked so hard at his job that he was slowly drained empty and driven to despair. It was made worse by the fact that the savage women were extremely ugly and very rough. At the same time, the savage men were extremely jealous of him. Master God Diviner had a hard time not collapsing mentally. If it weren't for the fact that he had divined that someone would come and save him, he might have killed himself. And it was finally here on this day that he saw Bai Xiaochun and Song Ke again, both of whom were clearly doing much better than him. Song Ke's jaw dropped in response to what Master God Diviner had just said, and soon, feelings of sympathy rose up within him. As for Bai Xiaochun, he suddenly realized that compared to Master God Diviner, he didn't have it very bad at all. When it came to being forced, nobody could match what Master God Diviner had dealt with. I understand, Master Snort, Bai Xiaochun said. Sighing in compassion, he clasped Master God Diviner's gaunt shoulder. End of Book 5. The Peak of Life Book 6. The strongest Deva Bai Xiaochun felt great compassion for the gaunt and bedraggled Master God Diviner. At the same time, he couldn't help but compare Mistress Red Dust with the female savages of this matriarchal tribe. When he did that, he suddenly felt blessed. Of course, he didn't show that on his face. Instead, his compassion grew more obvious. And thus, he took Song Ke and Master God Diviner and left the tribe. By means of medicinal pills, Bai Xiaochun helped Master God Diviner remove the restrictive spell that had been placed on him, and helped him recover from his injured and weakened state. Gradually, the color returned to his face, and more importantly, excitement filled his heart because of his escape from calamity. It was as if new life had been breathed into him. He was in a wonderful mood, to the point where the sky even seemed bluer than normal, and the sunshine brighter. Everything was going well. However, that good mood only lasted for a few hours. After the group of three was a short distance away from the matriarchal tribe, Bai Xiaochun began to talk. Master God Diviner, you really ended up in a rough situation. Before running into you, I thought that Kair had it worst. Who would have thought that you? As he sighed, Song Ke snorted coldly in his heart, convinced that Bai Xiaochun was preparing to show off to Master God Diviner. And that was exactly right. However, even after the hours which had passed, it was to Bai Xiaochun's irritation that Master God Diviner didn't ask any questions about how he had fared in the wildlands. His heart itched with the sensation of having his exploits unlauded, and he was starting to get jumpy in the hopes that Master God Diviner would make some inquiries. A strange expression appeared on Master God Diviner's face. It had been many years since he had been around Bai Xiaochun, but he knew him well. Furthermore, although he hadn't looked closely at the cultivation bases of Bai Xiaochun and Song Ke earlier, when he did now, he was shocked at their progress. Then he thought about all of the events which had played out back in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect and the Great Wall, and at that point he decided to change the subject. Don't worry about me. I'll recover fine after I do a bit of cultivation. With that, he laughed heartily and rotated his cultivation base a bit. Bai Xiaochun was less than pleased at Master God Diviner's complete lack of loyalty. All Bai Xiaochun wanted was to show off a bit, and yet the man wasn't cooperating at all. That made him suddenly think about Su Baokai. Su Baokai would definitely have cooperated. Song Ke, on the other hand, was very pleased with how Bai Xiaochun was reacting. Time passed, and the three of them got closer and closer to the Deadmire. Eventually, when they were only a day away, Master God Diviner, who still had not given Bai Xiaochun any chances to revel in glory, finally couldn't hold back from asking a certain question. Where exactly are we going? The question caused Song Ke's heart to thump, and he was just about to jump in to provide the answer when Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Leaping to his feet, he loudly said, "We're going to the Deadmire. That's the way back to the river-defying sect. Have you heard of the Deadmire? It's super dangerous. Devis won't even step inside a single pace, let alone nascent soul experts." The Deadmire? Master God Diviner said, his eyes widening. He had indeed heard of the Deadmire, and knew that what Bai Xiaochun had said was no exaggeration. According to what he had heard, not even demigods would dare to set foot inside. It was a forbidden region where life did not exist. "Why don't we just go to the Great Wall?" Master God Diviner asked, swallowing hard. Although he had divined that he would be saved, he hadn't come up with any information regarding what would happen afterward. After escaping the greatest calamity of his entire life, he couldn't help but worry about his fate. Off to the side, Song Ke sighed. He knew that nobody would be able to stop Bai Xiaochun from showing off now. And he was right. As soon as the second question left Master God Diviner's mouth, Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to shine even more brightly. "Ha ha ha! So you have heard of it. All right, Master God Diviner, listen up while I explain." Feeling very pleased with himself, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a command medallion. At this point, Master God Diviner's eyes went a bit blank as he realized that he had given Bai Xiaochun the opportunity he had been looking for. "See this? With this command medallion, we can get through the Deadmire easily and safely." Bai Xiaochun waved the command medallion in front of Master God Diviner's face, his eyebrows jumping up and down with excitement. "I know what you're wondering. What kind of command medallion is this? And how did I get it? Well, it's a long story, but we have plenty of time. I'll explain everything in detail. It all started back when we were teleported here into the wildlands." Bai Xiaochun spent most of the following day recounting his adventures in great detail, putting special emphasis on the status and position he had attained. At first, Master God Diviner sighed in regret. However, by the time it got to the part where Bai Xiaochun kidnapped the demigod giant Ghost King, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. And eventually, he came to realize that the giant Ghost King kidnapping was like nothing compared to the rest of the story. "Did you just say that you kidnapped all of the chosen in the wildlands? And the giant Ghost King gave you Mistress Red Dust's hand in marriage? You actually became the inspections commissioner of the Archemperor dynasty? And performed countless shakedowns? You helped the Grand Heaven Master enact a proclamation of universal grace? You're an earthly necromancer? Heavens, you're not kidding about this, are you? Your apprentice is the Hell Emperor?" Master God Diviner was thoroughly shaken, and could hardly believe what he was hearing. The story was so unbelievable it was almost like a fairy tale. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with the look in Master God Diviner's eyes. At this point, he finally felt he could leave the wildlands without any regret in his heart. However, he also decided it would be better to err on the side of modesty. Yeah, I did okay. Actually, I wasn't even trying very hard. Swishing his sleeve, he stuck his chin up and said, "You know I can reduce most things to ashes with the swish of a sleeve. It's not the first time." To Master God Diviner, it felt like thunder crashing in his ears, and the truth was he didn't really believe it. But then he noticed the unsightly expression on Song Kei's face, and how he wasn't saying anything at all. At that point, Master God Diviner's heart was struck by great waves of shock. That was especially true considering the final part of the story regarding Bai Xiaochun's apprentice being the Hell Emperor. It was to Master God Diviner's grief and shock that he realized the cruel truth. Bai Xiaochun really did rock all creation wherever he went. In the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, he formed a powerful underworld organization. At the Great Wall, he fought his way to the coveted rank of Major General. And in the Wildlands, he shockingly ended up as the Master of the Hell Emperor. Master God Diviner almost couldn't wrap his mind around it all. Even just one of the things Bai Xiaochun had done would be enough to shake anyone to the core, let alone all of them together. It was roughly evening when the group of three, including the dazed Master God Diviner, arrived at the location where the Heavenspan River region's northern and eastern Great Walls had once met. This was the entrance to a land devoid of life. It was actually a towering and winding mountain range that, upon being entered, led to a location no one had ever been to. The Deadmire. As soon as they caught sight of the mountains, Bai Xiaochun patted his bag of holding, confident that the gravekeeper had been telling the truth. Gritting his teeth, he flew into the mountains. Song Kei took a deep breath. He didn't particularly feel like going into the Deadmire, but knew he had no choice. The Great Wall had collapsed, and the Celestial had sealed the area, making passage back to the Heavenspan region that way impossible. If they didn't go through the Deadmire, it would be impossible to say how long they would have to wait to get home. Eyes flickering with determination, Song Kei followed by Xiaochun. Master God Diviner shook off his daze, and as he did, his eyes were filled with awe and veneration. To him, Bai Xiaochun actually seemed like a god. As of this moment, he was far more confident in Bai Xiaochun's ability to traverse the Deadmire than Song Kei was, and therefore, it was without hesitation that he followed along. There were many stories and opinions about how the Heavenspan Realm's Deadmire had been formed. No consensus had ever been reached, and it was entirely likely that only a handful of people in the entire world knew the truth about its origin. For one thing, it was an enigma as to why any living being that entered the area would die. Neither devas nor demigods who entered the Deadmire ever came back. That much was confirmed fact. Although there were people who had taken an interest in the Deadmire, and devised certain ways to study it, the only thing that they came to find out was that it was filled with a white sea. It was a sea composed not of water, but bones. From the peaks of the mountains that bordered the Deadmire itself, all one could see was vast, endless fog. Beneath the fog was an endless stretch of white bones that looked almost like a sea of water. There were human bones and beast bones, although in general it was difficult to distinguish exactly what types of bones there were. Furthermore, the entire area was deathly quiet, and filled with a palpable rancor. No living beings existed, no sound existed, and the silence was terrifying. Many of the legends regarding the Deadmire involved some war of epic proportions that was fought even before the world came to exist. Supposedly, the battlefield upon which that war had been fought eventually came to be the Sea of Bones that was the Deadmire. There were actually 4 Deadmires in the world, and they were all the same. In the Deadmire that existed on the border between east and north, it was possible to see 3 figures. The first was Bai Xiaochun, who trembled in fear and anxiety as he walked across the bones. The crunching sounds that came with each step broke the silence, echoing out in bizarre and eerie fashion. Despite his confidence in the gravekeeper, Bai Xiaochun was still terrified, and gripped his command medallion until his hands were white. Following behind him were Song Ke and Master God Diviner, both of whom trembled in anxiety. Thankfully, as soon as they had stepped into the deadmire itself, the command medallion had lit up like a candle, sending light out for dozens of meters in all directions and pushing the fog away from them. That had eased their fear to some extent. As they walked along, the odd crunching of their footsteps echoed out constantly. Considering that they were new to this place, they didn't dare to attempt flying and moved along on foot, casting vigilant glances around them as they went. Because of the thick fog, it seemed to Bai Xiaochun and his companions that they were walking along through the dead of night, with their small, lit area making them very conspicuous. Bai Xiaochun's face was ashen as he crunched along. Based on what he could tell so far, there really were no living things in the deadmire. 3 days passed. Although they weren't flying, they still moved along quickly. By this point, Song Ke seemed used to the crunching of the bones and the stifling pressure of the fog and darkness. His expression was actually somewhat calm. Master God Diviner also seemed to be doing well. Bai Xiaochun was the only one who was on full alert. Song Ke couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart at Bai Xiaochun's anxiety. It also seemed to fuel his own bravery, and he began to stomp his feet down a bit louder. However, Bai Xiaochun was not pleased with that. Master God Diviner also happened to feel that his actions were a bit extreme, and quickly said, "Keep it down, Song Ke." Song Ke snorted, and was just about to offer a retort when, all of a sudden, the hypervigilant Bai Xiaochun blurted, "Did you guys hear that?" Song Ke stopped walking, as did Master God Diviner. Everyone focused on listening, and although they couldn't hear anything at first, it only took a moment for both of their faces to fall. Somewhere off in the fog, there was singing? It sounded like a woman. However, she was apparently so far away that they couldn't quite make out what she was singing. Regardless, the mere presence of the singing caused Bai Xiaochun's face to drain of blood. No way. There's no way that Gongsun Wan'er could have fled to this place. Is there? However, as the singing continued, he realized that it didn't actually sound like Gongsun Wan'er. Song Ke and Master God Diviner looked around nervously, trying to identify the direction the singing was coming from. After a moment, Master God Diviner's eyes widened, and he pointed in a certain direction. There! Bai Xiaochun and Song Ke immediately turned to look in that direction, which was when they saw countless corpses. These corpses were not just bones laying around among the other bones, they were walking upright. There were thousands upon thousands of them, bent at the waist, black ropes strung over their shoulders, making them look almost like boatmen pulling a huge galleon. Behind the more than 10,000 human-sized corpses were more than 1,000 corpses of giants. All of them had black ropes strung over their shoulders too, and were tugging them along. However, there was more. Behind the 1,000 giants were more than 100 beast corpses, each one more than 3,000 meters tall. All of the beasts looked different. Shockingly, in the very back there were 3 bone dragons. To the astonishment of all 3 cultivators, what next appeared before their eyes, right behind the 3 bone dragons, was a massive galleon, fully 30,000 meters in length, and crafted entirely of bone. The galleon was pitch black, and in very bad condition, with tattered flags attached to dilapidated flagpoles. However, despite its condition, it still radiated a shocking energy. Strangely, despite the fact that the corpses were pulling the galleon across the surface of the sea of bones, no resulting sound could be heard. The entire deadmire was still completely quiet, with the exception of the sound of singing coming from within the galleon itself. Bai Xiaochun was already trembling with intense fear and had begun to back up. "Something's off here," he said nervously, his face pale white. "What's a warship like this doing in the deadmire? And what are all those corpses pulling it for? This is terrifying. Why don't we go back? I think maybe the Great Wall is a better idea after all." However, even as words left his mouth, the enormous galleon suddenly vanished. The corpses went with it, and even the singing was gone, as if it had never existed to begin with. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. Song Ke and Master God Diviner were also frightened. There was something very strange about it all. As for Song Ke, when he looked over at Bai Xiaochun and saw how scared he was, his own fear vanished. Snorting derisively, he said, "The dead mire is supposed to be strange. What's so scary about some boat? It was just an illusion, that's all. Just ignore it and it goes away." "What? Bai Xiaochun, are you scared or something?" When Bai Xiaochun heard that, he glared back. "Me? Scared of ghosts?" He swished his sleeve. "I'm virtually a heavenly necromancer, and the most important ghost in the world is my apprentice. Why would I be afraid of ghosts? Are you kidding me?" Song Ke chuckled coldly, but didn't say anything else. Grabbing Master God Diviner, he continued on the way they had originally been heading. Master God Diviner looked back and forth between Song Ke and Bai Xiaochun, but did nothing more than smile wryly and follow Song Ke. Maybe it really was an illusion, Bai Xiaochun thought, feeling a bit embarrassed. How could he have ever guessed that a galleon like that would appear so randomly, and then just vanish? Rubbing his nose, he reminded himself that he outranked Song Ke, and therefore needed to watch out for him. Sighing, he hurried along after the other two so that they would remain in the protective perimeter created by his command medallion. An entire month flew by, during which time the strange galleon never appeared again. Gradually, Bai Xiaochun was starting to calm down. At the same time, the group began to pick up speed. However, only a few days after that, their faces all fell when they yet again heard the sound of a woman singing. This time, the song was much clearer. In fact, they could hear the lyrics clearly. It was a strange song, the type that could not be forgotten once heard. It told the story of a mother whose arm was eaten by her own child. The song and its lyrics caused Bai Xiaochun's hair to stand on end. Song Ke and Master God Diviner were visibly shaken. That was when the enormous bone galleon appeared again, and this time it was much closer to them. It was only about 1,500 meters away, allowing them to see it very clearly. Even as they stared, reeling in shock, the singing ended, and the galleon vanished. This time, Song Ke didn't offer any cold snorts. Even his face was a bit paler than usual. The group of three exchanged glances, and clearly, they were all convinced that something very strange was going on. The first time they had seen the boat, it had vanished roughly 3,000 meters away from them. The second time, it was only 1,500 meters away. None of them dared to ponder how close it would get the third time. By now, it would take a full month to retrace their steps, and furthermore, they had no way to guarantee that something might not happen on the way back. According to the map of the Deadmire Bai Xiaochun had, it would only take them a total of about 3 months to cross. That meant that they were very close to being at the halfway point. Finally, Song Ke gritted his teeth and said, "That ship showed up twice in a month. If we pick up some speed, we can probably make it out of here before it comes again." In response, Master God Diviner nodded vigorously. Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself a bit, still convinced that the gravekeeper wasn't out to harm him. Finally, he agreed, whereupon the three of them finally flew up into the air, becoming beams of light that shot off into the distance. Another half a month went by, during which time the galleon never reappeared. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't let his guard down at all. He looked around vigilantly as they sped along. Master God Diviner wasn't capable of the same speed as Bai Xiaochun and Song Ke, so Bai Xiaochun had to pull him along. One evening after the half-month of travel, they suddenly heard that bone-chilling song for a third time. The singing was even more clear, and shockingly, the bone galleon appeared in front of them again, less than 1,000 meters away. It was now very clear. In fact, Bai Xiaochun could clearly see the 3 flags flying on the galleon, each of which was embroidered with a ghost face. The one in the middle had green skin and long fangs, and appeared to be glaring ferociously straight at them. Song Ke and Master God Diviner were both visibly shaken as the huge galleon was dragged closer and closer to their group. 900 meters. 600 meters. As it neared, Bai Xiaochun could see the corpses more closely. Although their faces were completely expressionless, they emanated a deep-seated aura of resentment. Some of the corpses were little more than bones, but some had rotting flesh attached to them, and even clothing. There were all different types of clothing present, some from modern times, some from ancient. Clearly, some of these corpses had been soul cultivators, and some had been ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, as for the pitch-black galleon itself, Bai Xiaochun could now see that it was riddled with holes, as though it had been involved in some dramatic battle. After the initial shock, the group of three all began to back away from the galleon. However, that was when the song ended and the galleon faded away. This time, it vanished when it was only 300 meters away from them. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding, and Song Ke and Master God Diviner were trembling. By this point, sensations of imminent crisis were alive in all of them. "It's only been half a month," Song Ke said, "and it got even closer. The next time, it will probably hit us. Damn it. What the hell kind of place is this?" Master God Diviner added. "I don't want to be one of those corpses pulling that galleon." Glaring, Song Ke continued, "Didn't you say that we would be safe with that command medallion of yours, Bai Xiaochun?" Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot. Spinning, he yelled at Master God Diviner and Song Ke, "Stow it, you two. We've been going too slow. I'll carry you. That way, we can definitely get out of here in half a month." Bai Xiaochun still trusted the Gravekeeper, but considering the current circumstances, his fear was getting the better of him. Grabbing Song Ke and Master God Diviner, he unleashed speed comparable to a deva and shot through the air along their original path. He flew without stopping for 7 days, and yet, it didn't matter how incredibly fast Bai Xiaochun was moving. On evening of the 7th day, the group of three yet again heard that bizarre song. It was so loud and clear it almost seemed like the woman was singing it right into their ears. At the same time, the enormous bone galleon appeared, only 300 meters away in the fog. This time, none of the group of three even had time to look at it. A massive gravitational force sprang out and grabbed a hold them. At the same time, the corpses pulling the galleon tugged it forward at incredible speed. To the shock of Bai Xiaochun, Song Ke and Master God Diviner, the corpses slammed right into them. Bai Xiaochun screamed as his vision blurred. Then things became clear again, and he found himself standing on the deck of the galleon along with Song Ke and Master God Diviner. The corpses down below pulled the galleon through the fog, with them standing right there on it. As they stood there on the ghost galleon, something else was happening far away from the Deadmire. In the eastern Heavenspan River, in the middle reaches, the sound of bells filled the river-defying sect. The sound was like a great weight pressing down onto the numerous cultivators in the sect. Everyone knew that the river-defying sect was in a very precarious position. Up to this point, not a single one of the sect's patriarchs had been able to break into the Deva realm. Because of that fact, the other great sects in the middle reaches, the Starry River Court, the Tao River Court and the Polarity River Court, had become restless. Frictions had increased, and conflicts grew more intense, until some river-defying sect cultivators were even killed. Back when the river-defying sect had first arrived in the middle reaches, they had disturbed the other three great sects' prophets. And then there was the matter of Bai Xiaochun causing problems in the legacy zone, which led to the river-defying sect taking away vast amounts of resources from the other sections. Worse was how the chosen from the other three sects all had turtle marks on their bodies that couldn't be removed. Because of all this, the other three sects' hatred of Bai Xiaochun and the river-defying sect eventually seeped down into their bones. It was now nearing the time when the legacy zone would be opened again. Therefore, the other three great sects had secretly contacted the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect and received tacit approval to begin a war of sect extermination. Bells were being rung in the river-defying sect because of information recently sent by spies, informing them of what was happening. In the past, the river-defying sect had sent emissaries to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect to plead for leniency. After all, Bai Xiaochun had been a major general, and there were certain people in the sect who owed him favors. Those people had managed to care for the river-defying sect to some extent. Had they not, the other three middle reaches sects would have made a move earlier. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun was nowhere to be found. Although stories about his exploits in the wildlands had circulated, and people knew he was alive, it was as the ancient saying went, "Distant water won't put out a fire close at hand." And thus, The patriarchs all emerged from secluded meditation, activated the sect's grand spell formation, and prepared to fight to the death. No one in the river-defying sect was confident in being able to hold their own. After all, the other sects had 3 Devis on their side. Although they had used the easiest and least powerful method to become mortal Dao Devis, they were still Devis. The sect's survival will be decided during this war. We'll defend the sect to the death. As the bells tolled, and the river-defying sect cultivators let out battle cries, a powerful roar erupted out from somewhere in the sect. A huge beast appeared, hundreds of meters long, completely violet in color, with black flames spreading out beneath his feet. He looked like a mix between a dragon and a qilin, and had soaring energy that even the patriarchs in the great circle of the nascent soul found exciting. Those fluctuations were those of a beast king. It was Bruiser. The river-defying sect had been at odds with the other 3 great sects for years, and now open conflict was imminent. Even as the fighting was just about to break out, by Xiaochun, Song Ke and Master God Diviner were in the deadmire, struck with terror even as they longed to be back in that very same sect. The 3 of them stood on the deck of the battered and damaged ghost galleon, their expressions flickering as they sized up their surroundings. There were holes in the pitch-black deck itself, evidence of what must have surely been a fantastic battle fought at some point in the ancient past. Despite the galleon's dilapidated state, it still thrummed with a powerful aura that filled Bai Xiaochun with the same type of fear he had experienced when in the presence of the celestial. In fact, the galleon seemed even a bit more powerful than that. It shook him all the way down to his soul. After looking around nervously for a moment, Bai Xiaochun blurred into motion, heading toward the side of the galleon, where he planned to simply leap over the edge. Song Ke and Master God Diviner joined him, and yet, as they got close to the edge, a black shield of light sprang up, which they thumped into. It didn't matter that Bai Xiaochun could crush early Deva realm cultivators and fight toe-to-toe with those in the mid-stage. As soon as he made contact with that shield, he simply bounced right off of it. He bashed into it again, and the same thing happened. It was the same with Song Ke and Master God Diviner. Panting, they all began to look around, extremely serious expressions on their faces. The deck of the galleon was almost completely empty, with no major structures on it whatsoever. There was what appeared to be a cabin or bridge, which was the only way to get to the lower decks. From the look of it, other structures had once existed on the deck, but had long since been destroyed. Sticking up from the cabin was the flagpole with those 3 ghost face flags. And above the doorway was a primitive 8 trigrams mirror. Other than that, there was nothing else visible. Song Ke had a very unsightly expression on his face as he began to walk around and inspect the galleon. As for Master God Diviner, he was gasping for breath and shivering. He had already been in a weak state before, and once on the deck of the galleon, felt something like a boundless coldness seeping into him. "Hurry up and do some divinations, Master God Diviner," Bai Xiaochun said. "See if you can figure out a way off of this galleon." He glanced over at the cabin door, and was struck with the feeling that the ghost galleon was in control of his very life. Furthermore, he was convinced that the galleon wanted the 3 of them to enter the cabin door. Master God Diviner's terror mounted with every moment that passed. After hearing Bai Xiaochun's suggestion, he reached into the fold of his robe and pulled out a copper coin, which was a magical item that he used to perform divinations. Normally speaking, he was very protective of the copper coin. In fact, back in that savage tribe where he had been held captive, he had been allowed to keep the coin on his person when performing his duties. As soon as he pulled it out, he drew upon the various magical techniques and divine abilities that he used for divination. Unfortunately, it was in that moment that Flag with the green-skinned, long-fanged ghost face suddenly rippled. As a result, Master God Diviner's hand trembled, and the coin slipped through his fingers. It landed on the deck, rolled on its side, and then fell into one of the cracks and disappeared. "My magic coin!" Master God Diviner shrieked. "It's completely one of a kind. It's my life essence magical item, with my name engraved on it." He rushed over to the crack into which the coin had fallen, but could see only darkness below. It was impossible to determine where exactly his magic coin had landed. Master God Diviner immediately began to weep. Even during his torment in the savage tribe, he had managed to keep his copper coin safe, only to lose it on this bizarre galleon. The sight of Master God Diviner losing his copper coin right before trying to divine some important information instantly caused by Xiaochun's mood to drop. After looking around, he finally came to focus on the cabin. As for Song Ke, he had surveyed the deck and found nothing, and also turned his attention to the cabin. Walking over, he stood in front of the door and examined it with a frown. Master God Diviner had a scowl on his face and tears in his eyes, and was feeling very irritated by Xiaochun. However, he didn't dare to say anything. Eventually, his gaze came to rest on the cabin, whereupon his eyes lit up. His attention was especially drawn to the 8 trigrams mirror. The mirror was dark, and did not seem capable of projecting any light or images. Furthermore, there was something eerie and sinister about it. From what Master God Diviner could tell, it was clearly something extraordinary. That must be some sort of treasure, he thought. Master God Diviner's understanding of the arts of divination led him to the conclusion that this 8 trigrams mirror was perfectly suited to him. That was especially true considering how depressed he was at the loss of his magic coin. Eyes widening, he hurried over and reached out toward the mirror. "Hold on!" Bai Xiaochun shouted, surprised at Master God Diviner's fearlessness. However, he was too late to interfere. Master God Diviner had already grabbed the mirror. Bai Xiaochun felt his head spinning from how dangerous everything seemed. Even Song Ke was struck with fear by Master God Diviner's impulsiveness. "What are you doing, Master God Diviner?" he said, rotating his cultivation base at full readiness. However, nothing unusual happened. The corpses outside continued to pull the galleon along at the same speed as before. When it was clear that nothing would happen, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. As for Master God Diviner, he realized he had acted rashly, and felt a bit guilty. However, he quickly put the 8 trigrams mirror into his bag of holding. "My magic coin fell into that crack," he said defensively, "so I'm going to take this copper mirror as a replacement." Bai Xiaochun rubbed the bridge of his nose, and Song Ke glared briefly at Master God Diviner before scanning the deck once again. Then, his eyes flickered with determination. "We're on a weird boat that is taking us who knows where," he said. "And it's not letting us off. I say, let's go below decks and explore a bit. Maybe we can figure out what exactly is going on." With that, he ignored Bai Xiaochun and Master God Diviner, and stepped toward the cabin door. "Wait a minute, Song Ke," Bai Xiaochun said loudly. However, Song Ke completely ignored him, and disappeared into the cabin. Bai Xiaochun was starting to get angry at how impulsive Master God Diviner and Song Ke were being. Bai Xiaochun was the leader of the group, right? They should definitely be listening to his orders. Are these guys crazy or something? One glance at some stupid mirror and he puts his life on the line, and the other one runs right off into the jaws of death. As Bai Xiaochun stood there feeling anxious, Master God Diviner hesitated for a moment. The truth was that he was still feeling bad about his magic coin, and for all he knew, it was there below decks, waiting to be found. Gritting his teeth, he walked toward the cabin door. Song Ke is right. It doesn't seem like this galleon wants to hurt us. If it did, we would be dead already. The best thing is to check things out below decks. With that, he disappeared into the cabin, leaving Bai Xiaochun completely alone on the main deck. His expression grew more unsightly by the moment as he stood there staring at the cabin door. For some reason, it seemed like the sinister and vicious mouth of some evil ghost. Suddenly, a cold chill ran up his spine. Wait a second, he thought. Song Ke has never been very impulsive, and neither has Master God Diviner. If they were, they wouldn't have survived for so long in the cultivation world. Why did they start acting so unusual on this weird galleon? He looked around, but didn't see anything unusual. Off in the distance, the fog was as thick as ever, and everything was as quiet as it usually was. After a long moment of hesitant thought, he finally clenched his jaw and made his decision. Since the galleon wasn't letting him leave, he would enter the cabin. He couldn't just watch as Song Ke and Master God Diviner delivered themselves up to calamity. Eyes bloodshot, he slapped his bag of holding to produce some spare paper talismans, and then slapped them down all over his body. He also pulled out some suits of armor, which he donned. Then he charged through the door. After Bai Xiaochun disappeared into the cabin, the green-skinned, long-fanged ghost face on the middle flag suddenly smiled. Just inside the cabin was a staircase leading down. Upon entering, Bai Xiaochun couldn't see Song Ke, but did catch a glimpse of Master God Diviner at the bottom of the stairs. He hurried forward and then climbed cautiously down the stairs, which put him on the first deck below the main deck. The instant he stepped onto deck 1, he caught sight of both Song Ke and Master God Diviner, looking around with wide eyes. The fact that they were both there unharmed caused Bai Xiaochun to breathe a sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, he hurried over to their side. Deck 1 wasn't very large and, much like the main deck, was completely empty, except for another staircase off in the distance, leading further down. However, the bulkheads were covered with a massive mural. It depicted the sky. It was not an ordinary blue sky, but rather looked more like an ocean covered with waves. In fact, were it not for the occasional clouds floating about, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't even have been able to tell that it depicted a sky. Most shocking of all was that the enormous mural also depicted a huge hand. The hand occupied nearly half of the sky and was pushing down from it toward the land below. Just looking at the mural caused Bai Xiaochun's mind to start spinning. For some reason, it instantly filled him with a pressure that was difficult to put into words. Furthermore, he experienced a sensation of utter despair, as though this hand contained the power to destroy the world. The ground in the mural was parched and cracked. Standing upon it were 3 astonishing giants, whose expressions didn't contain even a hint of the fear of death. All of the giants' hands were stretched up to fight back against the enormous hand descending from the sky. There was nothing else in the mural except for that. Bai Xiaochun had no idea exactly what it meant, nor did Song Ke or Master God Diviner. However, it was a shocking sight to look at. A long moment passed. Bai Xiaochun was the first to come to his senses. Face ashen, he backed up a few steps, mind spinning with both fear and pain. How can a mural have such shocking power? It stabs you all the way to the heart and soul. At this point, he realized that Song Ke and Master God Diviner were just standing there trembling, their eyes bloodshot and filled with despair. Therefore, he swished his sleeve and sent a burst of power into them. Song Ke shivered, blood oozing out of his mouth as he regained his senses. He staggered backward, his expression one of confusion. As for Master God Diviner, his cultivation base wasn't even close to the level of Song Ke's right now, so he coughed up a mouthful of blood and sagged in place. "What kind of mural is this?" he said, gasping for breath and not daring to look at it again. At this point, Bai Xiaochun looked at his companions and, realizing that Master God Diviner was a bit closer, edged over to his side. "This place is too weird," he said. "Let's go back. We can look for a way off the galleon back on the main deck. I have the feeling things will only get more terrifying the further down you go." However, even as the words left Bai Xiaochun's mouth, Song Ke suddenly burst into motion, heading directly toward the stairs leading to deck 2. It only took him a moment to reach them, whereupon he instantly began to climb down. Master God Diviner did the same thing, completely ignoring Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed Master God Diviner. But the moment he did, Master God Diviner spun in place, a vicious expression on his face as he let out a soundless howl. As he did, a green-skinned, long-fanged ghost face appeared on top of Master God Diviner's face. Bai Xiaochun felt a blast of power pushing his hand away, and then Master God Diviner was gone down the stairs. Bai Xiaochun was shaken, and an unsightly expression could be seen on his face. His heart was also starting to pound. After all, his words from moments ago had actually been a test. He had noticed on the main deck that something odd was going on, and decided to see if he could figure out what it was. Obviously, This galleon was controlling both Master God Diviner and Song Ke. That green-skinned, long-fanged ghost just now looked exactly like the one on that flag outside. With that, he turned to go back up the stairs to the main deck, only to find that the staircase was gone. Goosebumps broke out all over him, and his face turned as ashen as death. All of a sudden, this place seemed even more sinister than before, and his heart was pounding so hard and loud it was like a drum. What do I do? What do I do? All he could do was grip tight the command medallion the Gravekeeper had given him. That was where all his hope lay. I'm the Hell Emperor's master. There aren't any ghosts or souls in this world that would dare to provoke me. Scowling on the verge of tears, he tried to work up some confidence by pulling out a tongue of multicolored flame. Then, he gritted his teeth and headed toward the staircase leading to the next deck. It was really too terrifying to be alone. Furthermore, he couldn't just sit around and watch Song Ke and Master God Diviner be controlled. Damn it! If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have gone back to the river-defying sect alone. Regret pricking at his heart, he advanced cautiously toward the staircase, at the bottom of which was Deck 2. As soon as he arrived, he exercised the utmost caution possible. He rotated his cultivation base and sent some divine sense out in all directions in the hopes of detecting anything unusual. He absolutely did not want to be surprised by anything like that mural. However, Deck 2 was a bit different than he had imagined. There didn't seem to be anything dangerous about it all. Furthermore, it was a lot bigger than Deck 1. There were no murals, only flickering, yellow candlelight that made the area a bit dim. Furthermore, right in the middle of the deck, there was a rocking chair. It sat there, still and unmoving, seemingly completely ordinary in nature. Right in front of the rocking chair were two corpses which were little more than skeletons. They were on their knees in front of the chair, one corpse apparently that of a man, the other a woman. One skeleton appeared to be made of gold, the other crystal. Although they were kneeling, from their posture, it looked like they had been embracing each other. It was a terrifying scene to begin with, but it was made more bizarre by the fact that the two embracing corpses' heads were fusing together. The process wasn't complete. They were only half fused. But it was bizarre nonetheless. The mere sight caused by Xiaochun's heart to seize with fear. To top it all off, Song Ke and Master God Diviner were standing motionless right in front of the two corpses. Are they going to get fused together too? Xiaochun had no idea what was going on, but he was convinced that this place was terrifying and bizarre beyond reason. Something seemed very strange about the whole situation, and it had his heart pounding. After studying the scene for a moment, his gaze slid from Song Ke and Master God Diviner to the corpse with the golden skeleton. After looking at it more closely, his eyes widened dramatically. That's the aura of the undying live forever technique. It's the manifestation of the complete undying codex. Xiaochun's Adam's apple bobbed up and down with fear as waves of astonishment crashed around in his mind. He was by no means mistaken. After all, he cultivated the undying codex of the undying live forever technique, just like the blood ancestor and this golden skeleton. If this golden skeleton mastered the undying codex, then the corpse with the crystal skeleton must have cultivated. Almost immediately, he realized that the corpse with the crystal skeleton still had abundant life force left in it, as if it were the type of thing that could live forever. The Live Forever Codex. Xiaochun had known from the very beginning that the Undying Live Forever technique was broken up into the Undying Codex and the Live Forever Codex. However, he had never encountered the latter, only the former. Never could he have imagined that he would unexpectedly encounter two corpses that had both cultivated the Undying Live Forever technique. His mind felt like countless bolts of lightning were striking it. However, he still didn't understand why these two people, who had cultivated the Undying Codex and Live Forever Codex respectively, would be fusing their heads together. But then, a chill ran up his spine, and his hair began to stand on end as the previously unmoving rocking chair suddenly began to rock back and forth. Furthermore, it was just possible to make out the shadow of a person sitting in it. Deck 2 of the Ghost Galleon was as silent as death. As the rocking chair slowly began to rock back and forth, a sensation of dire creepiness immediately filled by Xiaochun. He shivered from head to toe, and almost couldn't hold back from screaming. There was obviously nobody sitting in the chair, and yet, it was acting as if there were. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun was almost certain that he could see the shadowy image of an old woman there, face pale, staring at him with a ghastly smile. "A ghost!" Bai Xiaochun shrieked. Heart pounding, he reached out, grabbed Song Ke and Master God Diviner, and pulled them away with him as he rushed away from the rocking chair. His two companions seemed completely bereft of their senses. Their eyes were blank and their bodies were stiff, and they did nothing to resist Bai Xiaochun as he pulled them away. At the same time, the rocking chair began to rock back and forth with increased urgency. Even more shocking, the two corpses began to quiver and glow with both golden and crystalline light. Bai Xiaochun was wailing inwardly. The sight of the rocking chair going back and forth caused his scalp to tingle madly. Tossing both Song Ke and Master God Diviner into his bag of holding, he fled back to the staircase and ran up to the deck above. He moved with blinding speed, and within the blink of an eye, was at the top of the staircase. Just as he lunged past the last step, his vision blurred, and before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, his eyes widened as much as a cat's whose tail had been stamped on. Shockingly, he found himself looking at two corpses and a rocking chair. He was still on deck 2. The rocking chair was rocking back and forth rapidly, and this time, it was to Bai Xiaochun's utter shock that he could hear a strange moaning howl coming from it. How could this be happening? Spinning in place, he ran back down the stairs, drawing upon both his cultivation base and fleshly body power. However, at the bottom of the stairs, his vision blurred again, and when he could see clearly again, he was looking at the corpses and the rocking chair. It was still deck 2. Clearly, he would end up back on the same deck no matter what he did. By now, the rocking chair was rocking back and forth so vigorously that it was edging forward, as if it were trying to catch him. Bai Xiaochun was so scared he was about to collapse. Letting out a shout, he waved his hand, sending out a blast of air toward the rocking chair. However, the air simply passed right through it. By this point, he was sure that he was in a moment of deadly crisis. There was no time for thought or planning. He needed to get out of here immediately, before the rocking chair got too close to him and ended his life. Time to go for broke. Yet again, he burst into motion, leaving a trail of afterimages behind as he raced back up the stairs. This time, though, he didn't go to the end of the stairs. Instead, he clenched his hand into a fist, which caused a black vortex to spring into being. The air around him immediately distorted. It didn't matter that he was in a ghost galleon in the Deadmire. There was still some energy of heaven and earth present. Thanks to the gravitational force created by the black vortex, that energy was sucked in, along with the power of his cultivation base, his chi and blood, and even his soul. A shadowy image appeared behind him, wearing imperial robes and an imperial crown. At the same time, a domineering aura erupted out. This was none other than the Undying Emperor's fist. Bai Xiaochun was already in the great circle of the Undying Bones, and therefore, his urgent unleashing of this fist strike contained not just the previous double level of power, but 5 times. 5 times his normal fleshly body power gave him terrifying battle prowess that even late Deva realm experts would gasp at. "Open up!" he shouted, slamming his fist into the stairs. As he punched out with his fist, the shadowy emperor joined him, their fists superimposing in a massive attack. Boom! A huge blast of wind erupted out, along with a roaring sound like that of an enormous dragon. As his fist landed on the staircase, it shattered like a mirror, and he leapt through the resulting hole. His vision swam, and when it cleared, he was in an unfamiliar location. Seeing that he was no longer on deck 2, he breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell kind of place is this? I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't even have come to the Deadmire. His heart was filled with regret, and he was finally starting to think that the Gravekeeper had actually screwed him over. If he had known that the Deadmire had a weird ghost galleon like this, he would never have come here. However, he had few options at hand. Song K and Master God Diviner had clearly lost their minds. If he hadn't grabbed them and put them in his bag of holding, they would probably still be back on deck too. What am I supposed to do? He thought, scowling on the verge of tears. Using the undying Emperor's fist had drained his fleshly body power. Thankfully, now that he was in the great circle of the undying bones, he didn't feel dangerously weak like he had been in the past. Although he had just breathed a sigh of relief that only lasted for a moment before he started to tremble again. His eyes widened, and his mind reeled with even more terror than before at the fact that he was not on deck 2 or even deck 1. He wasn't on any specific deck at all, but rather a private cabin. It was a woman's dressing room. The room contained a dilapidated bed covered with dust and spiderwebs, next to which was a vanity. The vanity looked ancient and was also covered with dust. It also had cracks on its surface, and one of the corners looked like it had been chopped or broken off. Furthermore, closer examination revealed that there was also black, dried-up blood on it. There was a mirror propped up on the vanity, which was also covered with countless cracks. The strangest thing of all was that the mirror was the only thing in the room that didn't have even a speck of dust on it. The dressing room had only a bed, a vanity, and a mirror, nothing else. However, as soon as Bai Xiaochun looked around, he started to tremble violently. And that was because, as soon as he laid eyes on the vanity, he heard singing. It was that same song about the mother whose arm was eaten by her own child. He could hear the song with absolute clarity, as though it were being sung in the very room in which he stood. Whoever you are, stay put. My apprentice is the Hell Emperor. He felt like he was about to cry, and quickly turned to leave. Apparently, after having left deck 2, he ended up in the very nucleus of the entire ghost galleon. This dressing room was where the singing originated. In fact, it came from the vanity. Bai Xiaochun looked back at the dilapidated vanity, and all of a sudden, he saw a woman. Her back was to him, making it impossible to see her face. She wore a red gown, and was combing her long black hair, and she was singing a song. Shockingly, the woman only had one arm. Along with the woman came a coldness like the depths of winter. Worried that he might shriek with terror and interrupt the woman's singing, Bai Xiaochun clamped his hands down over his mouth. He couldn't have been more terrified. He could immediately sense that his cultivation base wasn't high enough to fight this woman. She made him feel like he was being crushed by a mountain from the heavens. Tears welled up in his eyes and then began to drip down his cheeks as he wondered why he always ended up encountering such bizarre situations. He wanted to flee, but after looking around the room, he realized that there were no doors or exits. What do I do? What do I do? He wailed inwardly. Suddenly, the woman seemed to realize that she wasn't alone, and stopped combing her hair. She also stopped singing. Bai Xiaochun's heart began to race. It's not what you think, senior, he blurted. Then he began to gush incoherently. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Hey, I'm an important person too. My apprentice is the Hell Emperor. Do you know the Gravekeeper? He sent me here. The pressure he felt from this woman actually surpassed that which he had felt from the Celestial. Worried that he wasn't explaining things clearly enough, he went on to say, I didn't even want to come here. Don't mind me. You sing really well. Very pleasing to the ear. It was at this point that the woman turned her face, provoking a shrill scream from Bai Xiaochun. Her face had no nose, no eyes, no mouth, nothing. It was a complete blank. Bai Xiaochun felt like his head was about to explode. Shrieking, he stumbled backward and shoved his command medallion out in front of him. Black light spilled out, causing his vision to blur. At the same time, he began to fade away, vanishing from within the private cabin. Even as he reappeared in another location, countless hairs slashed through the air into the spot he had just occupied, causing popping sounds to ring out. Each and every one of those hairs thrummed with power that surpassed the Deva realm. Clearly, if Bai Xiaochun had stayed behind and been hit, he would have been killed. A moment later, the hairs wriggled and vanished. Meanwhile, the faceless woman at the vanity turned back to face the shattered mirror, and slowly began to comb her hair again and sing. When Bai Xiaochun appeared, he was on top of the Sea of Bones, only about 2 days away from the eastern delta region of the Heavenspan River. As he materialized, a blank look could be seen in his eyes. However, that look slowly faded into clarity. Gasping, he looked around to find himself off of the galleon. Everything which had just occurred seemed almost like a hallucination or dream, and yet, he knew it was no hallucination. Whether it was the ghost galleon or the faceless woman combing her hair, it had all been very, very real. At this point, he suddenly realized that he had been extremely lucky. So, Great-Grandpa Gravekeeper wasn't lying after all. Looking down at the command medallion with lingering fear, he realized that it was the only reason he had escaped death. This Deadmire is really an evil place. And what was that ghostess all about? The mere thought of her caused terror to grip his heart. With that, he slapped his bag of holding to pull out Song Ke and Master God Diviner. "This was all your fault," he said. "If it weren't for me going to save you too, I wouldn't have been in any danger at all." As soon as Song Ke and Master God Diviner were out in the open, they began to regain their senses. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Song Ke said, "What happened? We're out? How come I don't remember anything?" Master God Diviner hesitated for a moment, then looked quizzically at Bai Xiaochun. "I remember being on the main deck, but after going in the door, I don't remember anything at all." Bai Xiaochun sighed and then told them everything that happened below decks. As he did, their eyes widened, and they even gasped. Not only was the story completely stunning, they could tell that he wasn't lying. "I was the first one to go in?" Song Ke asked. Next to him, Master God Diviner shivered as he heard about the green-skinned, long-fanged ghost face appearing on top of his own face. Bai Xiaochun snorted and said, "If it weren't for me, you two would still be on that galleon." He was just about to go on berating them for a bit when he remembered that they were still in the Deadmire. "Look," he said hurriedly. "We'll talk about it more when we're out of this place. This place is just too evil." With that, he sped off into the distance, followed by the terrified Song Ke and Master God Diviner. Considering the speed they maintained, it didn't take long before they were closing in on the border of the Deadmire. Soon, fewer and fewer bones could be seen, and eventually, Bai Xiaochun was sure that they only had about a day left to go. How far did we get when we were on that galleon? Based on what he recalled, they had only been on the galleon for 3 or 4 hours, and yet, it had taken them almost all the way to their destination. Based on that, a quick calculation revealed that the galleon itself could likely traverse the entire Deadmire in only a day. As Bai Xiaochun, Song Ke and Master God Diviner were preparing to leave the Deadmire, war broke out in the middle reaches of the eastern Heavenspan River. It was a war in which the 3 other great sects joined forces against the river-defying sect, who was simply incapable of fighting back. It was a war of sect extermination. Rumbling booms filled the air in the regions surrounding the river-defying sect. A glittering spell formation shield protected the sect, which was powered by the dire Skybanian. Countless divine abilities and magical techniques battered the spell formation, which was already twisting and distorting on the verge of collapse. Outside of the spell formation were 2 suns, one white and one black, as well as a scarecrow which flitted back and forth. All of that, combined with the power of almost all the disciples of the river-defying sect, ensured that fierce fighting went on everywhere. However, it was very obvious who had the upper hand. There were more than 100,000 cultivators besieging the sect, who were organized into 3 armies that attacked from 3 directions. Each army had a terrifying aura backing it, an aura that seemed to surpass the will of the heavens. Those auras belonged to powerful experts in the early Deva realm. They were only mortal Dao Devis, roughly comparable to Mistress Red Dust, the type of people Bai Xiaochun would fight without even getting nervous. However, to the river-defying sect they were like insurmountable mountains. Hordes of Bloodstream Division disciples entered the body of the Blood Ancestor and began to power it with their cultivation bases. The patriarchs of the Bloodstream Division were preparing to send the Blood Ancestor into the action. On top of the blood ancestor's head was a rabbit, who stared out at the deva fluctuations on the other side of the spell formation. The disciples of the Spirit Stream division did things a bit differently. Depending on which faction of the sect they belonged to, they formed different types of spell formation giants. Enormous swords in hand, the giants fought fiercely beyond the spell formation. The Pill Stream division offered auxiliary support, often stepping in to relieve disciples from the Spirit and Bloodstream divisions. Last was the Profound Stream division, whose primary task was to ensure that the dire Skybanyan continued to maintain the spell formation shield. Because of the vast resources the river-defying sect had at its disposal, Song Junwan had already reached the great circle of core formation. Currently, her hair was in disarray, and her face smeared with blood. She was clearly in bad shape. Xuemei fought next to her, and was also seriously injured. They were flanked by dozens of guards as they fell back into the protective perimeter of the spell formation, whereupon more disciples rushed over to help them. Pill Stream division, someone shouted. Get people over here to treat Sect Aunt Song. Hurry! Song Junwan waved her hand dismissively and said, I'm fine. Take care of Xuemei first. Eyes flashing with anger, she refused any help, and instead sat down cross-legged on one of the leaves of the dire Skybanyan. As her injuries recovered, she surveyed the battlefield, and her eyes flickered with despair. Patriarch Limitless of the Bloodstream division wielded a shining, blood-colored blade that destroyed anything that got in his way. He was actually one of the most powerful patriarchs in the entire river-defying sect. However, at the moment, he was being ganged up on by a total of 3 nascent soul patriarchs from the other sects. Most of the other nascent soul patriarchs of the river-defying sect were in various locations on the battlefield, fighting fiercely. Because of the spell formation shield, the fighting was somewhat at a deadlock. However, it was easy to imagine what would happen if the spell formation fell. The river-defying sect would be crushed as surely as if by Mount Tai. Sighing, Song Junwan murmured, Xiaochun, I don't know if I'll be able to hold out long enough to see you again. Her injuries weren't completely healed, but she was the most powerful expert of the Bloodstream division's middle peak, and therefore, she was the only one who could wield that peak's enormous blood sword. There was no time for rest. The fight had to continue. Each of the Bloodstream division's 5 mountain peaks of the past had all contained powerful precious treasures, and now they were all being used in the fight. Animated corpses and gargoyles alike were all fighting without mercy. There was one particular animated corpse with long green hair, who caused particular frustration for the cultivators of the 3 sections. That corpse possessed shocking fleshly body power, and could also control other corpses. On top of that, it was being supported by hordes of gargoyles. Generally speaking, gargoyles weren't intelligent. However, there was one particularly wily gargoyle among the group who took it upon himself to lead the gargoyles into battle, making them a very effective fighting force. As for the Spirit Stream division, their spell formation giants were mighty, and wreaked havoc among the enemy wherever they went. One of them bore the semblance of Shangguan Tianyu, and another, Beihan Lai. All of them fought with valiance and bravery, and drove the enemy backward constantly. Spirit beasts of all types howled as they fought alongside the Spirit Stream division. One of them was an ancient, mighty dragon, who was flanked by a phoenix, a lizard, and a ghost. Perhaps because of the Spirit Stream division's impressive showing, the Dao River Court sent 3 nascent soul patriarchs against them, like razor-sharp knives ready to take the heads of anyone they encountered. However, in the instant that they began their charge, a howl erupted from inside the spell formation that could shake the heavens. A huge beast appeared, dozens of meters long and growing larger by the moment. He moved as quickly as lightning, and had a sea of flames beneath his feet. As soon as he appeared out in the open, fluctuations rolled out which bordered on the Deva level. The cultivators from the other 3 sects were all shocked. As for the nascent soul experts who had just been preparing to attack the Spirit Stream division, their eyes went wide, and they turned to flee. However, before they could, that beast pounced on them. A boom rang out as one of the nascent soul experts exploded. His nascent soul flew out into the open, but before it could flee, was consumed by the beast. The other two cultivators were severely injured and immediately began to retreat. However, before they could do little more than move, a stream of sword chi, a huge hand, and a beam of black light shot out from the three sects and headed toward the beast. The will of the heavens filled the area. These were Deva-level divine abilities. The beast spun in place, dodging the huge hand and avoiding the black beam of light. Unfortunately, the sword chi slashed right into him. Blood sprayed out of a wound on his back. In fact, closer examination would reveal that he had many wounds on him already, some which had healed and scarred over, but others which were fresh. Most shocking of all was one of the fresher wounds which went from one side of the beast's neck all the way to the other. It was a sword wound that had clearly been inflicted by the very same sword blast that had just been unleashed. If the sword which had hit the beast's neck had been moving any faster, it would likely have decapitated him. Thankfully, the beast was incredibly quick, and was soon back in the safety of the spell formation. He resembled a Qilin in some ways, and had large, charming eyes. He was none other than Bruiser. Serious expressions could be seen in the eyes of the three Deva patriarchs from the three great sections. It's him. He's just like the spies described. It took him less than a 60-year cycle to reach the Deva level. He's a paragon beast king. It's too bad he's so fast. In any case, that beast will be mine. He'll either submit or die. Back in the river-defying sect spell formation, the current sect leader, the Spirit Stream Division's Zhang Yuandong, was anxiously treating Bruiser's wounds. "Don't go back out into the fighting, Bruiser," he said. "The only thing we can do is buy time right now. We don't even know if Qing Ho is alive or dead. So if something bad happened to you, what would I tell Xiaochun?" Zhang Yuandong's eyes flickered with sorrow at the sight of all the wounds and scars covering Bruiser. Bruiser didn't care much about his wounds. However, when Zhang Yuandong brought up Li Qingho and Bai Xiaochun, he shivered, and grief filled his eyes. His neck wound had come when he had tried to save Li Qingho, an effort which had failed, and ended with him watching Li Qingho being taken away to the Dao River Court. Bai Xiaochun's name caused his eyes to be even more bloodshot. Warm feelings rose in his heart, and at the same time, he remembered how Bai Xiaochun had entrusted him with the job of defending the river-defying sect. Even as he gasped for breath, he cast a hostile glance at the three sects, his eyes glittering with both hatred and fear because of the three Devas. The battle was reaching a fever pitch. It was a war of extermination in which differences could never be resolved. Meanwhile, on the invisible ninth mountain of the river-defying sect, Patriarch Spirit Stream stood there with a bitter look on his face. He knew that the three Devas were beyond his ability to fight, and that the only reason they were currently holding out was because of the sect's reserve powers. Because the river-defying sect had no Deva, they had to pull out all the stops to even threaten someone in the early Deva realm. Clearly, they were calling upon their reserve powers one by one, and only using them when they were absolutely sure that they would be successful. "Master, do you think that a miracle will occur?" Even as the words left Patriarch Spirit Stream's mouth, a monkey appeared behind him, hands clasped behind his back as he looked off into the distance, wisdom and foresight gleaming in his eyes. Definitely, as the river-defying sect was being besieged by the three great sects of the Middle Reaches, Bai Xiaochun, Song Ke and Master God Diviner were making their way through the Deadmire, completely unaware of the war. Because of the lingering terror they felt about of the ghost galleon, they flew along as quickly as startled sparrows. Their journey was almost over, only a few more hours, and they would be free of the Deadmire. There were so few bones down below that they were already able to see patches of dark soil. Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been more excited. And as for Song Ke and Master God Diviner, the way they had temporarily lost their minds still had them trembling in fear. However, as they flew along, Bai Xiaochun's face suddenly fell as he yet again heard that singing echoing in the fog behind them. The strange sound of it caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Song Ke and Master God Diviner nearly choked from fear. Damn it! What is the ghost galleon doing back? Scalp tingling with fear, Bai Xiaochun grabbed Song Ke and Master God Diviner and pushed forward at top speed. This time, they only caught a glimpse of the galleon about 3,000 meters behind them. However, it was still a terrifying moment. The first time the ghost galleon had appeared to them, it disappeared 3,000 meters away. The fourth time, it teleported them on board. The fact that it had appeared again at 3,000 meters away was something they didn't really want to think about. Furthermore, they had to wonder if they might see the galleon again in the following few hours. It was a lot of pressure, so much that none of them felt like talking. Expression grave, Bai Xiaochun put all the energy he could into flying along. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, though, the singing once again reached their ears. What's going on? Why is it back so soon? Looking over his shoulder in terror, he saw that the galleon was now 500 meters away. Then it vanished. Looking at the galleon this time, he realized that there was no way the massive thing only had 2 decks. At the very least, it probably had 5. As for what would happen if they got teleported on board again, not even the Gravekeeper's command medallion left him feeling very confident. There was little need to mention Song Ke and Master God Diviner, whose hearts were pounding with anxiety. Hold on a second, Bai Xiaochun muttered. Something is off here. Unfortunately, there was no time to ponder the situation. Heart as taut as a bowstring, he continued to flee, feeling more under pressure than ever. Song Ke and Master God Diviner were actually more nervous than Bai Xiaochun. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, the galleon appeared again. And this time it was only 300 meters away. The corpses pulling the galleon led it directly toward Bai Xiaochun, and this time, it didn't seem at all like the galleon was going to fade away. In fact, as it barreled toward them, the 3 flags on the cabin flapped, and the green-skinned, long-fanged ghost face suddenly began to laugh noiselessly. Despair filled Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and yet, that was when he happened to look at the cabin door. When he did, his eyes went wide, and an idea popped into his head. Considering the danger they were in, he didn't hesitate to follow through on the idea. Turning to Master God Diviner, he shouted, "Master God Diviner, give back that 8 trigrams mirror you took." As soon as Song Ke heard Bai Xiaochun's words, he thought back to how Master God Diviner had taken the mirror, and immediately yelled similar words. There was no time for Master God Diviner to even worry about how much it pained him. He quickly pulled the 8 trigrams mirror out of his bag of holding and hurled it at the huge galleon with all the force he could muster. The mirror became a beam of light that shot directly toward the galleon and, in a very strange coincidence, perhaps because of some unknown power, landed in the exact spot where it had been taken from. When that happened, the 3 wildly flapping flags all suddenly drooped down motionless, and the green-skinned, long-fanged face on the middle flag let out a noiseless howl of defiance. At the same time, the countless corpses and the ghost galleon itself all faded away into the fog. Bai Xiaochun, Song Ke and Master God Diviner all looked back jumpily to confirm that the galleon was finally gone, whereupon they breathed sighs of relief. Then Song Ke spun and angrily grabbed Master God Diviner. "You nearly got us killed," he shouted. "What are you yelling for?" Master God Diviner shot back, his voice quavering a bit. "It's not like I did it on purpose. Who knew that Ghost Galleon would be so stingy? It took my copper coin, so I took the mirror in exchange. That's all." As he spoke, his voice became quieter and quieter until it faded away. Bai Xiaochun wiped the sweat from his brow. It had been a very dangerous close call, and if he hadn't thought to remind Master God Diviner about the mirror, then all 3 of them would likely have been dragged on board the galleon, never to return. Glancing at the angry Song Ke and the dispirited Master God Diviner, he said, "All right, enough is enough. Let's worry about it after we're out of this place." Then he blurred into motion. Song Ke gave Master God Diviner another good glare, then let him go and followed. As for Master God Diviner, he rubbed his nose in embarrassment and joined them. The galleon never returned. An hour later, not a single bone could be seen beneath their feet. They shot out of the mountains and were in another world. All of them felt as if a big weight had just been lifted from their shoulders. As of this moment they knew that they were out of the deadmire. Finally free, Master God Diviner whooped. Song Ke took a long, deep breath of fresh air. As for Bai Xiaochun, he looked around at the lush vegetation and smiled. There were no vicious plants or terrifying creatures like back in the wildlands. It almost looked like a celestial paradise, complete with singing birds and blooming flowers. Off in the distance, a charming, deer-like animal suddenly looked up at the three of them, and then sprang off into the trees. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with what he could see. Furthermore, there was something here that was very different from the wildlands. Spiritual power from the heaven-span sea. Although it was faint, it was indescribably stronger than in the wildlands. He took a deep breath, and cracking sounds filled him as his energy-starved body was repaired. Ah, spiritual energy. It's been a long time since I could absorb it so freely. He had been in the wildlands for so many years that he had almost forgotten what the Heavenspan River region looked like. Even here in the Delta region, it was still a wonderful place. Master God Diviner and Song Ke both shivered at the sensation of spiritual energy, and complicated emotions could be seen in their eyes. We're back, Song Ke said. River-defying sect, here we come, Master God Diviner said loudly. Laughing heartily, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, sending a flying airship out into the open. It was something he had acquired long ago in the river-defying sect, but which didn't work in the wildlands because of the lack of spiritual energy. Ha ha ha! Kaer, Master Snort Snort, my genius has done it again. I'm going to take you home. Now that the ship had access to spiritual energy, it began to shine with brilliant light. Bai Xiaochun leaped up and took the helm. In rare fashion, Song Ke didn't bristle at all because Bai Xiaochun had called him Kaer. He was simply too excited to get back to the river-defying sect, and shot like an arrow onto the airship. Master God Diviner reacted similarly. Moments later, Bai Xiaochun sent his near-Deva-level cultivation base power into the ship, and it sped through the air until it was over the horizon. The airship moved so quickly through the Delta region that it left sonic booms behind it as it flew along. The sound startled countless beasts, many of whom flew up into the air to investigate. However, when they sensed the cultivation base fluctuations coming from Bai Xiaochun and the others, they immediately retracted their auras and went into hiding. As for the cultivators who occupied the sects in the Delta, they wouldn't even dare to provoke the animals in the area, let alone Bai Xiaochun and his party. The Delta sect cultivators trembled in fear, and a few of them went out to offer formal greetings as the airship passed. All of them could tell that the ship was being piloted by someone of incredible power and status, whose cultivation base fluctuations left them feeling deeply shocked. A few hours passed, and the airship was approaching the lower reaches. Bai Xiaochun felt like every tree and every bush was familiar to him. After all, his path in life had begun in the Delta area close to the Spirit Stream sect. When he was finally in Spirit Stream sect territory, everything felt even more familiar. He saw the Heavenspan River, and he saw a mountain-sized giant laying there, who was awoken by his passage. The giant's eyes opened, and he was about to start howling when he sensed Bai Xiaochun's aura. Whereupon he closed his mouth, shivered, and put his head down. Bai Xiaochun recognized that giant, whom he had seen when he left the Spirit Stream sect on a training mission all those years ago. Back then, he had been very cautious about the giant, but now, he could see that its battle prowess was only around the nascent soul level. However, the blood of wildland savages ran in its veins, which, in combination with the energy of the Heavenspan River, allowed it to grow very large. Ha ha ha! I'm so much more powerful now, he thought, feeling very pleased with himself. As they sped through the territory that had once belonged to the Spirit Stream sect, Song Ke and Master God Diviner were extremely excited. They were almost jumping up and down in anticipation of getting back to the river-defying sect. Before long, Bai Xiaochun actually caught sight of the Luochun Mountains. Emotions roiled up in his heart, but they quickly passed as he focused on the road ahead. Spirit Stream sect territory had once seemed like an enormous place, but with his current cultivation base it wasn't very large at all. It only took about 2 hours to go from one end of Spirit Stream sect territory to another. It was at this point that Bai Xiaochun began to frown. Something seemed off. Song Ke also noticed the same thing. Frowning, he said, "What's going on?" There were cultivators in the delta. How come nobody's around here in the lower reaches? I haven't seen a single person. Master God Diviner's eyes widened. Unfortunately, without his copper coin, his divinations weren't very effective and didn't provide any information. Suspicions built as they finally reached the location of the Spirit Stream Sect's former headquarters. When Bai Xiaochun caught sight of the mountains on both banks of the river, he was shocked to see that the sect's defensive spell formation was active. Numerous cultivators could be seen inside, many of them disciples that had been left behind by the river-defying sect because of their low cultivation bases. Their charge was to protect the foundation of the Spirit Stream Sect. The Blood Stream Sect, Pill Stream Sect, and Profound Stream Sect had all done the same thing. The disciples left behind were supposed to guard the foundation of the 4 divisions of the river-defying sect, and also serve as a place to groom new disciples. But right now, the Spirit Stream Sect seemed like they were anticipating the arrival of a major enemy. Bai Xiaochun's heart immediately began to pound. As for Song Ke and Master God Diviner, they were from the Bloodstream Sect, but they could well imagine that similar circumstances were playing out there. As the airship approached, the disciples of the Spirit Stream Sect looked up with vigilant expressions on their faces. There were a few disciples in the core formation level who flew up out of the crowd and gave instructions to strengthen the spell formation. The one who was clearly in a leadership position was a middle-aged man who was in mid-core formation. He seemed weak, perhaps even sick, as he anxiously sized up the airship. It looked familiar to him, and he quickly identified it as having come from the river-defying sect. But the river-defying sect was not in the position to be sending out airships right now. Therefore, his vigilance did not lessen. Bai Xiaochun instantly recognized that middle-aged man. Big Bro Ho. This man was none other than Bai Xiaochun's elder brother Ho Yunfei, who was the older brother of Ho Xiaomei. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Xiaochun leapt off of the airship. When his voice reached the ears of the disciples in the spell formation, their jaws dropped. Ho Yunfei looked especially surprised. He stared at Bai Xiaochun for a long moment, and the incredulity in his eyes grew. Then he shouted, "Bai Xiaochun!" The other core formation cultivators were clearly shocked. Although the name Bai Xiaochun sounded familiar to them, neither they nor any of the other disciples in the Spirit Stream sect were quite sure what was happening. Even as everyone looked on in confusion, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, blurring for a moment and then reappearing inside the spell formation, right in front of Ho Yunfei. The spell formation hadn't hindered him in the least. It may as well have not existed. The core formation cultivators all braced themselves for an imminent attack, and all the other disciples waited nervously. Bai Xiaochun's actions just now had been very shocking, to say the least. "Xiaochun, it's really you," Ho Yunfei said loudly. As he looked Bai Xiaochun over, his excitement began to build as he realized he couldn't assess his cultivation base. All he could tell was that the fluctuations seemed even more shocking than those of Patriarch Spirit Stream, whom he had met in person in the past. Bai Xiaochun was very excited at being able to see such a close friend after all these years, and was just about to begin talking, when Ho Yunfei suddenly said, "Xiaochun, what's the level of your cultivation base?" "Huh? The great circle of the nascent soul stage." Even as the words left his mouth, Song Ke and Master God Diviner flew off of the aircraft to hover in the air. An excited expression appeared on Ho Yunfei's face, only to be replaced by a bitter smile. "You need to get away from here, Xiaochun. Don't stay here, and don't go to the river-defying sect. Get as far away from the eastern Heavenspan River as you can." Bai Xiaochun's face fell, and his heart began to pound. What happened? Ho Yunfei shook his head bitterly. He knew that he couldn't keep the information from Bai Xiaochun. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun's status in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect actually gave Ho Yunfei a bit of hope. After a moment of hesitation, he explained the danger the river-defying sect was in. When Bai Xiaochun heard that the 3 great sects had joined forces to try to exterminate the river-defying sect, his eyes turned crimson. and his killing intent began to burn. Trembling, he flew out of the spell formation and back to the airship. Ignoring Song Ke and Master God Diviner, he unleashed the full power of his cultivation base to send the airship speeding toward the river-defying sect. Xiaochun! Hou Yunfei shouted, but he was too late. Bai Xiaochun moved so quickly that he was gone in the blink of an eye. As for Song Ke and Master God Diviner, when they heard what Hou Yunfei had just said, expressions of madness appeared on their faces, and they also began to fly in the direction of the river-defying sect. As they sped off, Master God Diviner turned to Hou Yunfei and, aware of his close relationship with Bai Xiaochun, yelled, "Elder brother Hou, don't worry. Once Bai Xiaochun gets there, those 3 sects won't count for crap. But they have 3 devas," Hou Yunfei said remorsefully. 3 devas? Master God Diviner replied, suddenly not so convinced. However, that was when Song Ke turned back and said, "As long as they aren't in the late stage, Bai Xiaochun will demolish them." Few people knew how terrifying and powerful Bai Xiaochun had become in the wildlands. In fact, even Master God Diviner assumed that most of the stories Bai Xiaochun had told him were exaggerations. But Song Ke was different. Although he didn't know every single detail about how powerful Bai Xiaochun was, he had a fairly good idea. His father-in-law was a demigod, and his apprentice was the Hell Emperor. In Arch-Emperor City, he had fought bitterly with devas, and had made enemies of the entire nobility and aristocracy. Not only did he come out of all of that unscathed, but his cultivation base had climbed the entire time. Person like that couldn't possibly be afraid of 3 little devas. Besides, Song Ke had seen Bai Xiaochun fighting Mistress Red Dust. Although neither of them had been using full force, considering that Song Ke himself was in the nascent soul stage, he could easily tell that Bai Xiaochun's battle prowess surpassed that stage, and made him equivalent to a deva. After all, Mistress Red Dust was a chosen in the wildlands, the daughter of the giant ghost king, and very close to the mid-deva realm. Although Song Ke still didn't like Bai Xiaochun very much, the urgency in Hou Yunfei's voice was very telling. Song Ke knew what to say and how to say it, and therefore it was with iron determination that he spoke his words of confidence. In response, all hearts were shaken, and many eyes went wide with incredulity. To these people, devas were paramount entities in all creation, people who could shake heaven and earth and crush all opponents. "That's right," Master God Diviner added. "As long as Bai Xiaochun gets there in time, he'll fix everything." With that, he turned and raced after Song Ke in the direction of the river-defying sect. Back in the Spirit Stream sect's spell formation, Hou Yunfei's mind rang with the words Song Ke had just spoken. On the one hand, he was sure that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't do anything rash. But at the same time, he could see that Song Ke was already in the nascent soul stage, and yet didn't seem fazed at all by how Bai Xiaochun seemed to view the 3 mighty devas of the middle reaches. However, it was still difficult to believe. Is it real? Hou Yunfei thought. It was roughly at this time that one of the other core formation cultivators suddenly started, his eyes going as wide as saucers. "I remember now. That was the legendary Bai Xiaochun. I heard that a whole bunch of spirit tail chickens went missing because of him. Heavens, I remember now too. That was Bai Xiaochun? 10,000 Snakes Valley is completely empty because of him. He was the one who combined the 4 great sects into the river-defying sect. He's the soul and the hope of the river-defying sect, their number 1 chosen. He was eventually taken as a hostage to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, where he went to the Great Wall and became a major general. Eventually he went missing in the wildlands. Bai Xiaochun. More exclamations of shock could be heard. Before long, all of the disciples of the Spirit Stream sect began thinking about that familiar name and recalled the various stories they had heard about him. After all, Bai Xiaochun was still very famous in the Spirit Stream sect. His deeds were retold almost like myths among the new, low-ranking disciples. Even as the disciples of the Spirit Stream sect reeled in shock, Bai Xiaochun was flying through the air toward the river-defying sect, moving with incredible speed, his eyes bloodshot and his breath coming in ragged pants. "Uncle Li," Elder Brother Sect Leader, Patriarch Spirit Stream, Patriarch Bloodstream. Hang in there, all of you. Junwan, Xiaomei, Bruiser. Countless faces flashed through his head, causing his madness to increase. At the moment, he wasn't thinking at all about matters of life and death. Although he feared dying, he would never run for his life when his sect was in peril. Back when he was young and powerless, the sect had protected him. But now, he qualified to protect the sect, because he didn't have to worry about Song Ke and Master God Diviner being injured by the process. He was capable of adding teleportations to his movements, lending him even greater speed. Rumbling booms filled the air as he relied on teleportation after teleportation. The result was shocking speed which surpassed anything ordinary Devis were capable of. Not even someone in the mid-Deva realm would be able to achieve it. He was soon closing in on the border between the lower reaches and the middle reaches, and beyond it, the river-defying sect. The situation was bad in the river-defying sect. The glow of magical technique rose high in the sky, and rumbling booms echoed far and wide. The army of 100,000 cultivators from the other three sects was pushing the offensive hard from three directions. The river-defying sect simply wasn't a match. They were forced to fall back over and over again, relying on their spell formation to hold out. Even still, casualties mounted. The sect itself was like a wounded giant who only had a bit of energy left to keep fighting. The spell formation shield cast by the dire Skybanian was heavily damaged, constantly distorting, and filled with rapidly spreading cracks. With every new crack that appeared, the profound stream division disciples who powered the formation would cough up mouthfuls of blood. And yet, howling, they would hold nothing back to repair and sustain the formation. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, it didn't seem like the shield would hold out for more than the time it takes an incense stick to burn. The disciples of the Pill Stream Division were so exhausted they were hovering on the brink of collapse. And yet, they continued to roam the battlefield both inside and outside the spell formation, healing disciples from the other divisions, and occasionally getting involved in deadly conflicts themselves. The Spirit and Bloodstream divisions had it most bitter of all. They were the powerhouses of the river-defying sect, and took the brunt of the attacks. Less than 30% of the Spirit Stream division's spell formation giants still stood, and those disciples who powered the remaining giants were spattered with blood. Shangguan Tianyou's eyes were bloodshot, but he had many kills to his name. Beihan Lai was in similar condition. Tears flowed from his eyes as he howled in savage fashion. The disciples of the Spirit Stream division were fighting with full madness. The Bloodstream division was in a similar state. Animated corpses, gargoyles, and even the Blood Masters, all had suffered casualties. Only the Blood Sword from Middle Peak remained strong. Song Junwan, Master Limitless, and Shuamei led the fight against their enemies, and did their best to save whatever fellow disciples they could. Song Junwan was exhausted and seriously wounded. She had consumed numerous medicinal pills provided by the Pill Stream division, and yet was reaching the limits of her ability to endure. Despair had already begun to shine in her eyes. The scarecrow had been destroyed. The black and white suns had been crushed, the crows inside of them killed. The old dragon was gasping for breath. Only Bruiser continued to fight viciously, breaking holes in the enemy lines left and right. In the nascent soul battles, the river-defying sect had been defeated at every turn. Unable to hold their own when it came to one-on-one battles, the nascent soul experts stayed in groups and inflicted as many casualties as possible on the enemy. From a distance, the armies of the three great sects were like three enormous hands crushing down onto the river-defying sect. High up in the sky, the fluctuations of the three Devis caused heaven and earth to shake violently. Their spell formation will fall shortly. We can't let things drag out any longer. There were differing opinions back in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. If we don't secure victory soon, something unexpected could happen. At this point, why don't the three of us just attack? We can destroy the spell formation and then wipe the river-defying sect off the map for good. After a bit more discussion, their eyes began to shine, and they attacked. A destructive stream of sword chi, a massive hand, and a black thundercloud all shot toward the spell formation. The speed of the attacks left the river-defying sect in despair. When they slammed into the dire Skybanyan's spell formation, it held out for only a moment before collapsing. In response, the enemy army shouted in delight and then charged forward in attack. The river-defying sect was immediately shoved backward across the battlefield. Worse, the three devas shot toward the sect, with only Bruiser to stand in their way. It was at this point that the Blood Ancestor's eyes opened, and he leaped into action. He was joined by a rabbit, a monkey, and Patriarch Spirit Stream. They were going all out to defend the sect. Everyone was in critical danger. The disciples of the Spirit and Bloodstream divisions were being shoved backward by the enemy forces, their faces covered with despair. 5 nascent soul cultivators were closing in on Song Junwan, hoping to destroy her blood sword, and then kill both her and Master Limitless. Song Junwan smiled bitterly at the sight of the 5 nascent soul enemies. Master Limitless was coughing up blood and could hardly defend himself. At this point, both of them knew that they were about to die. However, that was when a voice rang out that caused heaven to shake and the earth to tremble. The clouds churned, and a thunderous roar filled the entire battlefield. "How dare you people!" Virtually the entire middle reaches began to shake because of the voice. Countless embattled cultivators felt their minds reeling. Before anyone could react, Bruiser suddenly shivered, then threw his head back and let out a howl of joy. Song Junwan's jaw dropped, and the despair of death that had existed in her eyes was replaced by incredulity. She suddenly turned to look at the horizon, where an airship was speeding through the air, with a person just barely visible on the deck. Of course, a battlefield with tens upon tens of thousands of combatants would obviously be filled with shocking levels of noise. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun's voice was like a rock dropped into a lake, which only sent a few ripples out. The enemy forces didn't take it very seriously. In fact, a group of several hundred cultivators from the 3 sects spun and then began to fly toward Bai Xiaochun to block his path. 2 in that group were nascent soul cultivators who closed in on him from 2 different directions. Even Song Junwan, after her initial excitement, came to the conclusion that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't make much of a difference in the fight. Furthermore, the 5 nascent soul cultivators who had been closing in, after their initial pause, snorted coldly and pressed the attack. 2 of them focused on Master Limitless, and 3 on Song Junwan. Because she wielded Middle Peak's blood sword, Song Junwan was able to fight back against nascent soul experts. Furthermore, she led a group of Middle Peak disciples who were adept at sword formations that could inflict injuries on anyone under the nascent soul stage. They were a formidable force that the enemy disciples knew they had to completely crush before they could proceed onward into the sect headquarters. The 3 nascent soul experts who were targeting Song Junwan closed in with immense speed. Even at peak condition, the Middle Peak disciples that Song Junwan commanded wouldn't be able to stop them. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly as Song Junwan was put in imminent life or death danger. No one was capable of turning the situation around. When Bai Xiaochun saw what was happening, and realized what critical danger the river-defying sect was in, he was gripped with uncontrollable madness. Eyes crimson, he pushed the airship forward with such speed that it began to burn up. Then, he slammed into the group of hundreds of disciples who were besieging Song Junwan. Rumbling booms echoed out. Of those hundreds of disciples, none could even get close to Bai Xiaochun. In fact, because of the intense flames which surrounded the airship, the entire group was instantly transformed into ash, killed in body and soul. The airship shot through the sky like a deadly sword, crushing anything in its path as it descended toward the ground. No one could block it or even get close to it. Any who tried to were wiped out of existence. And then, he arrived right in the middle of the battlefield, next to the Bloodstream division and Song Junwan. He moved so quickly that he arrived just when the 3 nascent soul experts were bearing down on Song Junwan. Before they could actually unleash their attacks, an ear-piercing sound assaulted their ears. 2 of them were in the early nascent soul stage and 1 in the mid-stage. They only had time to turn their heads, whereupon they saw nothing but the image of an enormous, burning airship. The airship didn't slow down at all. It slammed into the three nascent soul experts, a destructive force that didn't even allow them to cry out in pain. They were engulfed by flame and force, and transformed into nothing more than ash. The two cultivators who had been focusing on Master Limitless coughed up blood. Expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces, and their eyes nearly bulged out of their skulls as they began to fall back. Bai Xiaochun strode out from the flaming wreckage of the airship to appear in front of Song Junwan. Wrapping his arm around her waist, he waved his hand, isolating nearly 1,000 streams of destructive power that had been unleashed by the destroyed airship. Then he sent those streams of destruction smashing into anyone in the area who wasn't a member of the river-defying sect. Not even the two nascent soul cultivators could escape, and were enveloped by pure death. Miserable screams erupted onto the battlefield as thousands of cultivators were engulfed by flames, and then burned down to ash. Although all of this takes a bit of time to describe, it happened in the briefest of moments. It took only the blink of an eye for Bai Xiaochun to kill 5 nascent soul experts and thousands of other cultivators. It happened so quickly that nobody could even react. Shock immediately began to spread across the battlefield, and countless gazes shifted to focus on Bai Xiaochun. After an initial hush, the cultivators from the 3 sects began to gasp and cry aloud. Heavens! What just happened? Damn it! Who is that? He looks familiar. As the enemy cultivators reacted in shock, the river-defying sect disciples began to cry out loud in excitement. Bai Xiaochun! It's Bai Xiaochun! Sect Uncle Bai! It's Sect Uncle Bai! Bai Xiaochun! Before long, everyone was crying Bai Xiaochun's name. Shangguan Tianyu, Beihan Lai, Patriarch Spirit Stream, Patriarch Bloodstream, the monkey, the rabbit, and countless other people were shaken to the core. Powerful experts who had once been chosen in the 3 sects were now pillars of their respective organizations. Hatred existed in their eyes, for on their faces and other body parts existed the mark of a turtle. The 3 Deva patriarchs all wore frowns, but at the moment didn't have time to deal with Bai Xiaochun. Although they were shocked by his sudden appearance on the battlefield and his unusual battle prowess, they were still confident that he was only in the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Ignore him. Once we destroy the foundation of the river-defying sect, then we can kill him. Having made their mutual decision, the 3 Devas looked away from Bai Xiaochun and continued on with their original plan. Patriarch Starry River was the one using the sky-obfuscating hand to unleash crushing power onto Patriarch Spirit Stream, the monkey, the rabbit, and the blood ancestor. Patriarch Dao River bristled with sword chi, and his eyes glittered with greed as he eyed Bruiser. Then there was Patriarch Polarity River, beneath whose feet roiled a black cloud. Under his destructive attacks, the main entrance to the river-defying sect was already on the verge of being reduced to ruins. Those 3 Devas had already surpassed the will of the heavens, causing the sky to vibrate and the clouds to churn. Song Junwan was deeply shaken as she looked up at Bai Xiaochun, her mouth hanging open, but no words coming out. She felt like she was dreaming. There were a million things Bai Xiaochun wanted to say to her, but currently it was a moment of grave crisis for the sect, and there was no time. Waving his hand, he summoned a shimmering shield to surround her, something that not even a Deva would be able to break through. Then, he looked over at the 3 Devas who were unleashing unbridled destructive power onto the river-defying sect. He knew that they were the key to everything. If he could crush them, the tide of battle would be turned. They're only in the early Deva realm. How dare they behave rudely in front of me? Bai Xiaochun's eyes were completely bloodshot, especially when he saw all of the streams of sword chi surrounding Patriarch Dao River, and how he was trying so hard to cut down Bruiser. Bai Xiaochun opened his heaven-span Dharma eye, sending violet light spilling out. Then, he blurred into motion, moving faster than lightning in the direction of the sect headquarters itself. Bruiser was there in the sect headquarters, bursting with excitement despite the danger he currently faced. His enthusiasm even seemed to give him an extra burst of power, and yet, he knew how to refrain from being impulsive. The black sea of flames beneath his feet roared to life, surrounding him as he backed away from the fighting. At the same time, Patriarch Dao River performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing the sword chi around him to converge into the shape of an illusory greatsword, which thrummed with the will of the heavens as it slashed toward Bruiser. Patriarch Dao River didn't deign to pay any attention to Bai Xiaochun, nor the violet beam of light that shot out from his third eye. The man simply waved his sleeve, sending a portion of sword chi out to intercept it. However, the instant the sword chi touched the violet light, the sword chi shattered, completely incapable of standing up to the violet light. Shocked, Patriarch Dao River tried to back up, but couldn't avoid the light. It latched onto him and instantly took control of his body. His face fell, and his heart began to pound as Bai Xiaochun blurred to a stop, right in front of Bruiser. Bruiser let out an excited howl, unable to prevent the joy from burning in his eyes. Bai Xiaochun was essentially Bruiser's father, someone who could solve any problems. Bruiser depended on Bai Xiaochun in the way that only relatives could. Bai Xiaochun immediately let out a shout, shoving his right fist out toward the greatsword. When Patriarch Dao River saw that, he immediately relaxed a bit, and his eyes began to shine with coldness. This violet light is strange, but this kid is too young and inexperienced. I can't believe he didn't take the opportunity to try to injure me. For him to make contact with my incisive sword chi is simply courting. However, before he could even finish his inner monologue, his eyes bulged as surely as if he had seen a ghost. When the sword chi in which he had placed so much confidence struck by Xiaochun's fist, a popping sound could be heard, and the sword chi shattered, couldn't have collapsed more surely if it had encountered a metal wall. As for Bai Xiaochun, he wasn't harmed at all as the remnants of the sword chi scattered in all directions. Patriarch Dao River shivered and gasped. The fact that Bai Xiaochun wasn't harmed at all by power comparable to the will of the heavens was shocking, to say the least. "You're a deva too," he blurted. When the people in the area heard that, they were immediately shaken and looked over with disbelieving eyes. As for the river-defying sect disciples, their excitement began to mount. Inside the blood ancestor, Patriarch Spirit Stream and Patriarch Bloodstream were both delightedly shocked, as was the monkey. In contrast, Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Polarity River were both shaken, and their killing intent grew more pronounced. "Have a death wish?" Bai Xiaochun growled, his eyes completely bloodshot because of all the wounds and scars he could see on Bruiser, especially that vicious neck wound. Howling in rage, he shot toward Patriarch Dao River. Patriarch Dao River's heart sank. However, he was a deva. It didn't matter that he was only in the mortal Dao level, he was still proud and arrogant. Therefore, he performed an incantation gesture with both hands, causing more streams of sword chi to erupt out. Numerous great swords appeared, fully 100,000 of them, which then descended onto Bai Xiaochun like rain. Any one of those swords could seriously injure a nascent soul cultivator. They contained Patriarch Dao River's will, which surpassed that of the heavens, and also contained a huge convergence of the energy of heaven and earth. His goal was obviously to kill Bai Xiaochun as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Patriarch Starry River and Polarity River began to rush over to help cut this cocky Bai Xiaochun down to size. As the two other patriarchs took to motion, Patriarch Dao River's 100,000 greatswords bore down on Bai Xiaochun. As for Bai Xiaochun, he strode forward, unleashing the explosive fleshly body power of the Great Circle of the Undying Bones. With that power, he utilized the mountain-shaking bash. It was an incredible level of energy that caused heaven to shake and the earth to rumble. He shot forward with blinding speed, looking very much like a vicious beast from primordial times. The air shattered around him as he moved, and to the shock of Patriarch Dao River, he was right in front of him before the rain of swords could even land. A boom rang out, and blood sprayed from Patriarch Dao River's mouth. He tried to fall back, but before he could, Bai Xiaochun took advantage of the momentum he had built up to reach out with his thumb and index finger. Black light flashed, along with a powerful gravitational force. It was none other than the throat-crushing grasp. A tremor passed through the retreating patriarch, and his eyes lit with terror as Bai Xiaochun closed in on his neck with lightning-like speed. It was a critical moment, and Patriarch Dao River had no time to ponder what to do. It wasn't that he had never fought with other Devas before. It was that he had never encountered someone as shockingly fast as Bai Xiaochun. He seemed brutal, as though he had veins of steel that made him willing to die fighting with his enemy. It was a madness that seemed bereft of any and all reason. And yet, at the same time, there was something crafty and intelligent within his killing intent, something that was like battle instinct. The massive waves of shock that battered at Patriarch Dao River's mind caused him to gasp loudly. Patriarch Starry River and Polarity River had no time to offer backup. Roaring, Patriarch Dao River sent the 100,000 greatswords swirling through the air to try to block Bai Xiaochun. As the rain of swords closed in, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, and he completely ignored them. Instead, he dashed forward, reached out, and grabbed the Patriarch's right arm. Then, he squeezed down. The shocking power of the throat-crushing grasp caused cracking sounds to fill the air as the Deva's arm was ripped to shreds. His entire arm was completely destroyed. A shrill scream escaped his lips, and his face turned ashen. Madness lit up his eyes, and yet, within that madness was shock. This was the most powerful enemy he had encountered since becoming a Deva. All of a sudden, he had no desire to fight Bai Xiaochun one-on-one. Taking a deep breath, he burned longevity to power a secret magic that propelled him backward at incredible speed. However, in the moment that he took to motion, Bai Xiaochun unhesitatingly utilized his undying hex. Everything in the world suddenly slowed down with the exception of himself. Then, he burst into motion as he chased after the fleeing Patriarch Dao River. What everyone else saw was Bai Xiaochun seemingly moving faster than sound as he pursued the Patriarch. He caught up in the briefest of moments, whereupon he clenched his hand into a fist and then punched out with Deva-level fleshly body power, adding in energy from his cultivation base. Blood sprayed out of the Deva's mouth as his chest caved in. His life force was fading rapidly, and his expression was one of complete terror. He immediately began to contemplate other ways to flee. As of this moment, he could clearly sense the shadow of death. Patriarch Starry River and Polarity River were urgently rushing over, but Bai Xiaochun had attacked with such unbelievable speed that they still hadn't arrived. Unfortunately, they were very close. Realizing that, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, and a tremendous burst of frigid qi appeared, filling everything within a 3,000-meter area. It was like a frigid lake or a frigid domain. Furthermore, within that domain appeared 9 projections of Bai Xiaochun. They shot like lightning toward Patriarch Dao River, and before he could do anything, pierced through him multiple times, provoking a blood-curdling scream. Booms rang out as the Patriarch's head flew through the air, and the rest of his body exploded. He remained in existence only in nascent divinity form, utilizing a secret magic and other life-saving magical items to evade destruction. Flickering weakly and screaming in terror the entire time, he flew away, leaving behind the shattered remnants of his fleshly body. Bai Xiaochun knew that he couldn't chase Patriarch Dao River any further at the moment. Snorting coldly, he sent the 9 projections of himself down to the battlefield below. Wherever they went, they cut down their enemies with impunity. The nascent soul cultivators were especially targeted, and it only took a short time for roughly 10 to be slaughtered. That was the limit of Bai Xiaochun's frigid domain when in the great circle of the nascent soul stage. He could create multiple powerful projections, but they could only last for so long. And yet, it had only taken a few short breaths of time for him to cut down more than a dozen nascent soul experts on the battlefield below, and also destroy Patriarch Dao River's fleshly body, leaving him fleeing in nascent divinity form. Everyone felt as shaken as if they had been struck by numerous bolts of lightning. This is impossible. Patriarch, how could this be happening? What's the level of his cultivation base? It only took a few breaths of time for him to cut down multiple nascent soul experts, and even defeat a Deva. The cultivators from the 3 sects were completely astonished, and were trembling in disbelieving fear. To see Bai Xiaochun handily defeat the Deva Patriarch from the Dao River Court, who then ran away like a stray dog, left them on the verge of collapsing mentally. That was especially true of the cultivators from the Dao River court, who were the most terrified of all. In the past, Bai Xiaochun had marked all of the chosen from these 3 sects with turtle marks. Now, he had them shaking in terror, hardly able to believe what they were seeing. The fact that their patriarch had almost been killed and fled in bedraggled fashion proved that Bai Xiaochun was now unimaginably powerful. The morale of the 3 sects cultivators was dropping rapidly. In contrast, the cultivators of the river-defying sect began to cheer at the tops of their lungs. They simply couldn't control their excitement. The river-defying sect had been under great pressure for too long. For years, they had been bullied by the other 3 sects, even when disciples went out for training. The friction had become so bad that some disciples had been killed in the resulting conflicts. Unfortunately, the river-defying sect just wasn't strong enough. For the sake of the bigger picture, in the hopes of preventing things from escalating too quickly, and especially to avoid giving the 3 sects an excuse to attack, they had simply endured. But despite how they had endured, the 3 sects had managed to get tacit approval from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to exterminate the river-defying sect. And therefore, the hatred the river-defying sect disciples felt toward the 3 sects had reached an unimaginable degree. They simply couldn't exist under the same sky together. Now, a mighty Deva patriarch had been beaten and sent running. It was so exciting that the river-defying sect disciples couldn't contain themselves. Most important was Bai Xiaochun. He was the spirit and heart of the river-defying sect. He had even come up with the name of the sect. He was their pride and joy, someone who truly deserved to be referred to as a consummate chosen. Sect Grandfather Bai. Sect Grandfather Bai. Sect Grandfather Bai. It was hard to say who called it out first, but soon everyone in the river-defying sect was shouting the same thing, creating sound waves that rolled out in all directions. Song Junwan was completely swept up in the excitement. To see Bai Xiaochun standing right here in front of her was like a dream that caused tears of joy to well up in her eyes. Shangguan Tianyu said nothing. He looked exhausted and had mixed emotions in his eyes. However, many years had passed and he had changed. He was no longer the type to be easily excited. Bai Hanlai's hands were clenched into fists as he glared hatefully at the disciples of the 3 sections. A corpse lay nearby, the corpse of a black dog. Shortly before Bai Xiaochun had arrived, that black dog had fought to the death to protect him. Within the sect headquarters, Patriarch Bloodstream was inside the blood ancestor, trembling with excitement. Even he had been despairing moments ago, but now, he suddenly found himself thinking about what Bai Xiaochun had looked like as night crypt all those years ago on Middle Peak. The rabbit stood on the blood ancestor's head, looking at Bai Xiaochun, muttering in a voice too low for anyone to hear. Patriarch Spirit Stream, Zhang Yuandong, and the monkey were all looking at the hope of the sect. "This is the miracle I was talking about," the monkey murmured, his eyes shining with brilliant light. As the river-defying sect brimmed with excitement, Bai Xiaochun looked over at the destroyed fleshly body of Patriarch Dao River, and at his fleeing nascent divinity. Then he turned to look at Patriarch Starry River and Polarity River, who were so shaken by the defeat of the other Deva that they didn't dare to continue their advance. Because they were Devas and understood the Deva realm well, they were more flustered than anyone else. They knew that although Patriarch Dao River had only been in the early Deva realm, the techniques he used made him the strongest of all of them. And yet, he had been defeated within a few breaths of time by Bai Xiaochun. They could tell that, were it not for the fact that the chaos of the battlefield prevented Bai Xiaochun from giving chase, Patriarch Dao River would have a hard time escaping with his life. Bai Xiaochun could kill Devas. It was a realization that shook the 2 remaining patriarchs to the core. Because Devas could supplant heavenly will, the spiritual power they had access to, as well as their magical techniques and divine abilities, all contained the might of creation. They were like gods to all lower cultivators, and were beings that were virtually impossible to kill. Only someone who was also in the early Deva realm would have a chance at beating someone like that. Furthermore, it would be difficult to end the fight with a kill. Therefore, what they had just seen play out in front of them seemed almost impossible. As Bai Xiaochun looked over at them, they both unleashed the power of their cultivation bases. Why don't we stop fighting for today? By Xiaochun? Patriarch Starry River said. We only made a move because the river-defying sect had no deva. Patriarch Polarity River added in. But seeing that you do, well, I guess this was all a big misunderstanding. Neither of them wanted to keep on fighting. The truth was that they weren't confident in being able to handle the terrifying by Xiaochun. Therefore, they both tried to play on his concern for the river-defying sect to end things. Don't just think about yourself, by Xiaochun. You have to consider the other disciples of the river-defying sect. They've been fighting for a long time as it is. There really isn't a need for any more fighting and killing. That's right, our three sects still have the advantage. If we keep going, it won't benefit the river-defying sect. Besides, your people are all exhausted. If they keep going now, there will surely be more injuries and deaths. You have to think of your fellow disciples. As Bai Xiaochun hovered there looking at them coldly, Patriarch Spirit Stream looked up from within the sect headquarters and shouted, If we don't crush the enemy, how could things be over? Can the blood of the river-defying sect be spilt so casually? This place is not one they can blithely intrude upon, and then just waltz away. The eyes of the other disciples turned crimson, and they began to shout in rage. Patriarch, do something. We're all willing to keep fighting. They invaded our river-defying sect, now they have to pay the price. In blood. As the shouting grew more intense, the army from the three sects began to tremble. At the moment, they had no desire to fight at all, and in fact began to edge away. When Bai Xiaochun saw what was happening, his killing intent began to burn with even more intensity. Then, rumbling sounds echoed out as he shot toward the two remaining devas. Although he wasn't a fan of killing, he knew that it was just as Patriarch Spirit Stream had said. These people had attacked the river-defying sect, and they had to pay the price. Taking the fleshly body away from one measly deva was not enough. Patriarch Starry River and Polarity River felt their hearts pounding in their chests. Their faces fell as they realized that they could not avoid this fight, considering that they took solace in the fact that, although they might not be able to defeat Bai Xiaochun if they fought him one-on-one, they could still join forces. Eyes flashing with determination, they unleashed their most powerful divine abilities. Heaven and earth shook violently as countless heavenly bodies materialized around Patriarch Starry River. As for Patriarch Polarity River, he knew he was facing a formidable opponent. A devilish will erupted around him as he summoned a massive devil projection with 1,000 arms. Then, both of them charged toward Bai Xiaochun in attack. A grand battle of devas was about to begin. The instant Patriarch Starry River and Polarity River attacked, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered. Although it couldn't be said that he had copious amounts of experience fighting devas, he had fought more than a few during his time in the wildlands. Whether it was the three patriarchs in Giant Ghost City, the heavenly dukes in Archemperor City, Mistress Red Dust, who he had fought on more than one occasion, or even that spectacular battle of battles, they had all had a very profound effect on him. It was because of all that experience that he actually didn't feel very apprehensive when facing devas. Furthermore, as he prepared to fight these two devas, his mind was alive with various thoughts. His thoughts moved so quickly that he was virtually acting on instinct. He could immediately sense that, although he could fight these two, it would be dangerous. Furthermore, if they attempted to distract him by attacking and killing other disciples in the area, the consequences could be dire, to say the least. In fact, if the three of them had done that from the very beginning, things might have turned out very differently. Even if Bai Xiaochun had been more confident than he was, it would have been a difficult situation to deal with. After all, this was the river-defying sect. Bai Xiaochun could not simply flee the battlefield, whereas his opponents could. That was one reason why he had attacked like lightning and crippled one of his opponents right off the bat. Now there were only two devas left, and yet, he still had many concerns to deal with. The entire river-defying sect was a battlefield now, with booms and bangs echoing out everywhere. It was only by achieving a spectacular and decisive victory in the first exchange that he could inspire the cultivators of the river-defying sect and shake the hearts of the three sections. All of these things occupied his thoughts. However, by this point in his life, He had developed exceptional awareness of how to do battle, and therefore, it was without the slightest hesitation that, as the two devas closed in on him, he utilized his undying hex. He suddenly moved with a speed that surpassed teleportation, veering away from Patriarch Starry River and bearing down on Patriarch Polarity River. At the same time, he opened his third eye and rotated his cultivation base at full measure, focusing his heavenspan Dharma eye directly on Patriarch Starry River. That patriarch shivered physically as the shocking power of gravitational repulsion became like fetters, like a giant invisible hand that grabbed him and held him in place. As Patriarch Starry River's face fell because of the shocking effects of the magical eye, Bai Xiaochun approached Patriarch Polarity River with lightning speed. Patriarch Starry River had his black mist incarnated as a starry sky filled with heavenly bodies and asteroids. It was something that could affect a wide area, and although it wasn't necessarily a big threat to Bai Xiaochun, he knew that if the Patriarch turned it onto the river-defying sect disciples, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for the devilish god that the Polarity River Court Deva had summoned, it had shocking battle prowess, and yet Bai Xiaochun didn't even pause for thought before rushing in that very direction. Everything happened in the mere blink of an eye. As soon as Patriarch Starry River was locked down, Bai Xiaochun accelerated rapidly, arriving right in front of Patriarch Polarity River. There, he clenched his hand into a fist and unleashed a fist strike. The fist strike shook heaven and earth, unleashing explosive fleshly body power in a massive whirlwind that bore down on the Patriarch. The Patriarch's face fell. Howling, he performed an incantation gesture, causing the devilish god to take a step forward and merge with him. Then, devil chi erupted out wildly, forming a buckler which he thrust out to defend himself. A boom rang out as Bai Xiaochun's fist made contact with the buckler of devil chi. The buckler emitted cracking sounds for a short moment before collapsing, and yet, even as it did, a second buckler appeared, and then a third. Bai Xiaochun had no time for thought or planning. Instead of backing up, he performed an incantation gesture and lunged forward. Living Mountain Incantation. Ruoyua Yumbel. Countless rocks and stones in the area flew up into the air, forming around Bai Xiaochun until he was an enormous stone golem. He was now hundreds of meters tall and bursting with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering energy. In addition, the Living Mountain Incantation augmented his fleshly body power, making him seem supremely disdainful of everything in sight. Striking out with his fist, he destroyed the second buckler, as well as the third and the fourth. Shock covered the face of Patriarch Polarity River because of how quickly everything was happening. Before he could do anything else, Bai Xiaochun, still in Living Mountain Incantation form, unleashed his mountain-shaking bash. As the devil form Patriarch Polarity River lunged backward, Patriarch Starry River struggled furiously against the bonds which held him. Finally, they broke, and he prepared to join in on fighting Bai Xiaochun. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked over his shoulder, once again focusing the gaze of his heavenspan Dharma eye on Patriarch Starry River. Rumbling sounds echoed out as, to the madness and frustration of the Patriarch, he was once again locked in place by this vile opponent. As he struggled, Bai Xiaochun continued onward toward Patriarch Polarity River, using the Living Mountain Incantation to full effect in another attack. Bangs rang out as, in the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun unleashed dozens of punches, all of which landed on Patriarch Polarity River's devilish god form. Again and again he was shoved backward, slowly pushing him away from Patriarch Starry River. It was a profoundly shocking sight that had many observing cultivators reeling, not only from Bai Xiaochun's shocking display of power, but from how instinctively he fought. In the shortest of moments, he had used magical power to lock down one opponent, and fleshly body power to unleash devastating force on another. Patriarch Polarity River was teetering on the verge of insanity. Bai Xiaochun's devastating windstorm of an attack had his chi and blood in chaos. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. And yet, things were not over yet. Just when he was about to prepare a counterattack, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, and he let out a powerful shout. As he did, his Living Mountain Incantation form collapsed, and all of the rocks shot out in front of him to create a gigantic fist. It was that fist that landed onto Patriarch Polarity River's devilish god form. An ear-splitting boom filled the battlefield. The devilish god body shattered, revealing the Patriarch's true self, blood spraying out of his mouth, his expression that of shock. At this point, Bai Xiaochun again turned and unleashed the power of his heaven-span Dharma Eye, reinforcing the bonds locking down Patriarch Starry River, who had been just about to free himself. Patriarch Starry River was filled with indescribable anxiety and frustration. He immediately began to resort to any means necessary, even those that caused dangerous backlashes, to try to escape. Aware that he wasn't a match for Bai Xiaochun, he knew that his only chance was to start attacking the bystanders in the hopes of distracting him. However, it was in that very moment that intense killing intent flickered in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Taking another step toward Patriarch Polarity River, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then waved his finger, yet again summoning his frigid domain. The entire 500-kilometer area iced over, and 9 shadowy projections appeared, which slashed toward Patriarch Polarity River like 9 sharp blades. "You're a useless bastard, Patriarch Starry River," Patriarch Polarity River screamed. The two patriarchs had agreed to work together, but Patriarch Starry River had been bound in place multiple times, making it completely impossible for him to help. As a result, Patriarch Polarity River had come to hate Patriarch Starry River even more than he hated Bai Xiaochun. Unlike Patriarch Starry River, he didn't have a special divine ability to protect his nascent divinity from a deadly attack. If he were to be cut down in battle, he would die beyond the shadow of a doubt. It was a moment of deadly crisis, and as such madness lit up his eyes. Even as Bai Xiaochun's 9 frigid clones closed in on him, he chose to resort to fleshly body self-detonation. Boom! Upon self-detonating, he could send the resulting ripples of force out to destroy the 9 frigid clones. Few people would have the resolve to make a decision like that in the mere time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. But Devis were the type of people who had experienced countless battles, and could react on an instinctual level in many situations. As Patriarch Polarity River exploded, the resulting shockwave shattered the 500-kilometer frigid domain and overwhelmed the 9 frigid clones. At the same time, the Patriarch's nascent divinity shot out and began to flee at the highest speed possible. He was afraid, more afraid than he had ever been before in his life. Furthermore, his hatred for Patriarch Starry River only continued to grow more intense. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for that useless Patriarch, they would have been able to achieve a victory. But now, Patriarch Starry River was unharmed, whereas Patriarch Polarity River had destroyed his fleshly body, leaving behind only his nascent divinity. His heart throbbed with animosity and terror, and he already had begun to wish that Bai Xiaochun's magical eye had locked onto him instead. As all of those things happened, Patriarch Starry River drew dangerously upon his cultivation base to break free from the power of Bai Xiaochun's heaven-span Dharma Eye. He could hear the howls of rage coming from Patriarch Polarity River, and the truth was that he was equally furious. But at the same time, he was deeply astonished. Panting, he looked at Bai Xiaochun, a person who attacked with unbridled madness, whose mountain-toppling, sea-draining blows had destroyed a deva's fleshly body and forced him to flee in nascent divinity form. If it had only been once, he might have been able to accept it. But in defiance of all imagination, he had witnessed it a second time. Shivering, he chose to not even try to help Patriarch Polarity River, and instead turned around and fled in the opposite direction. The scene which had just played out left him shaken and filled with fear, to the point where he didn't care at all about his reputation, or the fact that tens upon tens of thousands of cultivators from the 3 sects were watching. As he fled, he reminded himself that Bai Xiaochun was absolutely terrifying, and that if he didn't flee, he would be in deadly danger. The sight of Patriarch Polarity River being reduced to a nascent divinity, and Patriarch Starry River fleeing in fear, caused shouts of alarm and rage to rise up from the cultivators down on the ground. The shouts of alarm came from the Dao River Court and the Starry River Court, whereas the shouts of rage came from the Polarity River Court. Patriarch Starry River, you? Bai Xiaochun was quite taken aback. He had assumed that Patriarch Starry River would instantly attack him after freeing himself, or at least try to stop him from pursuing the other Patriarch. He never could have guessed that the man would just up and flee. "How shameless of you, you bastard!" Patriarch Polarity River howled. At this point, his nascent divinity felt unstable, and his spiritual energy weak to the point of near collapse. One of them was fleeing to the east, and the other to the west. As for Bai Xiaochun, his eyes burned with killing intent. Had Patriarch Starry River come after him, he would never have been able to finish off Patriarch Polarity River. But now that both of them were fleeing, that meant he did have a chance to kill a deva. It was without hesitation that he ignored Patriarch Starry River and locked his gaze onto the nascent divinity form of Patriarch Polarity River. Killing intent seething, he threw his arms up into the air. Water swamp. Water vapor erupted out in all directions, instantly enveloping both of the fleeing patriarchs. From a distance, it looked as if all heaven and earth had transformed into a watery swamp. Mist roiled, and heaven shaking, earth-shattering pressure weighed down everywhere, provoking gasps from the cultivators in the area. Up in the air, Patriarch Polarity River suddenly felt the most intense, terrifying sensation of imminent danger that he had ever felt in his entire life. "No!" he shrieked, the pleading, begging tone in his voice clear for all to hear. The fleeing Patriarch Starry River was shocked, but he simply bit his tongue and focused on picking up speed as he fled. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed, and he threw his hands down. "Kingdom! Ruaruumble!" The sound which exploded out surpassed heavenly thunder. As Bai Xiaochun's water swamp kingdom was unleashed, curved mountains shot up into the sky. All of a sudden, the entire world seemed to be taken over by some shockingly large beast who wielded mountain-toppling, sea-draining power. The sky went dim until it was almost black. However, it was still possible to see that, stretching out from within the watery swamp, clear for all to see, was the clawed hand of a beast. That's the Water Swamp Kingdom. The eyes of the Spirit Stream Division cultivators went wide, especially those who had come from the former North Bank. What they were seeing completely defied all expectation and imagination. As the enormous, clawed hand shot out from the watery swamp, minds went blank as both Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Polarity River were struck by the claws. Ruaruumble. Mixed in with the deafening crash was the miserable shriek of Patriarch Polarity River. He attempted teleportations and other techniques to try to evade the clawed hand, but nothing did any good. In the blink of an eye, he was struck. Before his scream could be fully voiced, his nascent divinity's eyes went wide, taking in his last view of the world. Then his nascent divinity was destroyed, and the Patriarch was wiped off of the face of all creation. He had been killed in body and soul. Patriarch Starry River still had his fleshly body, and furthermore, was on the very edge of the watery swamp. Therefore, he wasn't as badly hurt. Roaring, he summoned countless stars and heavenly bodies to defend himself, and managed to escape, coughing up blood and terrified, but alive. Upon seeing the other Patriarch's nascent divinity destroyed, he was frightened, but at the same time convinced that his action of fleeing so decisively was the main reason he had escaped with his life. He also considered himself lucky that he had been the one Bai Xiaochun picked to bind with fetters. If it had been the other way around, he would likely be dead right now. "You died, fellow Taoist, and I lived. If you want to blame someone, Patriarch Polarity River, don't blame me for not saving you. Blame yourself for being too weak." Feeling profoundly lucky, the Patriarch sped away. Bai Xiaochun hovered there over the battlefield, watching the Patriarch flee off into the distance. The man was moving too quickly to catch up with, and besides, although he didn't look tired at all after crushing 2 devas in a row and killing one of them, it had taken all of his cultivation base and fleshly body power to do it. He was mentally and physically exhausted. Although defeating someone in the early Deva realm was not very difficult, killing someone of that level was. Furthermore, he had used his Heavenspan Dharma 3 times in a row to lock a Deva down. That alone had his chi and blood in chaos, kept in force only by the power of his fleshly body. The truth was that he couldn't have done it a fourth time. Furthermore, if Patriarch Starry River had attacked him, then he would have only had one trump card left: his undying Emperor's Fist. That would have left him completely and utterly powerless, without a scrap of energy left to battle. At that point, if Patriarch Tao River had come back, he would have been in serious danger. Although he looked majestic as he hovered there, he was actually in bad shape and extremely tired. However, when he looked down at the deathly pale faces of the cultivators of the three sects, he realized that this was a good opportunity to shake them a bit more. Glaring off into the distance at Patriarch Starry River, he swished his sleeve. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out of my sight, Patriarch Starry River. If you don't, then I'll swish my sleeve again and reduce you to ashes." When Patriarch Starry River heard that, terror gripped his heart, and his mind began to spin. Holding nothing back, he drew upon his longevity for another burst of speed, and then disappeared over the horizon. Of the 3 Devis, 1 had been killed, 1 was crippled, and 1 fled. All cultivators from all 4 sects were completely stunned, their minds having been battered by tsunami after tsunami of shock. As for the cultivators from the 3 allied sects, they were trembling in despair, especially those from the Tao River court. Because Patriarch Starry River hadn't been killed, the cultivators from his court had it a bit better off. However, a single statement from Bai Xiaochun had sent their patriarch fleeing with no concern for anyone else. The sight of him holding nothing back to escape within 3 breaths of time filled the disciples from his sect with utter hopelessness. Worst off were the cultivators from the Polarity River court. Their patriarch was dead, which meant that the Polarity River court was destined to fall. In fact, they would likely not even qualify to remain in the Middle Reaches cultivation world. Those disciples were in complete despair, their eyes bloodshot, and yet strangely, they didn't hate the river-defying sect. After all, they were the invaders, and although they were shocked and even terrified by Xiaochun's level of strength, they couldn't possibly dare to hate him. They hated the Starry River court. Patriarch Polarity River's dying breath had been a curse upon Patriarch Starry River, and that was what kindled the hatred in the hearts of the cultivators from the Polarity River court. However, now was not the time to try to wipe out the Starry River court. The Polarity River court had no heart to continue fighting, and instead began to flee. The Starry River court and Tao River court cultivators were also sapped of their will to fight, and their hearts were seized with alarm and terror. The patriarchs of all the sects had been routed, and the sects themselves were in imminent danger of collapse. Therefore, they could only think of one thing to do: flee. The 3 sects were like mountains collapsing into rubble. None of them dared to unleash a single attack as they went. They just ran. Song Junwan looked over at Bai Xiaochun in his radiance. The sight of him cutting down Devis with impunity and dominating all creation left her feeling more than a bit dazed. He seemed to be growing powerful so quickly that he would soon leave her far behind. Master Limitless had similarly mixed emotions in his eyes as he recalled past scenes from the Bloodstream sect. Next to him, the weak and injured Xuemei reacted in the same way. In recent years, she had often thought back to the misunderstandings of past years and sighed emotionally. The Bloodstream division was completely shaken, and yet, even more shaken was the Spirit Stream division. Many elders and disciples were familiar with Bai Xiaochun, and yet, he had grown to a level that filled their hearts with astonishment. That was especially true of the disciples who were followers of Li Qingho. Shangguan Tianyu bowed his head, bitterness gnawing at his heart. Beihan Lai stood there silently, filled with complicated emotions. In the sect headquarters, the rabbit, the monkey, and the other powerful experts all reacted with zeal and excitement. That was especially true of sect leader Zhang Yuandong, who was so excited he could hardly control himself. Cheering soon broke out. And then, the cultivators looked around at the fleeing enemies from the other 3 sections. At this point, the sect elders began to shout loudly, "Kill them! Kill them all!" The river-defying sect disciples zealously shouted battle cries as they poured out of their headquarters in pursuit. The Spirit Stream Division's spell formation giants formed up again, hundreds of them, lunging forward with great swords in hand, unleashing magical items to strike at the starry river court. The injured Heavenhorn Ink Dragon roared and began to thrash into the enemy with deadly force. The Bloodstream division reacted similarly. Patriarch Bloodstream took the lead, followed by Song Junwan with her blood sword, as well as Master Limitless and the other leaders. They held nothing back to attack the Dao River court. Bruiser let out a howl, galvanizing the spirit beasts, animated corpses and gargoyles. Along with the Profound and Pillstream divisions, they attacked the army from the Polarity River court. The river-defying sect had quashed their despair and were unleashing their might onto the enemy. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. The burden he had shouldered in this battle had been beyond heavy. The slightest mistake, the tiniest slip-up, could have led to the gravest of situations. After all, the three sect's forces still numbered roughly 100,000, whereas the river-defying sect had been cut down to only about 20,000. The slightest misstep could have led to the river-defying sect truly being wiped out. It didn't matter how amazing Bai Xiaochun's battle prowess was. He couldn't single-handedly fight an army of 100,000. That was why he had taken such a big risk to deal with all three Devas at the same time, and was also the reason why he was currently so exhausted. Another reason why he had been able to eke out a victory was that the three Deva patriarchs all came from different sects, and had fundamental differences and disagreements. Any one of them could turn on any of the others at any time. With a relationship like that, it was easy to cooperate when the going was good. But when adversity struck, they could easily split apart. Had the three of them cooperated fully, without any hesitation, then although they might not have been able to kill Bai Xiaochun, they would definitely have been able to grievously wound him, and most likely destroy the river-defying sect in the end. If the Wildlands' 4 heavenly kings and Grand Heavenmaster had been reduced to the early mortal Dao Deva realm, and then fought by Xiaochun, things would have been very different. Considering how well they cooperated and strategized, even if Bai Xiaochun had fought to the death with every trick in his book, they still would have come out alive. It would have been nothing like what had happened here, with one Deva being killed and 2 injured, and their fighting forces left completely demoralized. When Bai Xiaochun considered all of these things, he suddenly realized he had come out quite lucky. Eyes flashing, he strode toward the fighting. Him joining the fight demoralized the three great sects even more. They had been trying to fight back earlier, but now, they simply dropped their weapons and fled with all the power they could muster. The entire battlefield was a scene of chaos. The cultivators of the three sects had few routes of escape, and the river-defying sect cultivators were cooperating well under the leadership of their elders, and were striking with deadly force. Bai Xiaochun focused on the three sects' nascent soul cultivators. He shook the battlefield wherever he went, saving everyone he could, but specifically looking for Li Qingho and Hou Xiaomei. However, the field of battle was large and in complete disorder. The fact that he couldn't find them caused unease to rise up in his heart. But around then, Bruiser came bounding over. He had shrunk down to normal size, and excitedly thumped his head into Bai Xiaochun's leg. Bai Xiaochun smiled as he rubbed Bruiser's head. He had missed him terribly, and when he saw the scars and wounds crisscrossing him, anger began to burn in his eyes. "Who dared to injure my Bruiser?" he said through gritted teeth. "This will not go unanswered." With that, he reached out to touch the particularly eye-catching scar on Bruiser's neck. "Over the next few days, Bruiser, we'll go find all the people who gave you these scars, and they'll have to answer to me." Bruiser let out a long howl in response. However, the fact that Bai Xiaochun had touched the scar on his neck reminded him of something, and suddenly his eyes flickered darkly with grief. Bai Xiaochun noticed the change in his expression, and his eyes widened. He knew Bruiser well and was aware of the speed he was capable of. Even the Devas of the three great sects should not have been able to wound him unless there was some sort of ambush involved. Therefore, the only other explanation for how he could have been wounded in such a way was if he was in the middle of saving someone. Based on the state of the scar, it must have happened months ago. Under what circumstances could Bruiser have been so anxious that he failed to defend himself? In what situation would he have chosen not to flee to safety and ended up surrounded? With such thoughts on his mind, Bai Xiaochun began to pant, eyes widening. His uneasy feeling from before suddenly grew more intense. Bruiser, where is Uncle Li? And Ho Xiaomei? Where are they? In response to Bai Xiaochun's question, more grief filled Bruiser's eyes. He couldn't hide anything from Bai Xiaochun, and in fact, didn't even have the desire to. All he did was let out a few braying sounds. The sadness in his voice made Bai Xiaochun's heart feel like it was being torn apart. The world suddenly grew dark, as though it had become stained with blood. You don't know where Ho Xiaomei is? But Uncle Li was captured? Bai Xiaochun's expression twisted with rage, not toward Bruiser, but simply pure anger birthed from anxiety and madness. Seeing Bai Xiaochun like this caused Bruiser to emit a few more yipping sounds. Bai Xiaochun was shaking visibly. Bruiser was no cultivator, and although he was a beast king with extraordinary intelligence, it was difficult for him to express himself clearly in certain matters. Ignoring the surrounding disciples of the three sects, Bai Xiaochun sent his divine sense spreading out in all directions. Heaven and earth rumbled as he scoured everything in a 500-kilometer area. It only took a moment for him to have the entire locale under his command. His current goal was to find Zheng Yuandong or other patriarchs of the river-defying sect, and get all of the details about Uncle Li. As his divine sense spread out, all cultivators, both those of the three sects and those of the river-defying sect, suddenly felt immense pressure weighing down on them. At the same time, a windstorm sprang up around Bai Xiaochun. In that same moment, a middle-aged woman appeared off in the distance in the sect headquarters. Her face was pale from serious injury, and she appeared to have just awoken from a coma. She seemed so weak that a breeze might carry her away, and could only walk by being supported on either side by younger female disciples. Her gaze quickly came to rest on Bai Xiaochun, and a gleam of excitement appeared in her eyes. At the same time, she seemed deeply anxious. Without the slightest hesitation, she raised her voice and cried out, "Xiaochun, hurry up and save your Uncle Li." The instant Bai Xiaochun heard her voice, he jerked his head to look in her direction. He instantly recognized her. She was none other than the former Peak Lord of Violet Cauldron Peak, the master of Big Fatty Zhang, and the woman who had fallen in love with his Uncle Li. She was Su Meixiang. "Aunt Su!" he cried. Trembling visibly, he vanished, to reappear a moment later in front of her. Reaching out, he sent gentle energy streaming into her body, which caused the color to return to her face. However, she still seemed as fragile as before, and her voice was hoarse and scratchy as she went on to provide further explanation. "Get to the Dao River Court. Your Uncle Li was taken captive by the patriarch from there, about half a year ago." Su Meixiang's sudden outburst caused her injuries to flare up. Blood sprayed out of her mouth, and if it weren't for the fact that she was being bolstered by Xiaochun's cultivation-based power, she would have perished instantly. Her words struck Bai Xiaochun like a lightning bolt, causing him to shake violently where he stood. About this time, the patriarchs of the river-defying sect, as well as Zhang Yuandong and some other important people, could sense the violent outburst brewing in Bai Xiaochun. Furthermore, Su Meixiang's words woke them all from the delighted happiness they had been reveling in moments ago because of the sect being saved. It wasn't that they had intended to hide things from Bai Xiaochun, it was just that everything had occurred too quickly. He showed up out of the blue, devastated three Devis, crushed the morale of the three sects, and then sent the river-defying sect cultivators onto the counterattack. Many people were in a daze from everything that was occurring, and just hadn't yet thought to inform Bai Xiaochun of certain matters. Patriarch Spirit Stream hurried over to provide a more thorough explanation. The true reason everything had happened actually didn't have anything to do with Li Qingho. After all, Li Qingho was only in the nascent soul stage. Despite how incredibly talented he wasn't so outstanding that a Deva patriarch would attack him. The reason for everything was Bruiser, the patriarch from the Dao River Court, the very one who had experienced fleshly body destruction and now existed as a nascent divinity, had coveted Bruiser for some time. However, Bruiser was always very careful, and normally never left the sect. Because of that, the Deva patriarch had never had a chance to act on his desires. However, half a year ago that patriarch had set up an elaborate trap to kidnap Li Qingho and use him to get to Bruiser. The reason he had targeted Li Qingho was obvious. It all had to do with the relationship between Bai Xiaochun and Bruiser. The fact that Li Qingho was like family to Bai Xiaochun and Bruiser was no secret, and thus, he was the perfect person to use to lure out Bruiser. And that was exactly what had happened. Bruiser put everything on the line to try to save Li Qingho, and had come out of the affair with an ugly scar on his neck. In the end, the river-defying sect's patriarchs had interfered, along with the reserve powers of the sect, including the Blood Ancestor. In the end, the Dao River Court's ambush was foiled, and Bruiser was saved. Unfortunately, Li Qingho was taken away. Even now, they weren't sure if he was alive or not. The reason they couldn't tell if he was alive or dead had to do with the special technique he cultivated. He drew his existence from plants and vegetation, and had been studying a way to reconverge his life force. Because of that, he had no life slip in the sect. That made it impossible to determine his current state. Patriarch Spirit Stream, Zhao Yuandong, and the others used the fastest means possible to impart all of this information to Bai Xiaochun. In the end, his mind crashed as if with thunder, and his heart burned with raging killing intent. ARGGGHHH, he howled, causing the sky to vibrate and the lands to tremble. Eyes crimson, he didn't bother to offer any explanation. He simply turned and began to fly at top speed toward the Dao River Court. Feeling suicidal, Dao River Court? I'm gonna kill you, Patriarch Dao River. The insane killing intent that raged in his heart and mind was the likes that rarely appeared in him. In fact, it had only been seen once before in his life, when his apprentice went missing in the wildlands. This was the second time. However, this time was actually worse than when Bai Hao had gone missing. Bai Xiaochun almost seemed like a different person, a person who had descended into pure madness. There was no other reaction he could have. After all, this was Li Qingho. His uncle Li had brought him from Mount Hood to practice immortal cultivation, and had even taught him the fundamentals. He had passed his magics of plants and vegetation on to Bai Xiaochun, and had sheltered him from one disaster after another related to pill concocting. The truth was that they had a relationship like that of a son and a father. Not even Bai Xiaochun was exactly sure when it was that he had come to view Uncle Li as family. There were many people he cared about in the river-defying sect, but there was only one who he viewed like a blood relative. Li Qingho. Therefore, how could Bai Xiaochun possibly not go mad? His thunderous roar filled the air as he shot off into the distance, followed by Bruiser. As for Patriarch Spirit Stream and the other leaders, they were shaken by his shout. However, the patriarchs quickly issued orders for a squad of roughly 1,000 river-defying sect disciples to follow along as emergency backup. As far as Patriarch Spirit Stream was concerned, it didn't matter how powerful the reserve powers and spell formation of the Dao River Court was. They probably couldn't handle Bai Xiaochun's towering cultivation base. However, as a member of the older generation, Patriarch Spirit Stream still had to look out for him. More than 1,000 disciples immediately flew after Bai Xiaochun. Of course, they weren't a match for him in speed, so Patriarch Spirit Stream gave them airships to use, which whistled through the air at top speed toward the Dao River Court. And yet, Bai Xiaochun was still the fastest. He drew deeply on his cultivation base, as well as his fleshly body power. He even used the Undying Hex to teleport rapidly through the air. At his current speed, it would only require the time it takes an incense stick to burn for him to reach his destination. Bai Xiaochun's mind was almost a complete blank. He didn't dare to descend into reminiscence. Instead, he focused on one thing. Uncle Li, you have to be alive. Anxiety gripped his heart. Profound nervousness generated, not from fear for himself, but from the possibility that he might hear news that could crush him. Mental pressure began to mount, and his cultivation base was going crazy. All of the anxiety and madness swirled together, making a cyclone that dimmed heaven and earth. Bai Xiaochun moved so fast that not even Bruiser could keep up. He shot through the air alone, leaving thunderous sonic booms behind him as he went. Ru Yuyuumble. The massive sound caused by his passage attracted the attention of local cultivator clans, small-scale sects, and city after city. Everyone looked up in shock, and yet, they couldn't see Bai Xiaochun. They only saw a long wound-like streak appear above them in the sky. Countless gasps and exclamations of shock filled the air. What was that sound? The sky is being ripped open? From a distance, the streak he left behind really did look like a rift opening up in the sky. Time ticked by. In the end, it took less time than an incense stick takes to burn. In his rage and anxiety, Bai Xiaochun appeared in the mountains containing the Dao River Court. The sect headquarters was made of 7 mountain peaks, each one a different color. Because the routing of the 3 sects back on the battlefield had happened so quickly, the Dao River Court in general wasn't fully aware of what had happened. In fact, most of them didn't even know that their patriarch had lost his fleshly body. Only a few people had been informed, who then ordered that the sect's grand spell formation be activated. Therefore, when Bai Xiaochun arrived, he saw a glittering light shield surrounding the sect, preventing anyone from entering. It was a powerful shield which radiated intense pressure. After all, it was the grand spell formation of the number 1 sect in the Middle Reaches cultivation world of the Eastern Heavenspan River. But no matter how powerful that spell formation was, it couldn't compare to the spell formation that had protected the former Great Wall. Bai Xiaochun's undying hex had been able to pierce through that spell formation, and therefore, this trifling formation belonging to a Middle Reaches sect couldn't possibly do anything to him. Not even if it had been created by a deva. Bai Xiaochun didn't slow down for even a moment. In fact, he sped up. Rumbling sounds filled the air as he bore down on the Dao River Court, which currently housed several tens of thousands of cultivators who hadn't been mobilized during the war. That group included 3 nascent soul experts and many in the core formation stage. When they saw something streaking toward them through the sky, their eyes went wide. What's that? The sky is being ripped open? But how? What's going on? That rift is actually heading right toward us. No one in the group, not even the nascent soul experts, were able to see Bai Xiaochun. He was moving too quickly. The only thing they could see was that rift being slashed open in the sky. Even as they began to cry out in alarm, the rift reached the grand spell formation. And yet, bizarrely, the spell formation didn't react at all. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. Bai Xiaochun pierced right through it. That was the power of the undying hex. As soon as he was inside the Dao River Court, he slammed into one of the mountains, causing the sky to tremble and the land to vibrate. Ruaruumble. The mountain immediately began to crumble, with countless bits of rock and rubble showering down. Tens of thousands of cultivators dashed out of the way, crying out in alarm. Only at this point did the figure, which had previously been impossible to see, suddenly become clear in midair above the crumbling mountain. Even as he hovered there, terrifying fluctuations rolled out, as well as a massive vortex which seemed capable of destroying the world. The disciples of the Dao River Court gasped and trembled. Even the nascent soul cultivators were shaking in nervousness. However, this was their sect headquarters, so no matter how scared they were, they had to brace themselves and attack. Instantly, countless beams of light that represented magical techniques began to slash through the air toward Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, deadly beams of light shot from the other mountain peaks in his direction. "Get the hell out of my way!" Bai Xiaochun roared, waving his hands out in front of him. A blast of wind spread out in all directions, slamming into the beams of light and magical techniques. All of them were crushed as easily as dried weeds. And yet, the blast of wind didn't stop. The sect headquarters trembled, and blood sprayed out of the mouths of countless disciples. Screams echoed out as they fell back, and yet, before they could get anywhere, Bai Xiaochun's divine sense shot out. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire Dao River Court. Not even restricted areas and places locked down by spell formations were able to remain hidden. It was at this point that, deep underground beneath the Dao River Court, he found Li Qingho's aura. There, in a dank dungeon beneath the sect, were numerous prisoners, one of whom was the unconscious Li Qingho, who appeared to be gasping on the verge of death. When Bai Xiaochun saw that Li Qingho was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was then that he realized what bad shape Li Qingho was in, and his rage mounted. Without the slightest hesitation, he blurred into motion, unleashing a fist strike directly at the ground. Crevices snaked out as the earth was ripped open. Numerous Dao River Court disciples were sent tumbling away from the force of the blow, their minds reeling and their hearts shivering in shock. Who is that? That's Bai Xiaochun. He's the one who beat the 3 Devis. He killed one, devastated the other, and sent the third running away. Damn it. What is he doing here? Bai Xiaochun had already destroyed one of the 7 mountains that comprised the sect headquarters. Now, his blow caused a second mountain to be ripped up and transformed into rubble. At this point, Bai Xiaochun realized that one of the strange features of the Dao River Court's headquarters was its unusually thick ground. The 7 mountain peaks of the sect were all connected at the base, which meant that to get to the underground area, all of the mountains had to be destroyed. Bai Xiaochun was in no mood to go about it one at a time. Rapidly performing an incantation gesture, he let out a shout, utilizing the living mountain incantation to cause countless rocks in the area to rush toward him and transform him into a gigantic stone golem. That stone golem's face looked exactly like Bai Xiaochun's. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed a second fist strike, which shattered more of the lands below. At the same time, 2 of the remaining 5 mountains began to collapse. Cries of alarm and terror filled the air as countless disciples fled in terror, unwilling to stay behind in their own sect headquarters. As they fled, Bai Xiaochun let out a shout that caused the sky to distort. A third fist strike landed like a meteor falling from the heavens. Boom! The remaining 3 mountain peaks collapsed amidst deafening rumbling sounds. The Dao River Court had been reduced to rubble from the time Bai Xiaochun arrived until the deed was done. Not even 60 breaths of time had passed. As of this moment, the only thing that remained in the ground was a massive crater. At the bottom of that crater was the Dao River Court's dungeon. Without pausing for a moment, Bai Xiaochun blurred into motion, vanished, and then reappeared outside of Li Qingho's cell. The intense noise from moments ago caused Li Qingho's eyes to flutter open. His aura was profoundly weak as he looked over at Bai Xiaochun. When he saw who it was, his eyes widened. It was with uncertainty and open confusion that Li Qingho said Xiaochun. At the moment, he wasn't sure whether or not he was dreaming. After being taken captive to the Dao River Court, he hadn't been tortured, but rather been left to wallow in misery. Although he didn't care too much about whether he himself lived or died, he hated the idea of himself being used as a trap to lure out Bruiser. In the end, he had been powerless to change the outcome. He hadn't even been able to kill himself. He could only watch as Bruiser was ambushed. Afterward, his guilt began to consume him. Thankfully, during the half-year which had passed, Patriarch Dao River had never succeeded in getting his hands on Bruiser. However, the sword wound which had been inflicted on Bruiser's neck was something that Li Qingho blamed himself for constantly. At the same time, his hatred of the Dao River Court grew more intense. Although he had become nothing but a worthless prisoner rotting away in a dungeon, his hatred kept him going. As long as the Dao River Court stood, he could not allow himself to die. He had gritted his teeth and endured the strange powers of the dungeon, which sucked away at his cultivation base and life force. He had grown weaker and weaker, and yet continued to hang on. Thankfully, he cultivated a special technique based on the power of plants and vegetation, which offered him special protection. In this most critical of times, his complete focus kept him going, as did his hatred of the Dao River Court. And Bai Xiaochun. He had often thought about that young boy he had picked up from that mountain all those years ago. Although Bai Xiaochun had been gone for a long time, he wanted to see him again. He wanted to protect him. He was worried that, unless he was there to look out for him, the boy would cause disasters the likes of which could never be resolved. That became part of his focus, and therefore, despite the pain he faced, he endured. Now, when he heard deafening booming sounds outside, he opened his eyes and wondered if he was seeing things when he saw Bai Xiaochun right there in front of him. As for Bai Xiaochun, when he heard Xiaochun, a tremor ran through him, and tears welled up in his eyes. Li Qingho's voice was weak, but filled with a warmth and kindness that caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to leap in his chest. "Uncle Li," he said, tears flowing down his cheeks. Although he had battle prowess that could crush Devis, as well as the highest of statuses when he was with Li Qingho, he became the same Bai Xiaochun he had been back on Mount Hood, so afraid of lightning that he had lit a stick of incense 13 times. He reached forward and pulled Li Qingho into an embrace. Weeping, he sent cultivation base power pouring into him, healing some of his injuries. At the same time, he realized how weak Li Qingho had become, and his tears flowed even harder. There were white hairs on Li Qingho's head now, and he had wrinkles on his face, making him look middle-aged. Obviously, the half-year of confinement had taken its toll. He no longer looked like Bai Xiaochun remembered him, elegant and refined, a legacy echelon cultivator, the proud and unyielding peak lord of Fragrant Cloud Peak. Li Qingho was still a bit confused as he pulled back and looked at Bai Xiaochun. Ignoring his own weakness and injury, he reached out and gently put his hand onto Bai Xiaochun's cheek. "Is it really you? You've grown up, kid. All right, no crying now." He wiped the tears off of Bai Xiaochun's face, fully convinced that this was the same young boy he had brought back to the sect from Mount Hood. "It's me, Uncle Li. I'm back." Bai Xiaochun dried his eyes and helped Li Qingho to his feet. Thanks to Bai Xiaochun's help, Li Qingho was already getting back some energy. He grinned. "As long as you're back, that's all that matters." Within his smile was approval, happiness, and kindness. He was a nascent soul cultivator, so despite the emotions which surged inside of him, he kept himself in control and simply smiled at Bai Xiaochun. Before he had a chance to ask Bai Xiaochun any questions about what he had been up to all these years, he looked out at the crater which surrounded them. With Bai Xiaochun's help, they climbed out, whereupon Li Qingho saw the crumbled ruins of the 7 mountain peaks that made up the former Dao River Court, and the terrified Dao River Court disciples who were still fleeing off into the distance. At that point, Li Qingho couldn't contain his excitement. Continuing to peer around, he said, "Did one of the patriarchs finally break through? Where is he?" His first reaction was to assume that one of the patriarchs had finally reached the Deva realm and come to break him out of the Dao River Court's dungeon. And yet, he immediately hesitated. After all, even after making a breakthrough, a single patriarch shouldn't have been able to reduce the Dao River Court to this condition. At that point, he started to wonder if 2 patriarchs had broken through to become Devis. However, that seemed even less likely than his original guess. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then cleared his throat. Uncle Li, none of the patriarchs broke through. Nobody else is here, except for us two." Now that he had rescued Li Qingho, his stress was fading away, and his personality was going back to normal. As such, he held back from sounding a bit pleased with himself. Li Qingho's jaw dropped. He looked around at the ruins, and then back at Bai Xiaochun and suddenly laughed loud and clear. Slapping him on the shoulder, he said, "Good, great, excellent." He didn't ask any details. He didn't need to. The excitement he felt in his heart was all he needed. The child that he had brought to the sect from Mount Hood had grown up into a shocking figure. The only disappointment he felt was that the fledgling had left the nest to fly in the endless sky, and that he no longer needed someone else around to take care of him. It was a feeling of both happiness and disappointment mixed together. Li Qingho's reaction got Bai Xiaochun even more excited. Feeling very pleased with himself, he swished his sleeve and said, "This is nothing, Uncle Li. You have no idea how awesome I was back in the wildlands. Before he could continue, a whistling sound filled the sky, which was Bruiser, who had only just caught up. As soon as he arrived, he saw the ruins of the Dao River Court, and Li Qingho. He didn't seem surprised at all that Bai Xiaochun could destroy the entire Dao River Court. He excitedly shrank back down to normal size, rushed over to Li Qingho, and began to rub him with his head. Li Qingho's heart swelled with both warmth and remorse. Softly stroking Bruiser's head, he looked at the scars covering him and sighed. "I'd always hoped I would be able to help you get your revenge, Bruiser." But I guess I don't need to now. Your dad's already helped you. Chuckling, Li Qingho looked around at the ruins, and then back at by Xiaochun, his heart bursting with pride. Let's go, Xiaochun. The Dao River Court might be able to survive this somehow, but it will take them a long time to recover. If they ever do. Calm down, Uncle Li. There's more to do. After measuring up the scene around them, Bai Xiaochun turned to Bruiser. Bruiser, there were a bunch of other disciples following us, right? What's the delay? Why don't you go back and lead them here? Bruiser wasn't quite sure what he had in mind, but never refused to do what Bai Xiaochun asked him to do. He shot off, then returned a moment later with more than 1,000 airships following him. The cultivators piloting the airships soon saw the dismal state of the Dao River Court, and couldn't help but gasp. Looking over at Bai Xiaochun with reverent gazes, they clasped hands. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, Elder Li. Their words confirmed what Li Qingho had already suspected. Smile widening, he looked over at Bai Xiaochun, who shook his head and cleared his throat. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he waved his hand. All right, enough of that. Hurry up and clear all this rubble away. The Dao River Court got destroyed too quickly, and everyone ran away. They definitely left some treasures behind. Let's clean this place out. By this point, his heart was pounding as he thought back to all of the shakedowns he had performed in the past. However, all of those had been clan shakedowns. This was his first time overseeing a sect shakedown. In response to his words, the surrounding 1,000 disciples' eyes glittered. Without any pause, they began to clear away the rubble and search the Dao River Court for treasure. Li Qingho's eyes shone with even deeper praise as he mused about how much this child had grown up. Even he himself had forgotten to loot the routed enemy. You're absolutely right, Xiaochun. The Dao River Court has years of reserves that will be of great help to the river-defying sect. However, even as the words left Li Qingho's mouth, Bai Xiaochun frowned. Looking around at the river-defying sect disciples, he said, "You people don't know how to shake a place down. Look, there are more rocks over there than anywhere else. It only takes a single glance to tell that there's some treasure there. Clear that rubble. Look at this. Get over here, people. This boulder is obviously fluctuating with magical power. There's definitely some kind of valuable treasure buried under it. Look at you. What do you think you're doing? Pry up those floor tiles. They're obviously made from spirit stones." It was to Bai Xiaochun's great frustration that none of these people knew how to shake a place down. Bai Xiaochun was starting to get nervous. Therefore, he hurried up to the front lines. Considering that nobody knew what they were doing, he decided to take charge. Waving his hands and gesticulating wildly, he said, "No! Don't dig there. Look at the ground. Who would put treasure there? Look at that oversized vase right next to you. Now that's a treasure. Look at all of you. Seriously? Come. Let me tell you how to do it. You 300 go and clear out those boulders over there. And you 300 get rid of the rubble of that temple over there. Now, for you 300, well, you have an even more important mission. You head to that restricted area over there and take everything you can get your hands on. Know what it does? Take it. Don't know? Take it. The final 100 of you, come with me and just pick up whatever I tell you to. Oh, hey you. That's actually not made from spirit stones. It's just an ordinary floor tile." Considering the extensive experience he had shaking down clans in the wildlands, it didn't take long before he had the entire group of disciples sweeping over the sect like a hurricane, wiping everything away. Eventually, he couldn't help but sigh. "Listen to me, everyone. When you're shaking a place down, you have to pay attention. Do you understand that? Put some thought into it. If you were a sect patriarch, where would you hide all the treasure? Too complicated? All right, I'll summarize. When you're shaking a place down, you have to remember 3 key words. Fast, ruthless, precise. Those are my 3 words of wisdom I created to pass down as part of my legacy. Fast. You have to move quickly in everything you do. Have you people seen locusts before? When you shake a place down, you have to become like locusts. Ruthless. Well, that's simple. Your eyes need to be bloodshot and you need to grab anything you see. Just imagine you're in a treasure shop where everything is free. The more you can grab, the more you'll profit. Our motto is, we take everything down to the grass and the roots. Finally is precise. Like I said, you need to pay attention. To shake down amateurs who haven't learned how to pay attention, well, let me tell you the trick. You have to take everything you see even if you don't know what it is or whether it's valuable. Just wait until we get back. Then we can appraise everything properly. We just need to make sure we have everything to appraise to begin with. He spoke loudly, and his eyes danced up and down as he provided this crucial training. His words echoed about in the ruins of the Dao River Court, leaving the rest of the disciples temporarily dumbstruck and gasping inwardly. How can the patriarch be so good at shakedowns? This is my first time hearing the 3 words of wisdom of shakedowns. He's so familiar with shaking places down. Strange and even blank expressions could be seen on the faces of everyone present. No one had ever heard of someone making up 3 words to summarize how to perform a shakedown. Furthermore, it was obvious that such wisdom could only come from someone who had a huge amount of experience in such matters. That would be the only way to distill the action down into 3 words of wisdom. In fact, it was something only a professional could do. The disciples weren't the only ones to react in such a way. Li Qingho stared with blank eyes as Bai Xiaochun scurried back and forth, giving direction and pointers everywhere he went. Thanks to his timely instruction, the disciples quickly excavated all of the treasures of the Dao River Court. As it turned out, the 3 words of wisdom were truly powerful. Li Qingho was both confused and also felt a bit of a headache coming on. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he looked on helplessly with the realization that, no matter what cultivation base level Bai Xiaochun reached, there would always be something about him to worry about. He actually created a summary of how to shake places down. I guess he just has a knack for it. Li Qingho sighed, unsure of what to even say. One thing he didn't notice was how closely Bruiser was paying attention to everything. Years ago, it was the teachings of the black dog which had enabled Bruiser to attract so many female beasts to his side. And it was also from Bai Xiaochun that he had learned the ways of pride. All of a sudden, a new world seemed to be presented to him, causing his eyes to shine with veneration. In his opinion, this dad of his was simply too awesome. Who could have ever imagined that he had mastered a skill like this? After observing this special technique of shakedowns firsthand, Bruiser immediately realized that he had a new mission in life and committed it to memory. It took about 2 hours for the disciples to wipe the Dao River Court clean. By the end, their feelings for Bai Xiaochun had changed. Although they still felt deep awe and admiration, there was something else that they just couldn't put their finger on as well. Many of them suddenly recalled stories they had heard about things Bai Xiaochun had done years ago, stories that placed them right in the middle of laughter and tears. So, this is what Bai Xiaochun is like. Patriarch Bai... whatever. I'll just keep calling him Bai Xiaochun. Although all of the disciples were muttering similar things, with Bai Xiaochun's instructions, they were enlightened regarding the 3 words of wisdom, and cleaned out the Dao River Court until there wasn't even any grass left anywhere. They took most of the boulders, and the remains of most of the buildings. If the disciples of the Dao River Court ever returned, they would surely be stunned, and would likely think they had taken a wrong turn somewhere. They would definitely not recognize their sect. Bruiser ended up helping out quite a bit. Not only was he a quick learner, he could change the size of his body at will, making it easy to get through tiny cracks to find special treasures. Bai Xiaochun sighed in admiration at how smart his son Bruiser was. Excellent. You've got real talent, Bruiser. From now on, our shakedown abilities are going to improve dramatically, all thanks to you. Bai Xiaochun's words of praise caused Bruiser to virtually glow with pride. However, as he watched, Bai Xiaochun actually felt a bit displeased. He really missed Zhou Yixing. Zhou Yixing could have dug out all of the treasures much more quickly. This isn't going to work, he thought. His expression suddenly turned serious. Yep, it seems I need give them some more training. Everyone in the sect needs to understand the quintessence of shakedowns. That way, the river-defying sect will have more wealth than ever. All disciples will have plenty of cultivation resources. It will be good tidings for everyone in the sect. Although it meant that things would be a bit more stressful, at least it gave him a new mission to work on. People started realizing that Bai Xiaochun had a thoughtful expression on his face. Even Li Qingho. Li Qingho massaged the bridge of his nose again, a wry smile on his face as he realized that Bai Xiaochun must be coming up with some more plans. Finally, Li Qingho cleared his throat. All right, Xiaochun, let's get back home to the river-defying sect. Bai Xiaochun agreed, temporarily putting aside his previous thoughts. Waving his sleeve, he led Bruiser, the 1,000 disciples, and Li Qingho through the air in a grand procession back to the river-defying sect. On the way back, Li Qingho finally asked Bai Xiaochun about how the fighting had fared in the river-defying sect. It was with sparkling eyes that Bai Xiaochun went into vivid detail about the story. When Li Qingho heard that Bai Xiaochun had fought 3 Devis, and ended up killing one, crippling another, and sending another one fleeing, his heart trembled. Although he had guessed that things played out something like that, to hear the truth personally was still astonishing. After a bit of time spent chatting, they were closing in on the river-defying sect. Meanwhile, Patriarch Dao River had finally managed to sneak home in nascent divinity form. Actually, he had been waiting some distance away while everything happened in the sect. It wasn't until Bai Xiaochun actually left that he dared to actually go back into the emptied sect. There, he looked around in confusion, wondering if he was hallucinating. Is this really the Dao River Court? After staring around blankly for a while, a tremor ran through him, and he threw his head back and screamed, "You're pushing things too far, Bai Xiaochun." Very little time had passed in the river-defying sect since Bai Xiaochun's shocking performance. In fact, even including the shakedown, it had only been a handful of hours. The cultivators of the 3 sects were still fleeing, and the disciples of the river-defying sect were still chasing them down. The area surrounding the river-defying sect was in complete chaos. There was nothing the patriarchs could do to get the disciples to calm down. Earlier, they had been in a situation of deadly crisis, and under the most incredible stress imaginable. Now, they were finally able to vent. 250 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. Before long, the cultivators of the 3 sects were completely driven away. Those who could not escape chose to surrender. After the chase reached the 1,500-kilometer mark, the enthusiasm of the river-defying sect cultivators began to fade. They were also starting to get exhausted. Eventually, at that 1,500-kilometer mark, the patriarchs issued orders to cease the pursuit. The fleeing cultivators of the 3 sects could finally breathe sighs of relief and scatter in terror. All of them knew that the river-defying sect was going to rise to prominence. Bai Xiaochun had completely turned the tables on them, and although the river-defying sect had sustained heavy losses, in the end, they had achieved victory. Any disciples from the other sects who ran into river-defying sect cultivators in the future would be filled with terror, and not dare to do anything to provoke them. The battle had seen them completely defeated, both physically and in spirit. As could be imagined, news of the conclusion of the battle spread like wildfire throughout the cultivation world of the middle reaches. The lower reaches were shocked, and the general structure of the middle reaches was already changing. Obviously, it created a stir back in the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect as well. After all, the 3 great sects had obtained their tacit approval before making their move. In addition to that, Bai Xiaochun wasn't just a member of the river-defying sect. He was a disciple of the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect as well, and had also served as a major general at the Great Wall. Historically speaking, major generals would always join the Hall of Steel Veins and become the most powerful of elders back in the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect. And that was not to mention the fact that Bai Xiaochun had friends in the sect. For example, there was Zhao Tianjiao and his Taoist partner Chen Yueshan, as well as Bai Lin from the Great Wall, among others. In the past, before Bai Xiaochun made his return, such friends had done their best to keep the river-defying sect safe. Now that Bai Xiaochun was back, one could only imagine what the reaction would be in the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect on the part of his friends. The Starry Sky Dao polarity sect would definitely be very interested in Bai Xiaochun's explosive battle prowess. Furthermore, He knew that it wouldn't be long before orders came down about what was to happen next. However, regardless of what stance the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect would take, the river-defying sect currently needed stability after its huge fight. They needed to rest and recuperate. Their victory had come at great cost. The spell formation cast by the dire Skybanyan had been almost completely destroyed and required extensive repairs. The reserve powers of the 4 divisions had been either seriously damaged or completely eradicated. Most of the sect headquarters had been destroyed. Of the mountain ranges belonging to the 4 divisions, 2.5 had collapsed, and would need significant help from the patriarchs to rebuild. By the time Bai Xiaochun and Li Qingho got back, the repair work was already underway. Many people were thrilled to see Li Qingho, including Zhao Yuandong, Patriarch Spirit Stream, and many other friends. Su Meixiang was especially happy. She had been in despair before, so to finally see Li Qingho again caused tears to stream down her face. Li Qingho was deeply moved to finally see Su Meixiang after more than half a year of being locked away. As soon as their gazes locked, Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times and then smiled. On the way back, he had given Li Qingho a Deva soul and had done more work treating his injuries. Therefore, he felt comfortable leaving him alone with Su Meixiang, and instead took Bruiser on a tour through the sect. As soon as he saw the extensive damage close up, and all of the wounded disciples, his mood sank. The truth was that the sect had sustained bitter casualties and many deaths. However, they had made gains as well. They took tens of thousands of captives, and had also seized numerous magical items and other resources. Even better than that were the numerous reserve powers and precious treasures belonging to the 3 sects, items that their Deva patriarchs had left behind, and which had been collected by river-defying sect disciples. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only one to have performed dramatically in battle. Although he had been the one to turn things in the favor of the sect, Bruiser was actually one of the main ones who had kept the sect going until Bai Xiaochun got there. Bruiser's cultivation base was already in the great circle of the nascent soul stage, and he was a beast king, meaning that he could fight with Devis if he really needed to. Although he couldn't come out on top in such a fight, his battle prowess was still shocking. Furthermore, since he was a beast king, as long as enough time passed, he would eventually reach the Deva realm, which would be of indescribable benefit to the sect as a whole. In addition to Bruiser, Song Junwan had performed spectacularly. Although she wasn't in the nascent soul stage yet, only the great circle of core formation, she had wielded the middle peak blood sword with precision and valor. She had surpassed the leaders of the other mountain peaks to become a virtual blood fiend, leading the entire bloodstream division in their fight against the enemy. There were also chosen from the spirit stream division who had fought valiantly. Shangguan Tianyu was one of them. He was now in the pseudonascent soul stage and, forgetting Bai Xiaochun and the most powerful experts, was the strongest disciple in the sect and quite famous. After all, the patriarch said that Shangguan Tianyu was the reincarnation of a sword immortal. Furthermore, his personality had changed dramatically. He was much more silent and serious, something that made the other disciples respect him even more. And then there was Beihan Lai. Although he had never been the strongest of the chosen, he had risen to prominence in the Fallen Sword Abyss by reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment. He was now in the late core formation stage, and although he couldn't surpass Shangguan Tianyu, was still considered far beyond the others of his generation. The other divisions also had chosen who had risen to the heights of glory. It went without saying that the sect would soon dole out rewards for them, and that they would have a bright future in the days to come. As Bai Xiaochun saw one familiar face after another, and saw everyone looking back at him with fervor and passion, he suddenly felt a warm feeling rise up within him. It was the feeling of being home. It was something he had never really felt back in the wildlands. And that was because, for all eternity, this would be the place he called home. As the sect went about the repair work, Bai Xiaochun joined in. At one point, he ran into the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon, who had been seriously injured and was gasping for breath. Others in the sect had attempted to treat him, but at the moment, he seemed like he might slip into death at any moment. Bai Xiaochun immediately went to work, calling upon the power of his Heavendao nascent soul to gradually heal his wounds. Bruiser had disappeared, but he came back around the time Bai Xiaochun finished treating the old dragon. When Bai Xiaochun saw him, his eyes went wide. Bruiser was flanked by a large number of strange spirit beasts. Some were large and some were small, but without exception all were female. "Are these your wives?" Bai Xiaochun asked, stunned. Bruiser made a whinnying sound, which caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to tremble in shock. "And them?" Bai Xiaochun continued, pointing at a group of more than 1,000 strange-looking little beasts behind the females. An expression of pride appeared on Bruiser's face, and he made a few chuffing sounds. Although many people in the sect had already come to guess the truth, none of them understood the situation better than Bai Xiaochun. "Well, damn. Those are all your children." Tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth, Bai Xiaochun looked at the female beasts, and then all the tiny beasts, and was suddenly completely convinced of how amazing Bruiser was. Bruiser was very pleased to see Bai Xiaochun reacting this way. Looking back at all the female beasts, he made a few barking sounds. Immediately, all of the spirit beasts dropped down onto their knees and howled at Bai Xiaochun. There was nothing fierce about it. It was a cry of respectful greeting given to someone of the senior generation. Bai Xiaochun smiled wryly, fully aware of what Bruiser was trying to say. Bopping Bruiser on the head, he sighed. Since Bruiser was his son, then these beasts were his daughters-in-law and grandchildren. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun patted his bag of holding to produce some wildland soul medicine to give out as a gift of greeting. After all, soul medicine could be used like spirit stones by soul cultivators, but could also be very effective for spirit beasts. Furthermore, it was very rare in the Heavenspan River region. The spirit beasts were all very excited to receive soul medicine from Bai Xiaochun, and began to cry out in joy. Bruiser was obviously very happy, and looked exactly like someone from the senior generation who had been given a lot of face. Seeing Bruiser so happy put a smile on Bai Xiaochun's face, and he sighed. "Yeah, I really am home." The entire sect was bustling. The air buzzed with conversation as Patriarch Spirit Stream and the other powerful experts utilized mountain hurling, sea-draining magical techniques to repair the damage done to the 4 mountain ranges that made up the headquarters. The Pill Stream Division used all of their power to save the dire Sky Banyan, and also had all disciples working around the clock to concoct medicinal pills. The Profound Stream Division was hard at work repairing the spell formations that protected the sect, as well as the countless magical items that disciples of the sect had damaged during the course of battle. The Spirit and Bloodstream divisions had taken the lead in the actual fighting, and therefore many of them went into secluded meditation to recover. Those who were able assisted in the repair work to the sect itself. When Bai Xiaochun found Song Junwan, she was busy administering the affairs of Middle Peak. Although she very much wanted to spend some alone time with him and speak of various matters of the heart, her current duties were more important. Because of Bai Xiaochun's current status in the sect, as soon as he showed up, the disciples gazed at him with fervor and adoration. In fact, the way they clasped hands in formal greeting caused the repair work to slow down. Bai Xiaochun savored the wonderful sensation, and was preparing to leave when he realized that he really should offer some words of encouragement. However, before he could even open his mouth, Song Junwan glared at him and shooed him away. He rubbed his nose awkwardly as he walked off. Although he was inclined to defy Song Junwan, merely looking at her caused him to think back guiltily to what had occurred in the wildlands with Mistress Red Dust. The prospect of what could happen if Song Junwan and Ho Xiaomei found out caused his heart to tremble with fear. As far as Ho Xiaomei went, Bai Xiaochun had learned from Li Qingho that both she and Ghostfang had been taken away by the Celestial over half a year ago, to serve as special guards on Heavenspan Island. Apparently, Heavenspan Island occasionally recruited special guards to serve on the island. To the sects in the Heavenspan River region, any cultivator selected for a position like that was being bestowed with good fortune. Furthermore, not everyone who was initially recruited would end up serving on the island. Many of them would be sent back after a short period of time. Even those people would experience a significant boost in cultivation base, though. As for those who remained to serve, they ended up earning extremely high status, and would be treated with the utmost courtesy even by the river source sects. Bai Xiaochun felt uneasy about the whole thing, although he wasn't sure exactly why. For one thing, based on his calculations, He was fairly certain that Ho Xiaomei had been taken away at roughly the same time that the dramatic battle had been fought back in the wildlands. Or am I just thinking too much into it? After some thought, he decided that the best thing would be to use this as an excuse to go see Ho Xiaomei. Even as he pondered these matters, he happened to catch sight of Shangguan Tianyu. He stood at the edge of a cliff, his face touched with grief and reminiscence, his eyes somewhat blank as he looked off into the distance. For some reason, he seemed older and more mature. Bai Xiaochun was a bit surprised to see an expression like this on Shangguan Tianyu's face. After a moment of thought, he walked over, and then followed Shangguan Tianyu's line of sight until he noticed what appeared to be a log cabin in the jungle below the cliff. Next to the log cabin was a grave mound. Shangguan Tianyu held a strip of blue cloth tightly in his hands. His hands were clenched so tightly around it that it seemed he would never let go of that cloth, even if he died. And there he stood, murmuring to himself as he looked at the distant grave. Bai Xiaochun looked at the grave thoughtfully, and suddenly realized that there was one old friend he hadn't seen after returning to the sect. He shivered. "That's Xianxia's grave," Shangguan Tianyu said quietly, his voice hoarse and tinged with bitterness. There was no trace of his former jealousy and hatred of Bai Xiaochun. Such things had been wiped away with the passage of time, along with his hot-headedness. "Elder sister Zhou," Bai Xiaochun breathed. He thought back to what he remembered of Zhou Xinqi, who had once been Li Qingho's apprentice, the famed elder sister Zhou of Fragrant Cloud Peak. He thought about how he had leaped at the chance to help her hunt down the chicken-thieving fiend of years past, and how he had made fun of her by calling her sect niece Xinqi. They were memories that Bai Xiaochun would never be able to wipe away. His breathing suddenly turned ragged, and he began to tremble. There was nothing that would cause his heart to be weighed down more than a friend his own age passing away. She would be an eternal part of his memory, and yet, everything she had ever said and done was now gone forever. When Shangguan Tianyu saw how Bai Xiaochun was reacting, the grief in his eyes grew more intense. Shangguan Tianyu wasn't sure when it had happened, but he had fallen in love with Zhou Xinqi, and she with him. However, even after she died, he had never spoken his feelings out loud. 10 years ago, Zhou Xinqi had been out on a mission for the sect when she ran into some cultivators from the Polarity River Court. A fight broke out and she was killed. Although Shangguan Tianyu had avenged her death, he had never been the same afterward. He had become quieter and less impulsive. He worked hard on his cultivation, and had slowly but surely become the strongest cultivator of his generation in the river-defying sect. And yet, Zhou Xinqi's face was always there in his heart. The blue strip of cloth he held in his hands now had been a gift from her, and was something he would keep with him for all eternity. Bai Xiaochun stood there quietly, looking at Zhou Xinqi's grave. After a long moment passed, he clasped hands and bowed deeply at the waist. Shangguan Tianyu closed his eyes. After some time passed, he opened them again, and looked over at Bai Xiaochun. "Thank you, Bai Xiaochun." With that, he turned and walked off, looking profoundly bleak. Bai Xiaochun watched him leave, then stood there for a long time looking at Zhou Xinqi's grave, his heart heavy. He simply couldn't stop thinking about what she had looked like all those years ago. He suddenly realized where those white hairs on Li Qingho's head had come from. The death of one of his beloved apprentices. Why? Why does cultivation have to be all about fighting and killing? It was the same question he had been asking himself from the moment he entered the cultivation world. After everything he had seen and experienced, you would think he would have found an answer already. But he hadn't. Eventually, he left, thinking about how there were still so many things he didn't understand. Although the sect had won a great victory, it came with many tears. As he walked along, he sent his divine sense out to examine the home he had been away from for so long. One of the first people he noticed was Beihan Lai. In a remote location in the sect was a huge graveyard, within which were buried countless heroic souls who had fallen in battle. That was where Beihan Lai stood, in front of a gravestone that he had personally carved. There was no name on the gravestone. There was only a carving of a big, black dog. Beihan Lai held an alcohol flagon in his hand. The passage of years was clearly visible on his face. The hair at his temples was white, and he seemed much older. The aroma of alcohol surrounded him as he looked at the grave, mixed emotions playing out on his face. That big black dog had died saving his life. Bai Xiaochun's heart yet again filled with complex emotions. He suddenly realized that many things had happened of which he wasn't aware. Although the fact that the black dog was dead filled his heart with grief, he decided not to interrupt Beihan Lai. Instead, he sent his divine sense sweeping over the countless other graves in the area. Some of the names were familiar, others were not, but they all caused him to tremble. It was around this time that Gong Sun Wanner's brother, Gong Sun Yun, happened to find Bai Xiaochun. Gong Sun Yun was visibly older than before. He had reached core formation but only the early stage. By now, he was no longer the famous person he had been back during the chosen battles between the north and south banks of the Spirit Stream sect. Both Beihan Lai and Ghostfang had long since left him behind. However, he never lost his dignity, nor his pride because of his little sister. Although his sister had become very cold and distant after returning from the fallen sword abyss, and had seemed very different, the fact that she ended up being taken away to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect proved how incredible she was. Unfortunately, she had ended up being teleported out into the wildlands to parts unknown. That had been a heavy blow to Gong Sun Yun, and a source of constant anxiety. Gong Sun Yun was trembling with nervousness, and yet he braced himself, clasped hands and said, "P Patriarch Bai, you're back, sir. Song K and Master God Diviner too. Do you have any news about my sister?" Bai Xiaochun stood there quietly, complex emotions flickering in his eyes as he looked at Gong Sun Yun. After a moment of hesitation, he decided not to tell him the truth. Wanner died in battle at the Great Wall. She gave her life to save a friend. Gong Sun Yun stood there stiffly for a long moment, tears welling up in his eyes before they poured down his cheeks. Although he had long since suspected that this was what had happened, he had still held out hope. But not anymore. Clasping hands, he walked off, tears streaming down his face. Even after seeing Gong Sun Yun's sorrow, Bai Xiaochun still didn't tell him the truth. There was no way he could. How could he possibly explain that Gong Sun Wanner had actually been killed long ago in the fallen sword abyss? It would be too cruel to tell Gong Sun Yun that the little sister he had seen afterward was really that bizarre girl. Bai Xiaochun simply couldn't bear to deliver such a bitter blow. Instead, he told Gong Sun Yun a story in which his sister sacrificed her life as a hero. The story he told wasn't without its flaws, and apparently Gong Sun Yun realized that. But he didn't ask any follow-up questions. "Little sis, was that really you who came back to the sect?" he thought. The truth was that he had asked himself that same question on many occasions, and didn't really want to know the answer. After Gong Sun Yun left, Bai Xiaochun felt even worse than before. He didn't like feeling like this. He liked being happy and having fun. However, as he grew up, he realized that such emotions were inescapable. Oftentimes in the past, he was able to bury such feelings, but right now, all the graves he had seen caused Zhou Xinqi's face to float in his mind even more clearly than before, as well as many other familiar faces. They were images he simply couldn't dispel. At the moment, no other patriarch in the sect had a better chance of becoming a deva than Patriarch Spirit Stream. He was in a better position than even Patriarch Bloodstream. Patriarch Spirit Stream could sense the bleakness of Bai Xiaochun's mood. As he looked at him from a distance, he could tell from the fluctuations of his divine sense how sorrowful he was. Although he didn't understand Bai Xiaochun as well as Li Qingho did, he had been there to watch him grow into the person he was. At some indefinite point, he appeared next to Bai Xiaochun, although he didn't interrupt him. He just stood there, looking at all of the graves of the river-defying sect. Eventually, when the time was right, he spoke in a hoarse voice filled with age. "Xiaochun, look around. Can you tell what's different about the sect?" Bai Xiaochun had long since become aware that Patriarch Spirit Stream had come to stand next to him. However, he was in too bad of a mood to say anything. In response to the Patriarch's words, he looked around. The sect was filled with a buzz of noise as all sorts of repair work went underway. Everyone was toiling away. Although nothing dramatic was happening, close examination revealed that the sect was rapidly returning to its previous state. It wouldn't be long before it thrummed with just as much life as before. As for all of the disciples of the three sects who had been captured, they were important bargaining chips that could either be absorbed into the sect as new disciples or traded with the three sects for remuneration. Do you know what's different? Patriarch Spirit Stream asked again. Do you know why all of the disciples are working so hard? Do you know why they are all so focused? Because this isn't just their sect. It's their home. Spirit Stream Sect. River-defying sect. It doesn't matter. They're the same. The good fortune of the disciples is the good fortune of the sect. That's the most important thing. As long as the disciples have enough faith and trust in the sect, then the sect will be their home. And the truth is that our sect is a home to all of us, patriarchs included. Patriarch Spirit Stream was very, very old. And in fact, if it weren't for the fact that he relied on a special secret magic, he would have long since perished. Perhaps because of that secret magic, or perhaps because of the dramatic events that the river-defying sect had seen in recent years. His face was covered with even more wrinkles than ever, making him seem even more ancient. At this point, Bai Xiaochun's mood stopped sinking. However, there was still something gnawing at his mind. Slowly but surely, he looked over at the Patriarch. Patriarch, don't we cultivators practice cultivation so that we can live forever? Why do we have to go around fighting and killing all the time? As long as we're alive, there are endless possibilities. But once we die, then what's the point of it all? This question had been lodged deep in Bai Xiaochun's heart for many years, and would not go away. It was a profound question, and in response, Patriarch Spirit Stream simply stood there quietly for a moment. The truth was that he didn't have an answer. A long moment passed, and he seemed to grow a bit older. Then he looked back at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes warm but tinged with pain. It was pain because of the sorrow he felt for his most outstanding of all the Spirit Stream Division disciples. After all, he knew that from the first day Bai Xiaochun had joined the sect, he had feared death and dreamed of being able to live forever. Patriarch Spirit Stream had watched this disciple tackle the brutal cultivation world, and yet never forget his dream of living forever. There was a purity and innocence in that which was very, very rare. Xiaochun, he said softly, you're right. As long as we're alive, there are endless possibilities. But just because we die doesn't mean that our hopes and dreams die with us. I can't speak for anyone else, but I can say that when I look at all of these graves, I'm absolutely certain that these disciples who died in battle did it because of the Tao that existed in their hearts. What do you mean Tao? Bai Xiaochun replied, confused. He had been asked a similar question back in the Rainbow Trial by Fire in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. And although he had never answered the question, he had the vague feeling that his Tao was to live forever. The word Tao is profound and deep, the Patriarch answered. No one can really explain it perfectly. As for me, only by living for many, many years have I been able to experience what it means. Tao is focus. Think about all of these heroes who fell in battle. Do you think they weren't afraid of death? Do you think they didn't want to live forever? They were afraid, and they did want to live forever. But the sect was their home, and they were fighting to defend and protect it. They were willing to sacrifice their own lives, even to the point of giving up on their own wishes and desires. No matter how much it pained them, they swore to die defending their home. As for me, I long since made up my mind. Even if everyone else managed to escape, I would stay behind. If our sect goes down in flames, I will go with it. Isn't it the same with you, Xiaochun? Back in that battle in the Luochen Mountains, why did you go back to save your fellow disciples? Didn't you know that if you went back, you might die? What would have happened if, instead of facing 3 Devis earlier, it was 3 demigods? Would you have come to fight? Or would you have lingered in the distance, watched us die, and then fled? The words struck Bai Xiaochun's heart like a lightning bolt. He had never thought of questions like this before, and wasn't even sure how to answer them. The truth was that in the sect's moment of impending doom, he hadn't been thinking of anything. He just couldn't stand to watch it be wiped out in front of him, and had felt he had no choice but to advance into battle. As he pondered these matters, he was suddenly struck by a revelation. Although his focus in life was to live forever, there were too many other things in the world he cared about. He couldn't simply forget about those things, and that meant that, even if he didn't like it, sometimes he had to resort to fighting and killing. It was like a natural law of heaven and earth. When danger threatened his friends, his family, his sect, or his home, then it didn't matter how much he wanted to live forever. He would always do the same thing. He would always make the same choice. Life and death. Considering how many years Patriarch Spirit Stream had lived, and the state of his longevity, when he talked about life and death, it somehow seemed more meaningful. Sometimes you might be alive, and yet be dead to certain people. And sometimes you might be dead, and yet be alive. Zhou Xinqi perished, but she lives for all time in Shangguan Tianyou's heart. That black dog is dead, but exists eternally for Beihan Lai. Look at all the names on these graves, Xiaochun. These disciples died in battle, but from now on, everyone in the river-defying sect will remember them. Who will ever dare to forget them? Patriarch Spirit Stream spoke with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. His words were like a thunderclap that resonated in by Xiaochun's mind and heart, causing a tremor to pass through him. It was almost as if a door had been opened inside of him, making certain thoughts and feelings which had once been obscured to suddenly be as clear as day. His eyes flickered with enlightenment at the profound implications of the words which had just been spoken. He suddenly felt as if he understood the meaning of life and death, and also understood why he would always make that one particular choice. It was because, a focus, although grief still existed in his heart, the more he thought about his new understanding, the more that grief resembled respect. Then he clasped hands and bowed deeply to all of the graves. Even after a long moment, he didn't rise from his bow. "I understand now, Patriarch," he murmured. He was bowing to those who had died in battle, to their sacrifice, to their fearlessness. He was bowing to the souls of true heroes. As long as the sect existed, then these disciples who had fallen in battle would live in the hearts of the sect, for all eternity. They had died, but would exist for all time. Upon seeing that Bai Xiaochun's reservations had been cleared up, a smile broke out on Patriarch Spirit Stream's face. The truth was that he cared very much for Bai Xiaochun, and not just because of how he had just defeated the three enemy devas. Bai Xiaochun was the heart and the soul of the river-defying sect. It didn't matter that the spirit and bloodstream divisions were now fully integrated. There was no one who could replace Bai Xiaochun. Most importantly, Bai Xiaochun had the most orthodox and proper background within the spirit stream division. All of a sudden, the patriarch seemed to remember something. "Xiaochun, you were missing for a long time in the wildlands. Now that you're back, I have to ask, did you hear about the matter of the Celestial selecting a new apprentice?" "The Celestial is picking a new apprentice?" Bai Xiaochun said, a look of shock appearing on his face. The patriarch nodded. "Even I'm not too familiar with what happens in this situation. However, the entire affair should be kicking off soon. All four of the river source sects are making preparations. According to what I heard, any nascent soul cultivator can join the running. As long as they're from the Heavenspan River region, it doesn't matter if they belong to a sect, a clan, or even if they're a rogue cultivator. All nascent soul cultivators qualify to go to Heavenspan Island." Patriarch Spirit Stream sighed. Considering how old he was, he knew that he wasn't suitable for such a position. After all, there was no shortage of nascent soul cultivators in the Heavenspan River region. For one nascent soul cultivator to beat so many others to win a spot would be like a mortal being able to ascend to the heavens. However, there was hope for Bai Xiaochun. Despite the fact that he could clearly defeat almost anyone else in his generation, he clearly had not yet become a deva. Despite being merely a half-deva, he had killed one true deva, crippled another, and forced a third to flee. Patriarch Spirit Stream had never heard of anything like that happening in the eastern Heavenspan River, and although he couldn't be sure if something as heaven-defying had occurred in the other three major rivers, he knew it was definitely unprecedented. This was Bai Xiaochun's first time hearing about the Celestial taking a new apprentice, but all it did was cause him to shake his head. Because of what he had witnessed in that spectacular battle in the Wildlands, he just didn't have a very good impression of the Celestial. The mention of the Celestial immediately got him thinking about Hou Xiaomei, so he asked the Patriarch about her. Hou Xiaomei and Ghostfang were both taken to Heavenspan Island about a decade ago, along with several thousand others. That was accomplished not by battle, but by assessment of talent and other factors. Hou Xiaomei apparently had unusual talent in certain areas. Assuming she follows instructions and excels in cultivation, she'll have a chance to become a special guard there. This sort of thing only happens once every few hundred years. Out of those 10,000 cultivators, only a few hundred will end up as special guards. Patriarch Spirit Stream clearly didn't know a lot about the situation, but obviously had high hopes for the outcome. At the moment, there was a lot of work to do to get the river-defying sect back in order, and therefore Patriarch Spirit Stream turned to leave. As he did, he recalled how close Hou Xiaomei and Bai Xiaochun were, and looked back to say, "If you want more details, you should go ask Song Junwan." The selection formalities occurred in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect, and Song Junwan was there as well. Unfortunately, she wasn't selected. Bai Xiaochun nodded, choosing to keep his reservations about the Celestial to himself. It wasn't that he didn't trust Patriarch Spirit Stream, it was just that his suspicions were too shocking. Still feeling a bit unsettled about the whole thing, he took another moment to look out at the graves, then took a deep breath and left. Before long, it was evening, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. Most of the disciples of the river-defying sect were practicing cultivation. After all, the repair work couldn't be completed in a day, and they needed time to recover from the weariness of battle. It was at this time that Bai Xiaochun finally took the opportunity to go find Song Junwan. On the one hand, he had been missing her badly for years, and on the other hand, he also wanted to find out more about what happened to Hou Xiaomei. Song Junwan had finally taken a break, and was in her immortal's cave, recovering from her weariness with medicinal pills. However, there was one person who went to see her before Bai Xiaochun, and that was Song Ke. Considering that Song Ke was a chosen of the Song clan, it was only natural that Song Junwan was very concerned about him, and the fact that he was now in the nascent soul stage was wonderful for the clan. Despite the fact that Song Junwan held seniority over Song Ke, as soon as he arrived, she rose to her feet to meet him. However, Song Ke didn't dare to rely on his cultivation base to act like the ranking cultivator. Hurrying forward, he said, "There's no need for that, Aunt Junwan. Kair has come to offer greetings." Acting with the utmost courtesy, he clasped hands and bowed, just like he had back when his cultivation base was far inferior to hers. Song Junwan was very pleased with how circumspect he was being. However, that didn't stop her from offering some advice. "Kair, now that you have a nascent soul, it's only proper for me to receive you formally. Although we can't forget matters of protocol, in the cultivation world, strength demands respect." Song Ke smiled bitterly, reminding himself that if it weren't for Bai Xiaochun, things would be very different. Considering that he was very close to the mid-nascent soul stage, everyone in his clan with the exception of the Patriarch himself would bow in greeting to him. However, considering who Song Junwan was, and her relationship with Bai Xiaochun, Song Ke had no choice but to suppress his bitterness. Although he was a bit pleased to see how depressed Bai Xiaochun was recently, he didn't dare to reveal that openly. Not only had his time in the Wildlands forced him to grow up a bit, but it had also instilled a deep reverence for Bai Xiaochun that even he wouldn't admit existed. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun had repeatedly brought up the matter of himself being Song Ke's uncle. Because of that, matters of seniority relating to Song Junwan were far from simple. If it weren't for that, his first visit wouldn't have been to Song Junwan, but rather to the Song clan patriarch. "There's no need for that, Aunt Junwan. In your eyes, ma'am, Kair will always be the same boy he was years ago." With that, Song Ke took a deep breath and then bowed formally to Song Junwan. Song Junwan's smile grew wider, and her eyes warmer. She was proud that a Chilan's son like this had risen up in the clan, and immediately asked him about his adventures in the Wildlands. In response, he hemmed and hawed, giving a vague, awkward recounting of what happened after he went missing. If it had been anyone else, he would have acted a bit more arrogantly. But right now, he wasn't quite sure how to behave around Song Junwan. Song Junwan could tell that something was off about Song Quebec. She frowned, which made her seem both more beautiful and also more grim. Just when she was about to ask some more pointed questions, she heard by Xiaochun's voice outside the Immortal's cave. "Wanner, my darling," he said passionately. "I'm back." The instant his voice entered the Immortal's cave, Song Kei's heart began to pound. As for Song Junwan, her face flushed, and her eyes flickered with a bit of anger. For him to act romantically with her in front of someone from the younger generation not only caused her heart to start racing, it was also a bit embarrassing. She quickly waved her hand, causing the Immortal's cave door to slam open. Bai Xiaochun strode in and immediately saw Song Quebec. "Keier, what are you doing here?" Song Kei's face darkened. When Song Junwan saw Song Kei's expression, she suddenly looked a bit apologetic. She knew that it was partly her fault that Bai Xiaochun was treating Song Kei like this, and was about to say something when Bai Xiaochun cut her off. "Wanner, you have no idea what kind of place the Wildlands is. It's incredibly dangerous. Deadly situations crop up no matter where you go. In order to save Keier, I almost revealed my secret identity. I even offended a bunch of aristocrats, and ended up shaking down some heavenly marquis clans. Did you hear that? Heavenly marquises. The Wildlands is huge, but they only have 108 of them. Every single one is a really important and famous person." Sighing in reminiscence, he thought back to the heavy price he had paid to rescue Song Kei. "I'll never forget how bad of a situation Keier was in when I first found him out there in the Wildlands. He was poked full of so many holes he looked like a sieve. One of those heavenly marquis clans had turned him into a living spirit stone. Do you know what a living spirit stone is, Wanner? They force them to eat all kinds of medicinal pills and stuff, forcing their chi passageways to expand. That increases their cultivation base, which they then force to rotate, sending cultivation base power through all the holes they poked in them. That in turn creates a small area abundant in spiritual energy. And then, that clan's junior generation can practice cultivation without any spirit stones." Bai Xiaochun's vivid description caused Song Kei to involuntarily think back to the dark times of the past. At the same time, Song Junwan gasped, and her expression turned grim. "That's outrageous," she said furiously. She looked over at the bitter expression on Song Kei's face, and could tell that Bai Xiaochun was not exaggerating. All of a sudden, she realized why Song Kei had been stumbling for words earlier. "Thank you for what you did, Xiaochun," she said. Earlier, she had intended to prevent Bai Xiaochun from saying anything to Song Quebec. Instead, she looked at him emotionally, and then gave a curtsying bow at the waist. "There's no need for all the formality," Bai Xiaochun replied. "I did all of that for you after all." Clearing his throat, he stepped forward, slipped his arm around her supple waist, and then thumped himself on the chest. "You're Keier's aunt, and I'm his uncle. We're family. If I didn't help him out there in the Wildlands, who would? If I didn't save him, who would? It was the proper thing to do, and not a big deal at all." Although Song Junwan's face turned scarlet, she didn't push him away. In fact, her expression softened. Before, she had felt as if they were growing apart, but now, with his hand around her waist, that feeling was gone. When Song Kei saw the entranced look on his aunt's face when she looked at Bai Xiaochun, he sighed. By this point, he regretted coming early to visit. The truth was that if he had known Bai Xiaochun would show up, he would rather have been beaten to death than come at this time. Although in some ways he wished he could do something to interfere with Bai Xiaochun's skills in seducing women, he also couldn't help but admire him a bit because of it. He had been there to hear all the details Bai Xiaochun had explained about the Win character enchantment, which helped Zhao Tianjiao win over Chen Yueshan. And Song Kei had also been there to witness the confusing relationship that had developed between Bai Xiaochun and Mistress Red Dust. And that wasn't even mentioning Chun Man Yao. Now that he thought about it, all of the most beautiful female cultivators seemed to be in some sort of relationship or another with Bai Xiaochun. In the end, Song Kei could only sigh and muse about how the heavens apparently favored Bai Xiaochun. He considered revealing the truth to his aunt, and telling her about Chun Manyao and Mistress Red Dust. But then he realized that Bai Xiaochun was giving him a glare of warning, and his heart seized up. Sighing, he looked at the entranced expression on his aunt's face, and finally realized that it was a really awkward situation. After blurting out a random excuse, he left. Outside, he felt much better. Shaking his head, he noticed some nearby Bloodstream Division disciples looking at him. At that point, he straightened up, feeling the pride that a chosen nascent soul cultivator should feel. The disciples bowed in greeting, and his confidence began to return. Bai Xiaochun and Song Junwan were now alone in her immortal's cave. It was a rare situation. Before, the fighting had been fierce in the battle, but now that they were together, Song Junwan abandoned any attempts to prevent her feelings from showing. That was especially true considering what Bai Xiaochun had told her about Song Kei's situation and how much danger he had faced to rescue him. Song Junwan could tell that Bai Xiaochun had done all of those things for her sake. And in the end, he had brought Song Kei back, not only safe, but also having broken through to the nascent soul stage. Gaze warm, she smoothed out some of the wrinkles in his garment and spoke some sincere words of concern. Considering they were now alone, most of the flush had left her face. Bai Xiaochun felt very relaxed in her presence and could tell how much she cared for him. Eventually they sat down on a divan, whereupon Bai Xiaochun began to brag about some of the details of how he'd rescued Song Kei. Of course, he emphasized his own role in the situation, making sure it was clear that without him, Song Kei would probably never have escaped. The entire time, he kept on measuring up Song Junwan. Although they hadn't seen each other for years, Song Junwan was as spectacularly beautiful as ever. Her makeup was applied perfectly, emphasizing eyebrows that curved as gracefully as willow leaves. Her eyes glittered like pools of deep water, making it seem as if she were waiting for him to guess what she was thinking. Bai Xiaochun's heart suddenly began to race. Song Junwan was curvaceous and smoking hot, with mouth-watering curves everywhere. There was something shockingly bewitching about her, especially considering how provocatively she dressed. Bai Xiaochun swallowed a few times, marveling inwardly at what a vixen she was. Without even thinking about it, he began to compare her to Mistress Red Dust, and eventually sighed in the realization that in terms of physique and beauty, Song Junwan clearly came out on top. Suddenly, he realized something. After being thrown down onto the ground in the jungle by Mistress Red Dust, a new world had opened up to him. When Song Junwan realized that Bai Xiaochun was secretly checking her out, her heart began to beat more rapidly. A flirtatious expression appeared on her face, and she looked at him closely, pretending she hadn't noticed the look in his eyes. She also leaned forward a bit, revealing even more curves than before. However, after a long moment, it was clear that Bai Xiaochun was merely looking at her, and wasn't going to make a move. A spark of anger rose up in her heart, quenching some of her passion. A cold expression even appeared on her face. "Well," she said primly, "since there's nothing better to do, I guess I'll go meditate." Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in shock. Everything had been going well moments ago, to the point where Song Junwan seemed gripped by passion. But in the blink of an eye, it all changed. It was very strange. Suddenly, he realized that asking about Ho Xiaomei right now probably wouldn't be the best idea. Blinking a few times, he decided to feel the situation out. "Well, I guess I'll head out?" Heart burning with anger that she couldn't control, Song Junwan glared at him for a moment, and then let out a cold harumph. "See yourself out." Bai Xiaochun was really confused. Sighing, he mused that women were definitely very strange creatures, both Mistress Red Dust and Song Junwan alike. Could it be that all older women are like this? Convinced that this was the case, he decided that he really missed Ho Xiaomei. She was definitely the most well-behaved of them all. Rubbing his nose, he rose to his feet and said, "Well, I guess I really will take off." As he did, Song Junwan closed her eyes and ignored him. Bai Xiaochun's awkwardness was now starting to turn into a bit of anger. Flicking his sleeve, he turned to walk off. However, he only got about 7 or 8 steps before Song Junwan's voice rang out. "How long are you going to stick around this time?" In no mood to deal with her antics, he replied, "Oh, I don't know. After all the sect matters are taken care of, I need to take a trip to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Then he continued on his way. Song Junwan opened her eyes and looked at him walking away. As of this moment, she realized that, considering by Xiaochun's cultivation base and talent, it wasn't reasonable to expect him to stay in the river-defying sect forever, even if it was his home. Furthermore, she couldn't help but wonder, after he left, how long would it be before she saw him again? When she thought about that, and about how distant he had seemed when she caught sight of him on the battlefield, she began to struggle inwardly. If she couldn't hold on to him right now, then as time passed, they would grow further apart, and their relationship would definitely cool. Eventually, it would probably become nothing more than a memory. The sect had faced many dramatic situations over the years, and she had seen many couples parted by death. Besides, she had no idea if she would be able to break out from the core formation stage and into the nascent soul stage, which meant that she had no idea how long she would actually live. The only thing she knew was that, over all the years, Bai Xiaochun was the only person to have tantalized her without sickening her. After everything that had gone on between the two of them, he was the one person she could never stop thinking about. At that point, the struggle in her eyes transformed into determination. She was the devil witch of the bloodstream sect, not a member of the righteous and orthodox spirit stream sect. As her hesitation vanished, decisiveness enveloped her. She stretched out on the divan, making sure every inch of her beautiful figure was on display. Then she spoke in a voice that would stab deep into the heart of anyone who heard it. Xiaochun, come here. I want to show you something. As soon as her voice entered his ears, it felt like a hand had grabbed onto his heart. After shivering for a moment, he snorted coldly. Whatever it is, I don't want to see it. Those were the words which left his mouth, and yet, he stopped walking, and even turned around, to see Song Junwan reclined sultrily on the divan. His heart began to pound even harder. However, he reminded himself that, in the face of a vixen like this, he had to control himself and act like normal. Eyes glittering, she beckoned at him with her finger. Be a good boy now. Why won't you come over here? I'm not going to bite you. Heart racing, Bai Xiaochun gave another cold snort. Glaring, he strode over to her, stuck his chin up, and loudly said, Me? Afraid of you? I think not. All right. What do you want to show me? Covering a smile with her hand, she looked up at him, snagging his gaze as surely as if with a hook. Even as he gasped in surprise, she patted her bag of holding, producing a medicinal pill which she held up in 2 fingers. Do you see what this is? Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, a bit displeased that this was what Song Junwan wanted to show him. It turned out it was just a medicinal pill. Sighing, he looked a bit closer, drawing upon his skill in the Tao of medicine to identify it. Oh, it's an aphrodisiac pill. Hey, how did you get? Suddenly he gasped, and thought back to Mistress Red Dust. And yet, before he could do anything, a flush spread out across Song Junwan's face, and her eyes flashed as she crushed the pill.